Welcome to day 2 of the 2020 NFL Draft 5 Reasons edition. We call it the 5 Reasons Draft season. And yesterday we went for 4 hours and 52 minutes. We had, I think, more than 8,000 people saw this at one point or another over here, and then another couple thousand over on our YouTube channel and also the website. So you can find this just about anywhere tonight. We're glad that you found us. A little bit different tonight. Obviously, we don't have the anticipation of whether Tua is going to get drafted by the Dolphins. We're going to talk a lot about Tua tonight, but we have some different contributors that are going to come on. We had 19 different people on here. Again, we've got Manny Chang and Alejandro Villegas behind the scenes. I'm starting off tonight with Alex Dono, Alfredo Arteaga, and Louis Sung. Before we get to what will be tonight, we start to talk about the 39th pick and whether or not the Dolphins make the pick there. Let's get to what was last night. Taking Tua at number 5, also obviously taking a tackle, taking a cornerback, which I know CK and Simon have had a lot to say about since. The overall night, I think everybody was on at the end, gave them an A. Louis and Alex were not on at the end. So how did you evaluate the night? We'll start here with Alex.
I mean, I go A-, and maybe based on the long-term plan, maybe an A is more appropriate, because I think one thing is for sure. I think that the haul that they got in the first round is really more about 2021 and beyond than it is about 2020. I think on all fronts, right? I mean, we're not expecting Tua to start the season at quarterback. I think whether or not he finishes the season, will depend on how competitive the Dolphins are. Same thing with Austin Jackson at tackle. He's a young guy, 20 years old. He might be a project. And then, I like the corner whose name I can't pronounce. I'll practice that throughout the year. We'll call him Noah I. But, so maybe my A- might even be a little bit harsh, man, when, I guess it's because you don't have as much outside of potential for Tua, as much immediate impact. But I think as far as addressing positions of need and stacking the deck for the future, they did a tremendous job. And you should do a good job when you have 3 first-round picks.
Louis, how would you have graded it last night?
It took me a while to kind of evaluate it all in my head, because after the night was over, I was thinking something along the lines of a B or a B+, not because the Tua pick was obviously the A+ pick, but again, I was thinking Austin Jackson was drafted too high. I didn't know who this Noah guy was. We're calling him Iggy. Yeah, this is from somebody on Twitter, just call him Iggy, so I'm going to call him Iggy for now. So you call him. So Iggy comes on, and he's like, okay, he's another cornerback, which we already had a bunch of, and then a tackle who was drafted too high. I was thinking, okay, so maybe a B. But as time went on and the day today came and kind of the draft started to come up closer, I'm thinking, you know what? Actually, they've set themselves up pretty nicely, because they're drafting for potential, not for actual strong talent, play now type of players, which I can understand, because again, 2020 is not the year for the Dolphins to be competitive. 2021 and beyond is. So the same year that Tua is when it's supposed to play, that's when these other guys are supposed to play too. So I originally was at like a B. I've since gone up to like an A-, because I see what it is they're doing. They're picking young, very high ceiling players who can potentially make a massive impact later on down the line. So my grade right now is an A-. I still think they could have gotten some other players at those positions that they probably could have used more. Again, an interior offensive lineman, Dolphins need one of those really badly, really quickly, and there are very few of those now available that they can get their hands on. Aloy Cushenberry comes to mind. Hopefully they get him somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd round if they can. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and say that A-, and that'll be it for now.
Alfredo, after the cornerback pick last night, again, I'm not going to attempt it. Both CK and Simon came out pretty quickly saying that Dolphin fans were way too negative about this pick. I think CK had him, and CK is going to be joining us at some point. He had him as his 3rd-rated corner, and kind of understood where he was, where he's going to be used as a slot. Maybe you keep McCain at safety, so you don't have to get a safety now, even though basically all the safeties are on the board. So you can still take one at 39 if you want to, or you could take one even later. But his whole thing, CK's thing was, this is a perfect scheme fit. And Simon had him 4th on his board at corner. Where did you have him?
I had him 6th.
Okay.
Noah Igbinoghene, I believe is his name. If you want to watch the type of player that they got on YouTube, his game against Florida is readily available. He completely frustrated Van Jefferson. And against LSU, he had his best game of the year one-on-one with Justin Jefferson an entire 60 minutes. Now, we should have seen this one coming because I had handicapped a bunch of boundary corners before they had signed Baron Jones. Then as soon as they signed Baron Jones, I completely ignored the cornerback position. And I didn't, come to think, maybe they might want somebody versatile that can play in the slot. And that's exactly who they got. They probably got the best slot corner in the draft. And this is a guy that will play 75% of the snaps this year. He's going to play a giant snap count, and he's a starter from day one. So out of the 3 picks, 2 was a 2021 thing. Austin Jackson, CK thinks that he's going to play a lot this year. He might have to play because they don't have anybody else at left tackle. But he's more likely a 2021 guy as well. This guy, Noah Igbinoghene, is a 2020 guy. He will start on day 1, week 1.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, again, I think people got freaked out because ESPN had him ranked 75th or something like that in their overall rankings, and I don't know how much you can even read into that. Let's go back to Tua here for a second because, again, I think everything is in the context of what Alex is talking about, which is, are you going for now or are you sort of building for later? And it seems like they're kind of in a position to do the best of both worlds, possibly, because they have enough picks. They've got 12 picks left. I mean, what I tweeted out this morning was, they went from a franchise where nobody thought they knew what they were doing to they ended up getting the guy they target. They ended up winning 5 games, building belief in the coach, which I know was a big push for Lewis here, the whole season. So they win 5 games. They build belief in the coach. They still get a high enough pick to get the guy they targeted all along. They don't have to give up any assets. They accumulate so many assets that they had 14 picks coming in, plus additional high picks next year with a team, one of them, Houston, that looks like they're in free fall. And you end up picking up another pick yesterday for simply moving down 4 slots, which I know everybody kind of praised with Chris Greer. They seem perfectly positioned to pretty much do whatever they want at this point. Can they have it both ways? Can they have their cake and eat it too here? Where essentially what you're talking about, 2021, but start to add some guys who can even make them viable potentially with Ryan Fitzpatrick in the division next year. I mean, who are we talking about? Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Jared Stidham? Brian Hoyer? Can they have it both ways?
Yeah, and it's for what you just outlined. Tom Brady is out of the division. I think everyone would be shocked if the New England Patriots kind of continue their reign of terror in the AFC East. It's time for them to take a nosedive. And as far as being competitive in 2020, even if you don't have your future franchise quarterback ready, to me, that all comes down to Ryan Fitzpatrick, him being healthy and him being as good as he was last year. That was a guy that, I know that a lot of people are giving credit to Brian Flores, and rightfully so. He deserves it. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I don't think enough people are giving credit to Ryan Fitzpatrick for squeezing out 5 victories last year. I think he had as much to do with that as Brian Flores did coaching that football team. And, obviously, Fitzpatrick is not hitting his prime. He's going to be exiting his prime any second now. So this is not a guy you're building around long term. But I think Ryan Fitzpatrick is a guy who's, good enough to allow this team to at least be in the mix for a divisional title. I'm not expecting the Dolphins to be a playoff team, but I can tell you it's pretty much going to be wide open this coming year. So, listen, I don't expect the Dolphins to peak in 2020, but I do expect the Dolphins to be, knocking on the door with a 500 record in 2020. I expect a pretty sizable improvement from last year. So if you would call that having your cake and eating it too, I probably would.
All right, before we get to it, right now Cincinnati's on the clock with 4 minutes left here, so things have gotten started. So we're going to see where this goes because the Dolphins are scheduled to pick 39th. Let's stay with the general evaluations now. We've got David Eversole on with us. He was not with us yesterday, but did produce some content for the website. You can find him at SportsWave Dave. David, your overall assessment from yesterday?
Obviously, I'm very pleased that we got our quarterback at number 5. I'm glad we didn't have to leverage a lot of draft capital, and we're able to just stay put and get to where we were originally slotted. That was a very good omen. And how the draft board started to fall as we got lower into the middle of the first round was very interesting. You had that big run on tackles and wide receivers in the low teen picks. So Miami's hands were kind of tied at 18. You felt they maybe went a little bit early with the selection of Austin Jackson from USC at the tackle. But I think if it's a developmental pick and you're looking ahead at 2021, the same with number 30 pick Noah. That's I think 2 solid selections, not for next year, but for the year ahead. And I feel pretty good about where we're at after round 1 for sure.
Jazz Santana joining us. You can find him at Jazz Santana. Jazz does some UM stuff for us, but obviously weighs in on the Dolphins. Right now, if I was to say to you, next thing the Dolphins need to address, and then we're going to kind of break down who they should look at, what is the position for you? Is it safety? Is it running back? Where do they go?
Hey, what's up, guys? Look, there's still some really good safeties out there, and Xavier McKinney and Grant Delpit, and the kid Chin as well from I think it's Southern Illinois. But I'm probably going to go with safety. I think I think the kid Noah Igbinoghene, I think I said that right. Jesus, I think he can actually.
At least
come
you
in
tried it. I didn't even try to say it.
I think he come in and play right away, get some valuable time, switching with maybe Nick Needham at the slot. I'm thinking they're going to go with safety here. Maybe safety, maybe running back if Swift falls to them at 39. Who knows? But yeah, I think it's a safety.
Here's my thing about it. This is why I would go running back if you could. And I'm not usually a proponent of taking running backs high. I just think, to me, the game now, and we saw it with Kansas City, we see it with other teams, just get as many playmakers on the field as you can. Get playmakers and figure out where to put them. I don't know that they necessarily need a bell cow back where they have Jordan Howard, who I do think can carry quite a bit. But to get a guy like Swift, to me, if he's dynamic, I know backs give you only 3 or 4 years these days and you move on. But if he's dynamic at the beginning of Tua's career, that's going to take a lot. Jordan Howard's not really a home run hitter, is he, Lewis? He's good. He averaged 4.5 yards a carry. I think he's underrated. But if they get a guy who can be a home run hitter, doesn't that take a little bit of pressure off of Tua or Fitzpatrick, whoever it's going to be this year?
Absolutely. And that's why I'm thinking that at this point, the Dolphins need to take DeAndre Swift or somebody else who can be that lightning kind of to Jordan Howard's thunder. Jordan Howard is the power back in this group. There's no question about what it is that he's going to be good at. So this is why, again, getting DeAndre Swift at this point is crucial. The fact, and it's very shocking, honestly, that Clyde Edwards-Helaire went before DeAndre Swift, only because the hype was very much higher on Swift than it was on Edwards-Helaire. I know that Alf and CK, they were all over Clyde Edwards-Helaire like from day one, basically saying that this guy is probably up there in the discussion for the best running back in the draft. And apparently the Kansas City Chiefs thought so too, that he fit their scheme best, that he is the versatile kind of guy who can basically do everything. I don't know if maybe if Kareem Hunt is a good way to describe him, because he kind of has that ability to catch passes in the backfield, be that versatile guy who can do pretty much anything you need him to. And so this is why the Dolphins need to get their hands on somebody like DeAndre Swift. You already have your power back in Jordan Howard. You have your kind of do a little bit of everything but not great back in Patrick Laird, because that guy is going to contribute in 2020 and 2021 and beyond, I believe, because he can do just about a little bit of everything, a jack of all trades, a master at none. So you need now some actual lightning to go with the thunder, and that's why I'm going for DeAndre Swift.
Does Alfredo, where would you go here?
Speaking of lightning and thunder, Adam Beasley has reported as of 30 minutes ago that they're on to Grant Delpit, and they're also on to a running back out of Boston College called A.J. Dillon. Mm-hmm. If you're talking about lightning and thunder, in this case it would be thunder and thunder, because A.J. Dillon is a 6 foot, 250-pound running back.
Yeah, he's a beast.
He's a bowling ball, that dude.
Yes, and he would.
Isn't that a Chan Gailey pick, essentially? That feels to me like a Chan Gailey pick.
Chan Gailey loves to run lead ISO, so yeah, he's a perfect lead ISO back. Lead ISO is just basically one cut downhill, so it makes perfect sense. Now, let me say something about Noah Igbinoghene, which I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, because if not, I butchered it like 600 times in the last.
I'm just going to call him Iggy. Iggy is easier.
But
I think it's Igbinoghene.
Yeah, this was, in my opinion, I think it was a failure in handicapping on my part, because I had just assumed that Bobby McCain would kick back inside and that they would draft a free safety and go with Eric Rowe as the essential box safety and go that route. Essentially what they've done is they've gone the opposite way. Now, Bobby McCain seems to be a man without a position or playing free safety right now, which suggests to me that he might not be long for this team. Mm-hmm. So they actually did the opposite of what I thought they would do, but they could still go out and get a safety. But yeah, I agree with pretty much everybody here. I would go running back pretty high. There's so many good ones. Like, it's hard to miss on one. Although it's being reported now widely everywhere that they're seeking partners to trade down from 39.
Well, that makes sense. Again, pick up more picks, but I mean, how many picks do you need, and how many of these guys are actually going to?
At some point, you can't carry 120 guys on the roster.
Well, what you could do is you could flip them for future picks, which is what the Patriots have done for years, and they've always built up this war chest, which is smart. Except if you don't know when guys, we talked about this last night. I don't know how many of you were on. I think Alfredo was. We talked about this. I don't know if they're going to play college football this year, and so I don't know how you even evaluate some of these players that are going to be coming out in future years. To go that direction. We're looking right now. The Colts are up, and then we go forward here, and they got the Lions and the Giants. Want to just sort of close the book on Tua for now, before we move forward. He came out yesterday and said, "I'm ready to go," essentially. But I was surprised that the fan base, at least the fan base on Twitter. Can I ask you guys something? I mentioned this on Twitter today. Why is there like two different Dolphin fan bases? Like on Twitter, I feel like it was 90% positive on Tua, and I went on Facebook and they all hated the pick. I don't know if that's generational. I'm not sure what that is. But on Twitter, on Facebook, everybody's like, well, it's a wasted pick because he's not going to play next season. On Twitter, it's like, it's okay if he's not going to play next season. Just gauging general fan reaction. I'll go to you, David, and Jazz on this. Did you get the sense that fans are okay? Michael Pittman Jr., by the way, goes to USC, the receiver.
That was after
USC
goes to the Bengals. Colts. So two straight wide receivers here.
So two straight receivers to Bengals. So they're giving some weapons to Burrow, I guess. Do you get the sense that fans, David, are okay if Tua doesn't play this year?
I think they've already accepted the fact that he's probably not going to play at all this year unless it's toward the latter half of the season. You've got to really look at this as a redshirt year for Tua. And I think fans understand that 2020 is a season of not low expectations, but definitely not obviously where we're planning to be moving forward in the long-term future. I think the fans are going to be all right with it. But then again, if the team starts out 0-8 and 0-9, there may be a different consensus, if that happens.
But that's not. But see, that's the thing, though. Like, that's not going to happen. Like, I mean, worst case. This was one of the worst rosters that I don't know that the NFL's ever seen. They won 5 games. I mean, the roster kept getting worse as the year went on. They kept winning more games. I mean, I can't see them being 0-8, 0-9 this year.
They lined up 3 times this year with a $31 million payroll, with about $22 million of it active against teams that had $156 million active on the field.
Yeah,
now that's supposed to make a difference,
right? So, and you still won 5 games, and here's the shirt. If you guys haven't seen it, this is the Trust the Flosa shirt. This is another 3 yards per carry shirt. By the way, we got 4 Tua shirts. We got 4 Tua shirts on our website right now. We've actually got, if you can't find them, there's a link to all of them that's on there. And we've sold more than 100 shirts since 9 o'clock last night. So people want the shirts. There you go. There's 3 of them. Those are the 3 new ones. Fat Tua's Day. Tua's Day is for the boys. And then we got another Fat Tua's Day shirt, which is Show Me Your TDs. I'll let you guys do the rest. That's a Smoot special on there. So we've got those 2
None
shirts.
of us are bottling that one.
No, we're not.
What does that even mean?
And then, I'll just leave it out there for you guys. It's a New Orleans thing on a balcony with beads, but anyway, but just to get back to it, I think when you look at what the fans are saying when it comes to Tua, it's like, okay, if he doesn't play next year, I think they think we're going to be competitive. The Dolphins are going to be competitive anyway, because they were competitive the last half of last year. They were 5-4 with who they had, so it should work out okay.
That's interesting you say that about fans hating the pick because he's not going to play right away. I haven't seen a lot of that, but I also don't spend a lot of time on Facebook these days, so I pretty much cut that out of my life. What I have seen from a handful of Dolphin fans who interact with me, and they tend to be the loudest ones because the people who complain tend to be the people who give you the most feedback, and a lot of people just think there's a conspiracy and that he's not healthy. Like I've noticed that. Like I've noticed there's a good number, and I'm sure they're a minority. They may be 3% of Dolphin fans, but they tend to be the one to bitch and moan at me the most, who are just convinced the guy's damaged goods, right? Like they are convinced that the hip is going to give out or he's just too small to play the position in the NFL. And those are the people that I've noticed over, the last 24 hours have really been telling me they thought the Dolphins wasted a pick. But I haven't seen so much of the wasting pick because he's not going to play this year. Because I think a lot of Dolphin fans need to realize that I think last year should have taught people how to be more patient. Like you went through an entire, season that you thought might be a tank job, and it sort of really wasn't. Kind of a tank job, but sort of wasn't a tank job. I think if nothing else, last year has taught us that the only way to get through this is to be a little bit patient.
Sorry, I wasn't doing that to you. My daughter's over here on her headphones.
So you're playing me out like the Academy Awards.
And she's decided to sing in the headphones. Doesn't realize that I can hear her when she's singing. Okay, sweetie. But anyway, all right. Let me get to one of our sponsors here, and then we're prepping for the Dolphins pick. They pick at 39. The Lions are up now. They're at
Lions stole our guy.
Oh, who they take?
DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift. Okay. Well, see, couldn't wait. All right, so we'll get to it in a second on the other side of this. I want to tell you about, we've got a bunch of great sponsors here that are helping us out, and they're all in the community. They're South Florida. They're sports fans. Actually, one of them, Louis Peters, popped on and chatted here a little bit earlier. But want to tell you about Dr. Jonathan Chung over at Keystone Chiropractic and Neuroplasticity, which is focused on low-force spinal adjustments and brain-based rehabilitation. You get great results with post-concussion syndrome, dizziness, vertigo, headaches, and chronic neck and back pain. A lot of chiropractors and therapists want to see you 3 times a week for months, but Keystone has a treatment philosophy of doing just enough to get you back to normal life again. They're now offering, here's the big thing, obviously we know everybody's staying at home or should be, hopefully not drinking bleach. They're now offering virtual rehab visits using video conferencing to assess and prescribe effective treatment protocols during the COVID-19 outbreak. Research shows that patients getting supervised telemedicine rehab programs can be just as effectively treated as in-person visits for many pain conditions. If you mention 5 reasons, you get a free, what do you have to lose? Free 15-minute video or phone consultation, free 15-minute video or phone consultation with Keystone Chiropractic, and you save 50% off your first virtual rehab session. The website is Chiropractic Keystone. That's chiropractickeystone.com. All right, I'm watching DeAndre Swift run. And
his father is jacked.
Yeah, he is, apparently. Again, SEC guy, we saw him. We kind of know what the ability level is.
Georgia running backs, they all work out.
They do. Seriously, when is the last one that didn't?
I don't know. I can't. I thought that Nick Chubb was going to be terrible and that Sony Michel was going to be a star. And Sony Michel is okay, and Nick Chubb is a star. So yeah, they just produce them. They just come out of it.
Well, going all the way back to Robert Edwards, who got hurt and they ended up with the Dolphins. I mean, they've had.
Starting with Herschel Walker, really.
Starting with Herschel Walker, right? I mean, how many guys have they had who've gone through there? Probably as many as UM has. Are the Dolphins going to regret this? Let's go to.
Well, there's still a guy. There's still a guy on the board that they met the most with, and that I reported on the 3 yards per carry account in December that they very much liked J.K. Dobbins, and he's still on there. Eric Studsville met with him at the combine for 2.5 hours. Their pick is coming up in about 4, and I don't see where a running back goes. It's the Giants got Barkley, New England has Michelle and 3 other guys. Carolina has McCaffrey, and then it's Miami. So J.K. Dobbins should be there for all intents and purposes.
What about the Wisconsin kid?
He has a fumbling problem, but he's really good too. Like he does it all. So if he has a knock, it's that he has 17 fumbles in 3 seasons.
But isn't he Lewis? Isn't he a Gailey back though in a lot of ways? Jonathan Taylor.
I mean, Jonathan Taylor is the guy who pretty much does it all. Another bell cow type guy who can. He's got a lot of tread on his tires already, though. So that's one of the main knocks against him as it is. So, again, if this is the way that I'm thinking about it, the New England philosophy almost was that you have guys who play certain roles. You had LeGarrette Blount, who was the power guy. You would have this other running back who was the speed guy. You would have this other guy who was the do a little bit of everything guy. And if that is what the Dolphins are trying to do, then Jonathan Taylor doesn't really fit anything specific, if that makes any sense. He's basically trying to do a little bit of everything, and that's going to be the end of it.
Jazz, let's go to you on this. We were talking about maybe taking a safety here. And again, I'm looking at the division. I'm looking at kind of Buffalo's loaded up a little bit at receiver. The Jets need receivers. Who are the Patriots receivers right now? Edelman and who? There's no
Are they bringing back Hogan there? I don't even know.
Mohamed Sanu.
Mohamed Sanu.
Is
Yeah.
he their number one now? I mean,
Yes.
they've had real difficulty kind of finding guys to stick, I guess, because he keeps taking shots on veteran guys. I guess the question is in the division. I mean, let's look at it this way: you're looking at trying to win your division, right, over the next 5 to 10 years, right? You want to build what New England built, and McKinney just went to the Giants, by the way, according to comments we're getting on here. So that's one of the safeties off the board. So Swift and McKinney, two guys we talked about, are gone. Delpit's still there. Winfield is still there, which is another interesting thing to look at. And
Ashton Davis is still there, and he fits that New England mold to a team.
Yeah, so there's some options. But just looking at the division, what is most important to build? Because for years it was you need to deal with Brady, right? And you need, and all of the multiple stuff that they did, make sure that he's not going to tear you up with passes down the middle of the field and all the quick hitting stuff. Who are you trying to beat right now? Is it Josh Allen? Is it Darnold? Is there a certain scheme fit that you need here, Donald? What do you think?
I look at what's coming up at 39, and the more I think about it, I think you go with best available at either safety or running back. And, if we may see a run on safety over the next couple of picks, maybe that would necessitate taking somebody like a Dobbins or a Dillon if they're still on the board. But I think knowing that those two are probably pretty much equal needs at this point, and you're probably not going to come out of round 2 and 3 without addressing those at least once, I think that's kind of what I'm looking at here.
I mean, I'm always for taking best available player when you can. I mean, they'll always say that he was the best available, no matter what is. The Giants pick is in, by the way. So let's, I don't know, has that one come across the board yet? I don't know if that one's come across the board because I don't know. It is McKinney.
That was one. We mentioned that.
There's another possibility here. As of right now, Jesse Davis is the right tackle, and Tua is the quarterback of the future. Some people have a lot more faith in Jesse Davis than I or any of my two co-hosts on 3 yards per carry do. And there's a guy that we've been talking about for an entire year. He has some injury issues. So, I could already hear the narratives like, okay, they drafted 2 guys with some severe injury issues, but Lucas Niang is a really, really good right tackle when he's played. Had he not had his injury issues this past year, I think he would have been a first-round pick, and he would have been talked about as one of those top 5 tackles in the draft. He's going to be taken some time in the next 20 picks. Maybe the Dolphins are the ones to take him at 39.
You mentioned Jesse Davis. They could bump him back inside, couldn't they?
Yeah, he could play right guard.
And to that end, because they picked up a guard who used to play tackle, let's go through the list real quick here. Again, it's got 2 New England, Carolina, and the Dolphins. Let's go through the list of veteran guys on the Dolphins who you think are still kind of on the bubble. Like we've talked about Bobby McCain. Okay, I forgot what Jesse Davis's contract situation is. I know he signed that extension.
He extended two more years at friendly numbers. So.
Okay.
So he'll be on the team.
Is there anybody else? I mean, it feels like they cleaned everybody out last year, right?
Well, if I were Michael Dieter, I wouldn't call a real estate agent anytime soon because I got drafted. I got drafted pretty high. I got played at left guard, and the first signing they made this offseason was the guy to replace you. So he's now kicked inside the backup Ted Karras and possibly play right guard. So they essentially moved him out of there without even competing. Like he didn't compete and lose his job. They actually went and replaced him. They actively replaced him this offseason. So Michael Dieter is a guy that I would look as being severely in the bubble. And Bobby McCain had to look at what happened yesterday and say, wow, I'm probably gone.
What about the receivers? I mean, Parker obviously and Williams are there. Wilson and Grant are safe. Are they?
I think Grant is safe because of his contract. I think Albert Wilson is the one that they're just gonna look at him and say, you know what, is he worth the $9 million that we're gonna have to pay him this year? Especially if we're paying Devontae Parker 10 and we're paying Jakeem Grant his 6. And Preston Williams, I think, is on friendly deal for another 3 years, so another 2 years. So they're fine there. But I think Albert Wilson, they might look at him and say, you know what, he's probably not worth the 9 to keep, and we'll use that money elsewhere.
One more, guys, before again we start to get to the picks. The Patriots pick us in. Are they okay at tight end now? I mean, Gesicki did enough last year to prove he's a number one. Would they have to upgrade there, Lewis?
I mean, Mike Gesicki has proven he's a good pass-catching tight end. Mike Gesicki has proven that when he's used properly, he actually has a role to play. But as far as are the Dolphins set at tight end, I would have to say the answer to that is no, they're not. The other guys that they have there, Durham Smythe, he's supposed to be the blocking tight end. I don't think his blocking was like all-world type blocking, which is pretty important if you're going to be the blocking tight end. Obviously, the Dwayne Allen experiment did not go well, so that's another veteran tight end the Dolphins can cross off the checklist that didn't work. So, no, I don't think the Dolphins are really set at tight end. They're going to need to get a tight end at some point, but I don't think that point is this year because the Miami Dolphins, this draft class is not a good one for tight ends at all. So their best bet is to wait for 2021, see what's available, roll with Gesicki one more time, and then start using Chandler Cox more as the fullback. Maybe that would help offset the fact that there's no blocking tight end a little bit.
Well, we have a Chandler Cox shirt on our site, too, so you guys should check that out. I'm not going to say it on the air.
Well,
I'm sorry, I've got a frozen puzzle, so I'll let you guys continue. Kyle Duggar.
One thing I can say about the tight ends, if I may, they did have that sneaky signing from that guy from Detroit, Michael Roberts, I believe is his name. And when he's been healthy, he's been a decent inline tight end. And traditionally, all they really need is an inline tight end. You could throw a rock and find one because the last time that they threw a rock and they found one, they found Nick O'Leary, and he played all right for half a season. So, it's a very specific role. I wouldn't spend a draft pick on one.
Yeah, I think they have too many other things to address before they go after a blocking tight end in this draft.
Yeah, like you could just find that guy. That guy's out there somewhere. He's going to get cut from some team, and we don't know his name yet, but they'll find him.
Well, didn't they have Jack Nicklaus's godson?
Yeah,
Nick O'Leary. That was him. Nick O'Leary.
That was him. Yeah, Nick O'Leary. That was what. So right now, I'm just looking at Kuiper's board. Number 1 is Antoine Winfield Jr. Number 2 is Dobbins. So he's got a couple of Big Ten guys. And then Cole coming, but I'm not going to take a tight end. He's got Delpit 6th on his board right now. So I mean, things have pretty much gone. Is there been one slider? I mean, the Iowa defensive end is he the big slider so far? Like who has kind of slipped that you didn't expect to slip?
Yeah, definitely Espinoza for sure.
Yeah, Espinoza, maybe Matos, Gross Models.
Yeah,
well, he just went right now,
and he just goes right now to Penn State.
There you go.
All right. So the Dolphins are on the board. So, I mean, I'm going to poll this right now.
It's a good way to handicap Miami picks. We've been talking about it for 2 years. Chris Greer has a severe SEC bias. You can look at it on his picks. He took 2 SEC guys in the first round yesterday, okay? And he's been consistently taking SEC guys high in every single draft he's been involved with. So if you're looking at a couple of guys, I would say Ty goes to the SEC. So if it's a receiver, if it's a safety, I would say Delpit is probably the guy.
Well, I just put this up on a poll here. What would you do here at 39? Running back, safety, trade down, or something else? We'll see what comes up here. I don't think.
I will say this. What would be really, really sexy, and CK and Simon were talking about it as the ultimate luxury pick, but you got to do it. Laviska Shenault. He's a Des Bryant clone. You want to give Tua Tagovailoa as many weapons as possible. That's a pretty nice one.
But they're big on the Dolphins are already big on the outside, though, right? Like I feel like
they'll be bigger if they get him.
Well, right. I mean, there is the whole idea of adding to a strength, right? Like I mean, that does make some sense. But to me, like if you're not confident that Grant and Wilson are going to be healthy enough and contribute the way they were starting to contribute at the beginning 2 years ago, and maybe to me what you need is more of a quick twitch guy.
You seeing something on the pick?
Robert Hunt.
Whoa.
Who is Robert Hunt? Who is that?
To figure that
Why
out.
do they do this to us? Why?
Every year they do this. Like, who is Robert Hunt?
He's a guard.
He's a guard.
Yeah, Simon liked him. I got him on the board here. Let me see where Simon had him. This is a surprise because Simon thought that it would be Bowden ahead of Hunt.
You know if he prefers the right or the left?
He's a right guard.
Well, what does this tell you about Dieter? Like what you were talking about earlier, right?
They keep replacing him with every single pick.
Yeah.
And every single signing.
Get that
right?
storage unit ready, Dieter.
Yeah, that's not good for him. He didn't show much.
Simon had him as his 4th ranked interior lineman.
Okay.
I had him 6.
All right, so that's so we'll go with that. Put that up, Alf, actually on Twitter, because I think people are kind of interested in where you guys have him. I think CK having the corner at 3rd overall on his corner board yesterday, I felt like that changed perceptions. Like if I did a poll before it and after it, it would have changed it. We talked about how they need to build it. Before we get into the player, I don't know much about the players. I'm going to rely on you guys for the player. But what we're talking about with the offensive line, this is what the fans wanted them to do, right? They may not love what the players they picked. They may not know the players that they picked, but the idea was if we're going to get Tua, we're going to build a wall, right? We're going to build a wall. So they've picked up 2 offensive linemen in free agency, right? One of which was a tackle convert, one can play center or guard. And now they've basically picked up a tackle project with potential and another interior lineman. So that's the deal. My only question would be, just looking at the Patriots historically, have they invested a ton of high picks in the line? I remember Matt Light. I remember a handful, but not that many, right? They've always traditionally had a lot of they've traditionally had a lot of lower picks who've contributed to them, right?
A lot of lower picks have contributed for Miami and stuff. Rashad Jones immediately comes to mind.
I'm talking about New England though. Like New England's offensive line.
New England.
I'm looking at the floor. No, I'm looking at the Flores model.
That's Dante Scarnecchia's voodoo. I don't think that Tom Brady's going to enjoy playing in Tampa Bay for very long because I don't think he's going to last very long without him.
Right. That's very possible.
I'm doing a little kind of cursory digging on Robert Hunt. As far as personal stories, I think you're going to see a lot. It seems like he has a really cool one. Apparently, his family was displaced after Hurricane Rita. He was in a shelter. NFL Network wrote that some nights he went without food, some nights he went without lights. So that's definitely something to think about, and something you can certainly expect him to be asked about a lot tonight when he does his interview with the Dolphins. That it seems like he's got kind of a cool rags to now riches story coming in. So that's something to keep your eyes out on.
Something to keep in mind also is that I'm seeing it a lot in the comments for our show here on Periscope, on YouTube, all over the place. Basically, they're talking about Michael Dieter moving to center, which is something that he could probably do if, since they didn't get Cesar Ruiz, that means that it's not a center moving to guard. Essentially, you could have Dieter be a guard moving to center, which he did some of in college. So I don't know. Maybe some people projected him as being a better center than a guard anyway. Alfredo, do you have any thoughts on that?
So he's going to go from starting left guard to backup center to Ted Karras.
Well, but see, the thing is that did they really invest that much in Ted Karras? Did they? That's
a good point. That's a good point. If it's going to be an open competition, I'd be interested in watching it because Dieter does have good tape at center. In fact, when he was drafted, we didn't like the pick, but then we gave it a second thought, and CK said, "You know what? It might be an interesting pick as a center." Yeah. So
there you go. If you can move Michael Dieter over to center, have him be the backup center to Ted Karras, who, by the way, I don't think I'm just going to check out the roster here real quick. Do the Dolphins even have another center on the roster that they can have here? Ted Karras and Keaton Sutherland. So no, right. Not really. Yeah. So yeah,
Kiefer Sutherland.
I think he's related to Kiefer, right?
At center. Who played? It was how many games did Kilgore play last year? I can't remember.
Kilgore,
yeah. Well, it wasn't very good. But that was another.
No, I know what you mean, but I feel like Kilgore didn't really play that much. I'm trying to remember who it actually was that was playing center, and for the life of me, I can't remember who it is.
The big question that Dolphin fans are going to have here, I'm already noticing. That poll I put up got about 250 votes in about a minute and a half, and 55% wanted a running back, which that's the typical fan reaction anyway. But are they going to come out of this without a good one? Are we looking at some other? By the time that they come around again, is it Akers? Is it?
There's 4 good
who's
ones.
Still going to be? Okay, so but how many are going to?
Well, Swift and Clyde Edwards-Helaire are gone, so that leaves Taylor and Dobbins, and I guess Cam Akers and Dylan. again, but that's not really a complimentary back. That's just like the A.J. Dillon would feel like more of an insurance pick for if/when Jordan Howard gets hurt.
And Joshua Kelly out of UCLA is really good, and he's going to be around in that 4th round area.
I like Zach Moss, too. I think Zach Moss is a baller.
Yeah. All right. So that's a Robert Hunt. They're showing him right now. Our Larry Bluestein's going to join us here in a minute. And he basically said Hunt was one of the most athletic guards in the draft. So he liked the pick here. And I think we'll get Blue to come on and discuss a little bit. They're going over a little of his background. If you're following us and not the feed here, again, as Donna was talking about, he's from Texas. His high school team had 18 players on the roster. My God. Won 2 games during his high school career. At least he won't have the issue that Minka had, where Minka had never lost, right, until he came to Miami. So at least he's used to that. But he's listed at 6'6", 323. What is the Dolphins' next pick? I should know it off the top of my head. Where are they going again?
I think, right?
56.
Yeah, CK has him as his number 1 guard, but he thinks that they're drafting him as a tackle to play right tackle.
For real?
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
Right.
He's got the size for it. I mean, 6'6", 323. That shouldn't be that tough of a transition for
He
him.
has played. He played left tackle, right tackle, left guard, right guard in college. So he's played everywhere.
Well,
So,
and
right,
probably in
just
high
like-
school when there were 18 guys on the roster.
Austin Jackson did literally everything in a half.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe that's possible. I mean, some people got the texts are coming in here so far. The only good pick was 2. Again, we don't know. Like, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we can project. We can say who's going to be good. When Jason Taylor was picked out of Akron, I remember that draft very, very well. Okay. And everybody, the consensus on Jason Taylor, because nobody really seen him play, but the consensus on Jason Taylor was he was too light. He was too light. Like, that's what I heard, particularly for the way the NFL was played those days, that he wasn't going to be able to play at a high level. I remember that he was the first player I wrote a feature on that training camp. Talked to everybody around him who told me he was just destined for greatness. But when you listen to the experts talk about him, they said again that he didn't have he was going to get pushed around at the next level. And it didn't happen. I mean, Jason never bulked up that much and was still elite among the elite. When Zach Thomas was picked in the 5th round, he was supposed to get cut. Jack Del Rio was the middle linebacker. So, I mean, nobody was talking about Zach Thomas. There were like 3 or 4. I think Jimmy picked 3 linebackers in that draft, a couple ahead of him. So, we don't know. I mean, that's to me, it's more. I'm looking more at the strategy of this and kind of where they're going. So we'll go from there. Dono, I know you needed to go, so maybe we'll bring Blue in here. I can hang for a little bit. We'll rotate back in. I want to grab Blue in here anyway to kind of go from there. All right, so let's start to look ahead a little bit until we get Larry on here. David, your thoughts on this and where they're going?
Well, I think with that pick, they're setting themselves up for maybe a running back with 56, depending on who's left. But they haven't really gone much on the defensive front 7 at all. So that could be another option. You still have a couple decent prospects out there with Davison from Auburn still on the board. They might have to move up for him. But I think they're still looking at a running back. They haven't made that move yet, so I think that's a good option for them at 56, depending on how the board falls out, obviously. They might have to do some moving, though, here. They want to move. There's a lot of players in the top 100 that are on their radar that fit what they're looking for. So it could be another move up or move down situation.
Well, that's my thing. If you like a back, you have the ammunition. And we saw yesterday, I think one of the frustrations was that they had a chance to move up yesterday, but basically got passed over. Was it Tampa or Jacksonville? Tampa, right? Gave up a 4th-round pick to move up. Greer doesn't like to give up a lot. Larry, let's go here because we got people asking if he's tackle. Larry, you like the pick, or at least you seem to know a little bit more about him than we did here on the air.
Well, I watched him a couple times. This is a kid who was hurt, though. That's the thing that hurt him. He's very athletic, quick guy. Watched him twice last year and once or twice the year before. He's a kid. I think that you bring him in. He's played both guard and tackle before, so he's got some versatility about him. I just think his athleticism is the thing that the Dolphins liked about him the most, and I'm sure he graded out really well with them. It's like the kid Duggar who went to Lenoir-Rhyne. I mean, a lot of people, it's a D2 kid, and a lot of people are oohing on in New England and saying, who is he? But if you ever watch guys like that, and that's what I do. I watch a lot of these kids who are like under the radar type of kids throughout because they're usually heralded kids that they get to the next level, don't have really great grades, end up at a junior college or at a prep school, and then the next thing you know, they're at Lenoir Ryan or they're at Louisiana Lafayette, and all along they could have been playing elsewhere. It's just circumstance, and you get good scouts, and scouts can dig this out. They go, and they don't never necessarily have to be invited to Indianapolis or to the Senior Bowl. And I think what the Dolphins saw in him is a guy who obviously with some teaching and with some technique, he's already a good sized guy who can play two different positions. Maybe even move him at center if you need be, but I think he comes in as a guard tackle. Quick feet, very athletic. So, I mean, the rest of the way is you have an offensive line coaches that'll work with them, that'll get the most out of them, that'll, and that's why I think that this is an interesting pick. I mean, obviously, J.K. Dobbins would have been a great pick, but I think what Miami's trying to do is shore up the offense and the defensive lines, especially the offensive lines, not just for now, but for the next couple of years, because knowing that two and some balance. And I think the next pick, I mean, I'm not obviously in the war room, but I would think that they would either go for Zach Moss, as you guys mentioned, and I mentioned him yesterday. A lot of people don't realize how valuable that Zach Moss can be. A very durable back with breakaway speed, strong guy, can catch the ball out of the backfield, or Cam Akers, who I don't really think he really got, they didn't even really wipe any of the dust off of him at FSU. He came out of high school as, a guy back in my day is like a Dupree or somebody like that, big, strong guy who was fast. So I like the pick. I mean, there's not, obviously you can get a marquee guy that everybody heard of, and maybe he won't work out. A guy like this is what you pay your scouts for.
Jonathan Taylor, Jonathan Taylor goes, we talked about him, Wisconsin. He goes to the Colts. So another back off the board here. So Alfredo, as we look at the next few teams, Jacksonville may be trading Fournette, right?
Yeah, they're absolutely. Yeah, it looks like they're trading him, and Chicago could be in on the back. We know Cleveland's not going to be in on a back because they have two good ones. So there could be a run on running backs right here. One thing I just noticed is their first signing on the offensive line was Eric Flowers. He's 6'6", 330 pounds. Austin Jackson is 6'5", 330 pounds. And Robert Hunt is 6'5", 330 pounds. Like they're building the largest offensive line in the NFL. Like I don't think it's even close.
Well, it's, Alfredo, you made a good point too. I mean, obviously that's what they did in New England. They built a fortress around Brady and the running game. But at the same time, you mentioned Jonathan Taylor, and I think you got a good point. While he's a great back, he gives up the ball too much.
Yeah. 17 fumbles is a lot for
a lot. Yeah, especially on a team like this, and I would think the way that the Dolphins did there, and you could tell. I mean, I think Greer knew his job was on the line in this draft, and I think he did everything possible, to turn over every stone and to come up with guys that perhaps may be under the radar in some people's circles, but in this, they got a chance to watch guys, a couple of guys, and the kid from USC yesterday, and it makes me feel old because I watched his granddad play. His granddad played for the USC team back in the 70s with Pat Hayden, to me, he's a project, but he's 20 years old. I would like to see them get really in the next pick Zach Moss. I really do. I think he would really be a great asset to the program.
Well, how much of this is they're taking developmental guys in some cases, right?
Yeah.
How much of this is
pretty much everybody's been developmental, honestly.
Well, but how much
Except
of this is this? How much of this is this? How much of this is they believe in the coach? I mean, we talked about, which they haven't in past years. I mean, I don't know that you draft developmental guys to play for Adam Gase. Right? Right? I mean,
all of this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but Lewis, Gase didn't have the patience to develop anybody. Like what we saw with Needham last year is a perfect example of this. I mean, it changed the dynamic a little bit.
Well, let's say this first of all. Adam Gase for all his warts and for all we make fun of him now, let's be real about something. Adam Gase did not have the luxury of saying, all right, coach, all right, Mr. Owner, Stephen Ross, tell you what, we're actually not going to win these next 2 years. You're just going to have to wait till year 3 before we can actually get started doing that. He didn't have that luxury. Ross still wanted to win right now. So Gase, whatever issues he had to make it work right that second. Flores has the luxury of being able to come in with a newly rejuvenated mindset of Stephen Ross, who says, okay, fine, this isn't working, can't just plug holes, we're going to have to strip it down, start over from scratch. And that gives Flores the luxury of saying, okay, so let's take these high upside players who are raw, need to be slow cooked, so that way they can reach their full potential. There's no pressure on these kids to all of a sudden become superstars right in day one. And Alfredo, I know that you said everybody but Tua is developmental. From a talent standpoint, yes, but even Tua is not going to be expected to contribute right away. He also is being slow cooked. He's not going to be thrown out into the fire like that. Mm-hmm. So there's not a single player so far that you look at them and say, this guy's going to play right away, other than maybe Noah Iggy, which Iggy.
He starts day one. He plays all the snaps.
He may start.
Nickelback.
He may start. I don't know for sure yet because there's still a lot of time to see. I know that the cornerback formerly known as Jamal Wiltz is still on the roster. He was their nickel corner last year. So that's something else to think about. These guys all have the opportunity to play behind veteran players who, whether you believe they're better than them or not, they have these veteran guys who are still there, still going to be playing. And these young guys can basically be the backup and learn and grow and eventually reach the point when in 2021, after hopefully another strong draft, or maybe they'll pick some more immediate contributor type players, they're going to make an all-out frontal assault to go and get their NFL Super Bowl. Now, this is the biggest thing that I don't like. I don't like experimenting on the offensive line. I really, really don't. If you are going to take Austin Jackson, who is more known to being a left tackle, and you want to make him a right tackle, I don't like that. If you are going to take a guard in Robert Hunt and try to transition him to right tackle in the NFL, honestly, if I'm going to pick somebody, I'm going to pick them where they were at their best. And from what I understand, Robert Hunt is primarily listed as a guard. So
but that means absolutely nothing. How they list him it means absolutely nothing. He played as many snaps at right tackle that he did at right guard. They played him
so where did he look
pretty
better?
Much everywhere on the line.
I know he was everywhere around the line, but so was Dallas Thomas. He was everywhere around the line, and he was sucked everywhere around the line. So
but Dallas.
But Lewis,
Thomas,
I think that he's a lot more athletic, and I agree with Alfredo. I think a guy like him, you could bring in a Hunt and actually experiment with him, and not, it's not like you're taking a guy who is one position. He's a multiple position. He's very athletic. So I mean, in this case, and I agree with Ethan said. I mean, this is a team that closed pretty well at the end of the year, so you still have some veteran leadership on the team. It's not like they're going to start 20 rookies. I mean, and also here's another guy that I was just thinking about, one for the home team. What about A.J. Dillon, a Boston College guy, somebody that, I mean, I don't know if you guys mentioned that before, but I mean, here's a guy who's a big back. If you remember what he did at the University of Miami 2 years ago on a Friday night, he tore him up. I mean, a big guy, you couldn't stop him. And but I still, but I hear what Lewis is saying, and I understand. You don't want to start getting projects, and start, at one position and try to make them another. But I think in Hunt's case, I think he's above that. I think he'll come in. He's a canvas. He's an open book, and I think you could work with him.
Well, and again, I think there's one thing about switching guys' positions, but there's also having flexibility. I mean, if you're building
and that's who he is.
You got to build with.
Yeah, if you look at it right now, the right side of the line, hypothetically, is Robert Hunt and Jesse Davis. Both guys can play right guard. Both guys can play right tackle.
Right. Which may even allow you to keep one fewer as you go forward if you got guys who can play multiple positions. I mean, I just think there is value to the versatility. We're going to get into more of this here in a second. I want to tell you about another of the great sponsors, 5 Reasons Sports Network. You can find him on Twitter. He's the best Twitter handle of any of our sponsors, at CrispyChicken30. I still need to get the origin of that. But his business is Greenview Construction. Again, like all our businesses, based here in South Florida. And a division of that is Making America Clean Again. It goes by MACA. And why do you need this? Well, we're going through COVID-19, right? You want everybody to know that your business is cleaned and sanitized. You want to get that certificate out there in the window. And they do just about everything. They clean, they sanitize, they disinfect, they sterilize. They can do short-term, they can do long-term. They handle just about everything from bacterial to viral to fungi to mold cleaning treatments. So get that certificate. Again, it's macainc.net, M-A-C-A Inc.net. We've already got great reviews from people that we've sent there. So definitely check that out. The world has changed, and you need to adjust to it, particularly if you have a business. So check it out. Plus, he's a huge Dolphin fan who's very engaged with our 3 yards per carry guys. Again, it's macainc.net. All right, so we've got Chicago.
Can I say something, Ethan? Yes. The Jaguars just took Laviska Shenault. Their draft so far is a 3 yards per carry at Rajanasone.
Yeah, no, I know you love this guy.
All 3 guys that they've taken, Cleavon Chason, C.J. Henderson, and now Laviska Shenault. We've talked about them endlessly on the podcast for the last 2 months. They have a good draft going.
Or maybe they're just listening to the pod, one or the other.
Maybe.
So Ryan Pace, how does Ryan Pace still have a job, by the way? I'm trying to – there's certain GMs in the – I mean, he basically flipped his draft for Trubisky when Watson and Mahomes were on the board, right? And there's
that's an all-timer right there. That's an all-timer.
He gave up extra. Let's go back. We were talking about Dylan a little bit in case that's a pick. We got 2 Canes guys on here to cover the Canes for us, Eversol and Jazz. What do you remember about that game that Dylan had against Miami?
Almost felt like everybody on the defense had multiple concussions from that guy running everybody over. Honestly, I mean, yeah, he's, Alfredo brought him up earlier, and I like him. I like him as that thunder combination, and it kind of goes in line with what the Patriots did, right? What Lewis was talking about, how they build their team and have specialists for certain things, right? He fits that mold. I think what they're doing right now is in line with what a lot of the people that I've been speaking to are talking about, is building that wall. Maybe they're going to get someone like a bruising back like A.J. Dillon here. All I remember it was him running everybody over. So I mean, and he he's still doing that now. Some people say maybe his 40 time is not the best, but I don't think you're going to draft A.J. Dillon for his 40 time anyways. Right, you're going to draft him for him to move the pile, get you those tough yards that you need. So I don't know if I like him right now, but I do like him. Maybe if he can, if you pass on a guy like J.K. Dobbins or Zach Moss, and he's still there. Yeah, I can see the Dolphins taking him.
Yeah, on ESPN they were ranking all the wide receivers, and Bart Scott said that he liked Michael Pittman because he plays pissed off. And he's one of these guys that they're constantly angry when they're playing. They play angry football. A.J. Dillon plays angry football.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Wow, this is making me feel old. Jeff Scanina, I remember with the Dolphins. He was part of that offensive line. They had all the old guys. Remember they had Jeff Scanina, by the way, had the largest calves of anybody I've ever seen in my life. But he was part of that line with who do they have?
That sounds like something Omar would notice, Ethan.
No. But this was, I mean, you couldn't not know. I mean, his calves were 3 times the size of Tony Sperano's. May he rest in peace. I mean, he just had these enormous. But he was part of that old defensive line they had when JT was there. But they also had Carter and Holiday and Traylor and all those guys. And he's the uncle of the tight end from Notre Dame who just got picked by
Komet. Yeah,
Komet, who just got picked.
Yeah, they have a baseball background. That family has a baseball background. The other uncles played with Cincinnati. Yeah, he was a guy who I thought that would be a perfect fit in New England. I mean, this guy, a team that throws the ball upfield a little bit. Although we don't know who's going to be throwing the ball.
I mean, let's talk about that while we got a second. What are they going to do? Well, I mean, you can't go with
Jalen Hurts.
Is that the guy? Is it Fromm? Is it Hurts? What direction do they go?
And, I mean, Hurts may be a little bit too athletic for Bill Belichick's offense. I mean, they like their running backs to run the ball.
I mean, but is the only other option Fromm?
Yeah, he would be more so.
Athletic?
Yeah, athletic.
I will say this. I will say this. Chris Kaufman on our podcast said something very, very ominous to us. about 2 podcasts ago. He said, if you would trust one coaching staff to blatantly tank and flaunt it in the NFL's face, wouldn't it be Bill Belichick and his group?
Yeah, I heard him say that, but I can't with that spoiled ass fan base. I can't.
Yeah, no way.
I can't see it. I mean, they definitely will.
Because I don't think anybody's noticed that they've lost 8 starters and haven't replaced any of them so far.
No, I know, but his ego is so big, though. He doesn't want to be perceived that Brady was the reason they won. I can't see them going into full tank mode. What do you think about, he's up here as the 4th best quarterback on Mel Kiper's
James Morgan,
What do you think of James Morgan for New England?
I love him. I'll tell you, I thought he would have been a great fit in Green Bay, which is where he's from, as the heir apparent. I mean, obviously they pulled, but this is a kid who threw the longest ball at 77 yards this year, deadly accurate. Jazz, you watched him against Miami, did real well, good composure, good sized kid. Yeah, I think he's a really good quarterback. He would be the type of guy, obviously, that New England fans would kind of fall in love. He's a manager of the game, and he's not going to be a guy that's going to steal any of the thunder. He's going to use a James White. He's going to use those guys like that.
So, I'm back. I'm sorry. I was still here. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
But it's interesting though. Like I said, I mean, I would. They have to get a guy, right? Like they can't. They're not going to go with.
No, they have to. They have to. Somewhere along the line.
They got to get.
And knowing them, he's going to work out.
Right. Well, that's okay. So, let's pose that question. I mean, if I was to say who has been more responsible for the last 19 years for them,
Bill Belichick.
More so than Brady? Would anybody here take Brady?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Brady doesn't make all those other picks. Belichick does. I agree with Lewis.
Listen, Brady goes down in 2008. Dolphins win the division, but they were right behind them with Matt Castle.
Yeah.
Matt Castle, please.
Yeah.
They want to live, and he ended up getting paid.
I always side with the players.
The pride of Chatsworth, California,
play.
Matt Castle.
He
played with the kid Mike Mustakas on the Chatsworth baseball team.
Yeah, that's another baseball reference for you. There you go.
Well, it's always a good tie.
The Browns are up now. This was kind of one of the weirder teams to me last year because they loaded up on talent and then picked a coach that had no experience and couldn't manage any of the egos.
Yeah.
They need help in the secondary. Winfield would be good for them.
Yeah, Winfield would seem to fit, right? I mean, there's a pedigree up there. Do they trade Beckham, do you think?
No.
They said that. Well, they're John D. Podesta, which is weird because he's a baseball guy. He came out and he said that he would have stronger words than saying it's completely false and fabricated, but it was completely false and fabricated.
Okay. I mean, there's still talent on that offense, but is Baker Mayfield? I guess the question is Baker Mayfield what we thought he was 2 years ago? Or
everybody wanted to dump on him last year, but I remind everybody, he was terrible last year, but he was also the rookie of the year. So he had a sophomore slump. Let's see how he does this year. And they had problems on that offensive line. They couldn't block anybody. They're getting help right away this year on the offensive line.
Delpit, by the way, it looks like Delpit goes to the Browns.
And guess who went to the Bucks a little earlier?
Yeah.
Antoine Winfield, he gone.
Okay, he is gone. Okay.
All right. So who's left at safety? I mean,
Ashton Davis.
That's it. I like that kid. What's his name? Jeremy Chin.
Yeah, Jeremy Chin. Ashton Davis is still available.
I've reached a point. I really don't think they're going to go for a safety. I really think they feel like they're set with Bobby McCain and Eric Rowe.
But we talked about this last night, though. Bobby McCain wasn't good at safety last year.
They thought otherwise. For real, they thought otherwise. They said I feel like I can remember a discussion where they basically people tried to pin it on Bobby, and I think it was Flores or somebody else who said like, "Well, you're wrong." Somebody said that. It's like Bobby's doing a terrific job at safety. You just need to get some things cleaned up, and I guess they're going to stick with that. I don't agree with it, but from what I can tell, from what people have said. Like coaches, I feel like I remember Flores saying that he had no intention of moving Bobby back to the slot in the first place. So that meant Bobby was going to stay at safety, and Eric Rowe actually started looking good when he moved to safety. So that looks like that's going to be the duo.
I think it's a real possibility that my favorite safety in this draft, as far as what would be valued, because I think he'll be available in the 4th round. J.R. Reed of Georgia.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the better players in college football. Period. And if you saw his 2019, all the accolades he piled up, it's strange to me that he wasn't talked about as a top 5 safety. Evidently, I don't know if he didn't test well at the combine or whatever, but he did run sub 4.55, which is the demarcation point for New England safeties. If you believe in those metrics, which they seem to hold up over 20 years. So J.R. Reed, I think, will be a really nice pick for them, and that's later on in the draft. That's
Right.
in the hundreds.
You see, you mentioned the kid Chin. The one thing about him is he did blow up at the combine, and this is a guy who, like, smaller school, Southern Illinois, but at the same time a ball hawking guy. I mean, I think he's a tremendous safety prospect, and if he's there, I don't know if he'll be there. I think there's a chance that you've still got 8-9 picks till Miami goes again, and there's a lot of teams that need safety help.
Yeah, and again, there's been a little bit of a run on them. By the way, while we have you here, Alfredo, we should mention new 3 yards per carry dropped this afternoon. So check that out. And also, 2 of the guys here have been producing episodes of 5 Rings, Canes, Blue, and Alex Dono. Josh Jarrow's going to get back involved soon, too. So check those out. You can find everything on our website, 5reasonsports.com. Just click on there, and it'll get you to all of the links. So the Bucks now, then Denver, then Atlanta. I do want to tell you about another sponsor of the 5 Reasons Sports Network, and that's our friend Carmi Gross over at Greenlight Tech, also local. Go to greenlighttech.com. If you run a business in Florida, you need their tech support services to benefit your business, because if your systems are inefficient, people aren't going to keep coming back to you. You don't want to try to hope that the problems fix themselves. They distinguish themselves from other IT companies in Florida by delivering projects on time and on budget. They got great customer service, and the support record is indicated by their many clients. Again, it's greenlighttech.com. They will give you the right tools and support so that you can help your employees do their jobs. They advise, monitor, support, and keep your important data backed up and secure. They will even manage your service vendors. Again, it's spelled TEK, greenlighttech.com. I'm sure I'll be getting a text from Carmi soon wondering why they picked a guard. I'm going to let Alex take over here a little bit. I will be back shortly. Again, the Bucks have picked Antoine Winfield Jr., another guy who was, I think, a 3 yards per carry favorite, and somebody I was looking at just because I love the way his father played. But I will be back in a second. Alex, it's yours.
Thanks, man. Yeah, and it kind of sucks seeing the run on safeties happening. We knew it would happen at some point in this round, and that some of these guys wouldn't fall to 56, that's for sure. Because I was thinking, wondering if maybe like a trade back up higher into the second round might be the move. So, assuming we stand pat at 56, guys, Blue, I'll start with you on this one. You think running back starts to look more appealing now? I know Louis was talking about the idea that, maybe, or it might have been Alfredo saying that, hey, maybe they're not looking to address safety in any kind of a rush right now. Oh, I think you're muted.
He's muted.
Yeah.
Well, why do you tackle this one then, Louis?
Well, and like I said before, I really feel like the Dolphins feel like they're set at safety. They've got Bobby McCain and they've got Eric Rowe. Now, we as Dolphins fans and analysts do not feel that is set. We feel like Bobby McCain belongs in the slot where he made his money in the first place, and I still struggle to believe why the Dolphins feel otherwise. I feel like Bobby as a slot is one of the better slot corners in the game. As a safety, he's definitely not one of the better safeties in the game. So, but again, if this is the Dolphins mentality, then we're going to be really disappointed about the whole safety position, because if they feel like they're set at safety, then we might as well just kind of wash our hands of it and start looking other places.
Yeah, I guess so. Blue, what do you think? What do you think they're looking at 56? I mean, we still, have some talented running backs on the board who are projected to go this round. Do you think that's the way the Dolphins go?
Yeah, Alfredo and I were just talking about maybe Dillon, Zach Moss, maybe, but I like Dillon. Cam Akers is still there. Yeah. Safety wise, we were also talking. I mean, there's not a lot of great safeties left, but and I think there's going to be a run on them. I know that the Jets could use one. Atlanta definitely could use one. I think the Dolphins will target a running back. I think that they came into this draft figuring that they're going to come away with one, and who it is. I'm not sad if they got either Cam Akers or if they got Dillon. And Alex, you remember you and I were talking when Miami played 2 years ago on that Friday night against Boston College, and Dillon kind of did Miami in pretty well. And big back. And we were talking about him before. I think he would be a perfect fit, but you have to watch because of the fact, and I'm looking at all the guys and all the teams in front of them, and there's a need for everything that the Dolphins need on the board. I think it gets that way when you get into this part of the draft.
Also, the Dolphins have a lot of needs, so there's a lot of different directions.
Yeah, true.
I got an interesting nugget for you guys. KJ Hamler just got taken by the Broncos, and KJ Hamler, everybody agrees he's lightning fast, but he does not have a recorded 40-yard dash time in his life.
Wow.
And he's had 5 different opportunities to run it, and he's never ran it.
Wow. That's interesting. You got to wonder what he's hiding there, right?
But he plays fast.
He didn't play a whole lot either. Yeah. He was, I think, wasn't he like 2 years or 3 years, and that was it?
Yeah.
And he was gone?
He's fast. Like,
he's very fast.
You could tell he's fast.
That's how fast he is. That's how
but
fast
we don't know how fast.
A couple of years, and that's it.
All right, so here's a suggestion for all you guys. So I'm looking at the comments here. I'm trying to keep the commenters somewhat involved here. So Curtis Hierro on Periscope suggests that McCain is the fit at safety because he can swing the slot coverage. We covet that flexibility. So do you think that might factor in somewhat?
That's a possibility, because they like to drop robbers all the time. So that makes a lot of sense, actually. But you still need more safeties. You need more bodies.
But you probably you're talking maybe tomorrow where you would pick up that. I agree with what he said. That's a good point. But at the same time, I think you have tomorrow to kind of add to that depth.
Yeah, like if they pick J.R. Reed with pick, I don't know which one do they have, 117, let's say. Although I think that's stretching it. They might have to get into the 90s to be able to take.
I think their next pick after 70 is 136 and then 141.
Okay, that's a problem. 136. Yeah, 136. I don't think J.R. Reed is there, so they might have to get into the 90s. But if they took J.R. Reed, nobody would care about that they ignored safeties, I think. Because like I said, he's one of the most accomplished safeties in football, and he played at a big school, and he was the captain of that Georgia defense too. So there's a lot to like about him. And he would be a late round pick. Technically, he would be an early 4th, late 3rd round pick.
All right. So now, but here's what I want to throw out there. And this is something that I've talked about with some of my guys on some other stuff. So this is the Dolphins. Again, they have a lot of defensive backs on the roster already. So let's ignore the straight up corners right now. I'm looking at the roster and how they're designated. So let's look at DBs, like defensive backs, period, who can play either or. You have Nate Brooks. You have, of course, Clayton Fidelidum, Stephen Parker. And then you have, of course, your safeties here, Montre Hardage. And then you have, I'm trying to find the other guy here, Adrian Colbert, who I believe he signed a quick contract there. So again, remember the Dolphins are really big on developing players and trying to find those diamonds in the rough and trying to chip away at the bad stuff and making something shine. I know that Nick Needham doesn't get a lot of credit from the guys at 3 yards per carry. I know that CK, I think it was CK last night, it was basically saying he's an undrafted free agent who overachieved a lot. But I feel like for what he was, he played pretty doggone well, considering we wanted him out of the roster before the season even began. So if Flores believes he can make something out of nothing, which he did, then if you have guys like Montre Hardage, Adrian Colbert, who can become safeties, then maybe they feel like they don't need to go get a safety because they already have young guys to develop as it is.
Possibly.
Yeah, I could see that, having that luxury when if that's a group, like you said, they tend to be able to turn the chicken bleep into chicken salad. I don't even know if we're supposed to curse or not, so I'll err on the side of caution.
Not so it's done before.
Yeah. So when you seem to have that ability, especially in the defensive backfield, I mean, you're in a spot where you got a ton of draft picks, which is great, but you also have a ton of different holes to fill, and they've been doing that. On the offensive line so far has been a big area they're touching upon. But maybe they feel like safety can wait. They got another stuff. They got a bunch of other stuff to look at. I mean, what do you think, Jazz, about all of this, and where would you like to see them go at 56?
I think at this point, I'm still looking at the running backs now. Now that guys like Delpit and Winfield are off the board, maybe I'm switching over my thought process to. As long as there's not a run now, if there's a run on running backs now, then obviously you got to shift your focus elsewhere. But Maybe a guy like J.K. Dobbins who's still on the board. Maybe Cam Akers. A.J. Dillon. I'm not as high on A.J. Dillon right now as some of you, and that's cool. But I like guys like J.K. Dobbins now here with pick 56, or maybe even a guy like Zach Moss. I do like Zach Moss a lot, so I'm thinking maybe they go running back.
Blue, who's your favorite out of those guys? I mean, who knows who's still going to be there at 56, but when you think about, Dobbins and Dillon and Cam Akers, who you brought up and Jazz brought up, I mean, who do you think would fit the best on this backfield?
Well, I think Dobbins would. Whether he's going to be there, because you've got 3 or 4 teams ahead of them that need a running back. And I think he may go first. And then I think when we get into maybe within 2 or 3 picks, we'll see the teams that are around and what they're going to need. And then I guess we could project more, but definitely Dobbins. I like Dillon because of his size, Jazz. I just think he's a type of back that'll wear you down. But Moss is a guy that runs from line of scrimmage, catches the ball in the backfield, and will stick his head in there and block. And that's the one thing, too, that's important. I mean, he's, whoever they get is going to be somebody that's could end up being the key guy, because they were, again, Balaj just never worked out. I mean, I as far as I'm concerned, but he came out of college, I thought, wow, he's going to be something special. Big guy, runs real well, but I think he got intimidated. Got a couple of good, he found out that not everybody was 5'9", 175. It changed for him a lot. But the other guy, I think Alfredo, your kid Josh is the Jones is still on the board, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, wow. I'm kind of surprised. I think somebody, because he's not terrible. I mean, he's a good football player.
He had a really good 2019, but the knock on him is consistently against who? He played for Houston.
Right.
He did not play a very strong schedule. So
yeah,
it could be said that he was a man beating up on teenagers an entire season,
Yeah.
And
no, I
that
hear
was but to really be fair to Josh Jones, that's the argument for Joe Burrow. Okay, Joe Burrow didn't have to go to class this past year, and he was a 23-year-old man sitting in a room 24 hours a day with Joe Brady learning football. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand this precipitous drop for Josh Jones.
Yeah.
I will. So let me. Speaking of dropping, Alfredo, let me go ahead and throw another one at you. So CF Kane fan on Periscope is asking, why has AJ Epinesa dropped so far? He was projected first round. Would you like to answer that for our good friend?
That's a great question. We talked about it on the podcast. His problem was the combine. He showed up at the combine and he didn't particularly perform very well. He ran above 5'1". They don't like. NFL scouts do not like that body type running more than 5'1". So they like them to be sub 5 to go in the first round, and they just throw you in that bin of guys that are stuck at playing 4 and 5 tech, and those guys, there's 40, 50 of them in the NFL that you can find.
Benjamin 704. Epinesa ran a slower 40 than my abuelo, who has Epinesa.
That's the problem. NFL scouts look at that body type. They see that 6'6", 270, and they want you to run sub 5. And that guy went out there and he crawled his 40. And I guess that turned off plenty of NFL teams, because there he is. He's still dropping.
No doubt.
And
Got great hands. Once he gets there, he's got great hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, my boy Chad Ronenbaum, shout out to him. He's from Iowa. He's watched a lot of Epinesa. He really likes him, but he also understood why it was so. The combine is really going to knock him down, but he thinks that he can really contribute, especially if we're going for 3-4 defensive ends, which we project the Dolphins are going to be.
Right.
We want a Cameron Wake type guy, but I don't think the Dolphins want a Cameron Wake type guy. And I think that's part of the situation that we have here, is that we project the Dolphins needing certain things. We want the Dolphins to fix certain spots, but they already feel like that we have this guy we can develop, and we're doing a different kind of scheme that what it is we want to see.
Yeah, like everybody's worried about safety, but you got Byron Jones and you got Xavier Howard, and you took what is likely the best slot corner in the first round. This is a rich man complaining that he doesn't have enough gas money for his Ferrari. You know what I mean? So, if for those of you that are fans of the front seven, there's a bunch of guys that are just plummeting here in the second round that are gonna make it to 56. Like Zach Bond is still there.
I like this kid that the Falcons just took, Marlon Davidson.
Marlon Davidson. He's a nice player, and he projects really good as a 3-4 defensive end.
And the Seahawks just drafted Darrell Taylor after they traded up to go get him. So, but that still leaves Epinesa.
But you also have Josh. Still have Josh Uche too from Michigan, from Columbus. Very quick. I actually watched him grow up, and the kid is an intelligent kid. He's quick. He's fast. I thought he probably from his first year to right now is probably on that Michigan, especially of all the linemen or the edge rushers. I think he's really one of the guys, and he may be a guy if the Dolphins are looking would be there.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of Zuniga of Florida. And he's still there too. So you know, at 56, they got their choice. If they want a front seven player,
or running backs,
they still have a lot on that board. Safety is the only thing that's getting thin right now.
Yeah. It's getting thin, and it's something that they could have addressed it at 39 if they really felt the urgency to do so. So the opportunity was there. I think that kind of the way that this has played out in the first and into the second round is. We don't usually see the universe smile on the Dolphins on draft night, but I think they've gotten pretty fortunate with the way that some of these things have played out. I saw a comment come across a couple of minutes ago. I think we talked about this earlier, but we can readdress when we're talking about running backs. Someone said, well, we still have Kalen Ballage, or are the coaches not high on him? I don't know if they can be high on that half yard per carry that the guy putting up. So you got to find more options.
Of all the running backs the Dolphins had last year, the one who looked the absolute worst by far
was
no doubt.
Ballage.
Yeah, no doubt.
But Kalen Ballage, his issue I think goes further than physical. I think there's something wrong upstairs. I think. Because this is a guy that forgot how to catch the football, and he was one of the best pass catchers coming out of Arizona State.
And he's very aggressive when he comes to getting called out. Like remember that comment he said, "I don't have to prove anything to anybody." I'm like, apparently you have to prove to yourself, buddy.
Yeah. Now you do.
Yeah, but it's very hard. It's very hard for an NFL football player to forget how to catch the football, and it actually happened to Kellen Ballage. Yeah.
Another guy you brought up, if you're going to go safety, is Jeremy Chin. I think that's a guy because of his ball skills. He hits like a truck. I mean, obviously smaller school, but this is a guy that's productive. And somebody, if they've done their homework, Alfredo, I mean, if you get in there and do your homework on a guy like that, and you can see what he brings to the table, he wouldn't be out. But I would if this was right now and they had everybody on the board the way it is, I'd go for Dobbins. I would go for Dobbins. They need a running back, as we just talked about. They do need a running back.
And J.K. Dobbins at 56 would be an absolute home run.
It'd be a steal.
I can't count how many, including mine. One of my original mock drafts had him at 26. So there's been plenty of mock drafts that had him. They even had him as the number one running back. A lot of draft nicks ranked him number one.
J.K. Dobbins is number one.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the Steelers go for a quarterback here.
I'll throw out the question: why is Dobbins falling so far?
Well, he didn't participate at the combine. That turns off a lot of teams, and right there could be the answer right there. All the teams that wanted a running back, he didn't participate at the combine. That turned him off. That's it. They took him off their board.
I wonder if Pittsburgh goes for Jalen Hurts here.
See, we get into that Jalen Hurts.
Chase Claypool.
Which is actually going faster than the TV by a good margin. Chase Claypool goes to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So Duck Hodges has a new toy to play with.
Duck Hodges.
Looking at some of the comments that Hunt made earlier, I think Blue, you were the one that he that referenced him having an injury last year, and that could be one of the reasons why he fell. He's gone on. Not that this is a surprise to hear him say it, but he's gone on record saying that he's 100% now. He says, "I'm super blessed. I'm super excited to get to Miami and to get to work." He says, "I play the game hard. I try to finish people. I play like it's my last time playing." He described himself as a bully Yeah, and you like
He's
to
a
hear
big
that.
man.
I mean,
He's a big man, so he can
Yeah.
do it. And I think that Alfredo and you mentioned before, they're trying to build a fortress up front, and they're trying to get the biggest offensive line around. And listen, that's a New England trait that I'm sure Dolphin fans wouldn't hate.
And he says he doesn't have any preference guard or tackle. He says, I'm a versatile guy. I'm open to play any position. And I'm sure that's one of the things that probably got Greer and company excited about the fact that they can plug him in at tackle if they need to.
I saw another tweet that said from Robert Hunt that said, "My job is to protect Tua." All right, forget about it, guys.
Yeah.
Starting.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
here, let me. First of all, hi Vishnu, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Hello. There we go.
Vish came.
Well, we saw Vishnu
Vish
come in.
came dressed.
The Cowboys are on the clock.
Yeah, and we need to see if Vishnu has come off of his opinion from yesterday. Because I spoke to a friend of mine. First of all, let me say I had CeeDee Lamb as my number one wide receiver on the board. I absolutely love the player. Okay, I would have taken him at 18 had he dropped to the Dolphins.
Yep.
One of my best friends, I've known him for almost 30 years. I've known him since a freshman in high school. He's a huge Cowboys fan. And he blew up my phone, excited over CeeDee Lamb. You weren't excited. Have you come around a little bit today?
So it wasn't the player. It was the position.
Okay.
Because they traded 2 first-round picks for Cooper and gave him $100 million.
Yeah.
They drafted Michael Gallup in the 3rd round a couple of years ago, and he's developed into a really good receiver. So they drafted, and then they used another first-round pick on who's going to be their 3rd receiver. Right now, the starting defensive end is DeMarcus Lawrence. The other one is Aldon Smith or Randy Gregory, 2 players who have been suspended for the last few years. That is the depth chart. And Chason was sitting there. That combination of things. I think Lamb will be good. He's, like you say, he's a quality player. I actually think they screwed the Dolphins draft up because I do think the Dolphins were probably thinking about taking Lamb there. Like you said, it was a good. So it's kind of weird because it's a good value pick there because he's really talented.
Mm-hmm.
That was the exact position we didn't need at that spot.
Vishnu, your room where you record from is so clean. It looks like you're on the dentist chair or something. It's very. So it looks like a very sterile environment.
So for my day job, I'm on like conference calls all day, and so I gotta have the background be professional. So.
Oh, call center, fun. I'm doing that.
Yes, call center. That's exactly what I do for a living.
That's what I'm doing now too. You meet some crazy people in that job.
So I think keep it clean.
Who the Bears take? Jalen Johnson?
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
The Utah guy. A Utah kid, right?
Is Fulton not gone? Did he still not get picked?
Who?
Fulton.
No, he's still there.
He's still there.
He's still available.
He's still there.
That's crazy.
Hey, Craig Philhauer, thanks for the donation. We appreciate that. What team has the worst home draft setup? Gettleman, Tomlin, gentlemen? Jazz, you haven't talked in a while.
I know who has the best. It's Cliff Kingsbury. I don't know if you guys saw his house. That house is ridiculous.
That was amazing.
That was no humble brag.
And by the way,
Michigan will get fired by Texas Tech.
By the way, that guy has the wrong 2 guys. The worst draft setup was Belichick's. They showed it today. That looked like a dump where he was drafting from.
I didn't see that one.
Go figure.
But it was a table with nothing around him.
That's
you got the. I think Dobbins may come off the board. I have a feeling that Dobbins could come off the board to the Rams.
Yeah.
So we just to be clear for Mr.
Here
Phil
Akers.
Just for Mr. Philhauer here, we're just to be clear. Who has the worst? Any ideas? Any thoughts? Belichick for sure.
Belichick, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I picture Belichick probably doesn't have any furniture in his house because he's at the office 24 hours a day.
He's too hard for that. He has no room. He has no time for sitting on a comfy chair. He stands up. He stands like a horse when he sleeps.
Well, what do you think? I haven't seen the Cowboys pick pop up yet. Vishnu, any?
It's coming.
I mean, it's got to be Epinesa.
What position do you think they're going?
They still need the defensive end. They still don't have any. And
would they take him over? Vish, would they take him over Josh Uche, you think?
I mean, I would. Now, Jerry Jones has a predilection for picking kids with local ties, which I think is another reason he went with Lamb because of the Oklahoma-Texas thing.
Right.
Needs safety help. Brandon Jones from Texas is sitting there. It's the type of thing he would do. The other thing, he likes to take injured players as value. Bryce Hall sitting there. He would have been a borderline first-round grade if he didn't get injured. He's the one who took Jalen Smith at the top of the 2nd round when he couldn't walk. He likes to do that type of thing. You can never tell with this guy. The draft grade doesn't matter. He's got his own board.
You know what I would do?
So anything can
You guys
happen.
lost. The Cowboys lost Robert Quinn, right? I'd replace him with Robert Quinn's clone, Jabari Zuniga of Florida. I'd take him right here.
He's an excellent player, but he went to Florida, so I don't want him.
I mean, hey, Quinn did good in Dallas. I don't know how, but he did.
I mean, all 180 on it once they pick him and cheer for him, but I'd prefer not to have to do that move. So,
Oh man.
Here, Vishnu, let me ask you something. So, did Robert Quinn really do as good as it made it look like he did last year with Dallas? Because he didn't do so good for Miami.
He was excellent. He was excellent. I don't know what happened. It was a 1-year wonder. I mean, Lawrence gets all the double teams, so he does get to just kind of operate out there. But yeah, no, I think had 12 sacks or something. He was excellent.
Trayvon Diggs. It looks like Trayvon Diggs to Dallas, maybe. I just saw someone tweet it.
I mean,
really, Diggs?
They're talking about the Rams right now.
Yeah.
We're way behind on TV.
Yeah, way behind.
Diggs would work.
Trayvon Diggs is an Aqib Talib clone.
Yeah,
So-
that would definitely work at this spot.
Long, physical corner. He's noticeable when he plays. Physical.
Yeah,
Does get a lot of penalties, so be prepared for that.
This is a Twitter handle that says NFL Draft Diamonds, and it says they selected. Wow, and it says the Rams are taking Cam Akers. Who knows
They
if it's
picked
true?
Akers over Dobbins? What is going on
So there you
here,
go.
man?
So Dobbins
I don't
made
know.
all the 56, boys.
No, but
I
hold
might
on,
be
though.
ahead.
Hold on. Wait. The combine that he did not participate in dropped him below Cam Akers on the
I
board.
think God
Real
bless you not going to the combine. What a stroke of luck. I mean,
stroke of
I'm
luck, yeah.
shocked
But
by
now
that.
I have to wonder. It's like, okay, wait. Akers was projected 3rd rounder. Why is Dobbins falling this far? Like, does the
Well, I
film
think the
not say anything?
turnoff is that Dobbins actually showed up at the combine and then said, "I'm not participating."
Right.
So
So
they're thinking of him as a character problem. He's going to be a
Who knows?
coach's nightmare.
who knows? And remember, all it takes is like 10, 12 teams to take you off the board, and you drop like this.
yeah.
You know, because then the other teams, all the other teams that do like you, start thinking, you know what? I'm going to get this guy in the 3rd round because there's like 12 teams that have him off their board.
Yeah, let's see how legit that Twitter handle is. Let's see.
There's also some teams that just flatly are like, I won't take a running back before a certain round. So then
Yeah.
those you take them out of the equation. There's only a handful of teams that are even willing to pick someone. And to Alfredo's point, they pass on them because they're like, oh, you'll be back around the next time.
Yeah, which is yesterday I heard the craziest stat. Since they drafted Aaron Rodgers, the Packers are not taking an offensive player in the 1st round. That's insane.
And now
Aaron Rodgers
they're already
is
trying to
bad
replace
man.
Aaron Rodgers.
Talk about not helping your quarterback.
Jeez.
So by the way, Trayvon Diggs was the pick for Dallas. So
All right, I'm good with that. So
Right, yeah, and the Rams did take Akers. And it looks like the Rams.
Bears picked Jalen Johnson here on the banner. Still, it still says that.
Philadelphia Philadelphia, by the way, is a safety threat. So
Yeah.
you could see Ashton Davis go there.
Good for them.
Right.
I've kind of made peace with the fact that I don't think the Dolphins are interested in a safety whatsoever at this point. At least not this early down.
Yeah, right. I think if they're interested in a safety, like we talked about, I think at this point they're going to wait till day 3 because if they were really, really hot on one of the guys that were graded 1st or 2nd round, I think they would have pulled the trigger at 39, not waited this long. So I'm fully expecting us to get into tomorrow without a safety.
Can I say I'm getting a little bit frustrated with the Dolphins' lack of urgency and their apparent intention to pick 15 players in this draft?
yeah, together at some point, right? And trade up. Like they should just be. I mean, they got free money here. There's no way all these guys are going to make the team. So they should be packaging these together and just using them for value now.
It's like,
Well, they are expanding the practice squad by what is
and the
3?
roster itself is expanded too. So there's 55 active 55 roster now, not 53. So I mean,
what used to be a normal draft class of 7 can expand to 10. So
well, I expected them to get 10 anyway, but still.
Yeah.
Holy
Well,
crap.
Also, Ethan yesterday was bringing up, what's going to happen to the schedule. It's possible all the cut days move out or get postponed, so they might be able to carry these guys for a long time and get more of a look at them.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't think we've been talking about that enough. Vish, you okay after the Cowboys pick? I just make.
Yeah, no, this time was good. I did not I mean, I was so lucky yesterday that the Dolphins picked afterwards, right after, so I just got out, and you didn't see the aftermath. So that wore me well, and yeah. So we avoided. We took another hour until Ballscast showed up for it to completely get profane. So that worked out for everyone.
Yeah. I'm still recovering from the FCC violations for that one. But we talk about the schedule. I don't think enough emphasis has been put on that. That we don't know when they're starting. We don't know when training camp's going to be. We don't know if there's going to be a season, and I wonder how much that's played into some of the decision making here. Some of the developmental talk we have. If you don't even know if there's going to be a season, then maybe again you are more willing to sort of wait things out, possibly. I also think the other thing we've talked about a little bit, not a lot, is if New England is really in the mode as Alfredo thinks they may be, of sort of dialing it back, whether completely or not, then it does create an opportunity in the division, I guess.
We have Jalen Hurts landing spot.
So where did Jalen Hurts go?
You have what?
The Rams?
Eagles.
No, the Rams took Akers.
The Rams took Akers, and J.J. Dobbins is still on the board. And Jalen Hurts.
Philadelphia took. Oh, they did?
Philly took Hurts, for real.
Wow. Hurts.
Carson Wentz is on the clock.
Wow.
Jalen Hurts and
Manny's backstage. Get Manny in here. Yes, here we go. What happened there, man? What happened there?
That's the best moment tonight so far.
What is going on? My goodness.
They don't like Carson Wentz being on the bench injured.
I understand that, but if you were trying to get a backup quarterback right now and you're still in the second round,
they want to replace him.
Hey, Manny, why wouldn't you take a flyer on Cam, the other Cam Newton? If you need another quarterback to compete, to push Wentz to stay healthy, I guess.
Well, let's see if we can get him on a plane all the way to Philly first. That way our own doctors can see him, because obviously that's what every team is doing, right? They want to confirm that the player from another team is someone and so forth. They're able to pass a physical. They're not going to take a flyer on a guy where their own doctors are like, yeah, listen, he's good to go. But then the team that's creating the investment is going to be like, where's the proof of it? Because no offense, this is your stuff. Whereas we need to do it ourselves. I am shocked that they use this pick on Hurts. Not saying that Hurts doesn't deserve it. This man here got pulled from a national championship game. Basically, he was put on a pedestal. He came back the following year and won the title for Bama. So the man, listen, this dude has guts. He has grit. He has competitiveness.
And he has Lamar Jackson 2.0 for real.
He has everything that you'd want in a quarterback, except I'm with Phil Simms on this when it comes to him and throwing the ball down the field. I need more accuracy and I need more touch. Other than that,
aren't those the exact same knocks that were on Lamar Jackson all throughout the draft process?
Yeah,
correct.
I think Jackson's a little bit more. He's a more dynamic runner, but also we're around later.
Manny, how much money did they spend for Wentz?
Well, we just re-signed him last year.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
30
and within a lot of time playing, though.
Yeah, knowing the Philadelphia fans, this isn't a very popular deal right here.
It's the fit.
Listen, Donovan and Nab wasn't popular either, and you saw what he did for us. We all wanted Williams.
Yeah, true.
I think it's just the fit. I don't see how he fits in Philly because Wentz is young and he's the guy.
But he's young and he's the guy. But again, the question is, can he? Look, we talk about durability with Tua, right? Carson Wentz didn't have durability issues in college, but he gets to the pros, he's got durability issues. At a certain point, if he's not available, they won a Super Bowl because basically
he was completely healthy last year, and he left the playoff game in the first quarter.
Guys, listen. Any Eagle fan can tell you that Carson Wentz carried the team on his back. We have a Cowboy fan here he can probably put a straight face on, but with anger. But he's gonna tell me, Manny, you're right. This guy put the team on his back with no wide receivers whatsoever. It was Greg Ward and the Miles Sanders show, and with Ertz, with a broken rib the last 3 seasons that fortunately for us winning, we won the division and we hosted a playoff game at home, thankfully. But how does this fix getting Carson Wentz help? How does this fix on making sure that you make a Super Bowl run? That is my big thing here. Carson Wentz doesn't have 4 or 5 years on the line. We've already seen, unfortunately, 3-4 years in the league, he's injury prone.
Jalen Hurts is going to be Taysom Hill then.
I don't know. So you draft a guy that can, blow the top off a defense. That's great. But then you come back and you need secondary help. Malcolm Jenkins is no longer there. We haven't had a safety.
Yeah.
We haven't had a middle linebacker as the safety since Jeremiah Trotter. Are you kidding me? I don't understand this at all.
Well, here, Buffalo.
I would just like to point out that the man ranting there just recently won a Super Bowl, so we should have.
Yeah, right.
Well, who's? I want to go to Blue.
There you go.
I want to go to Blue in a second, but if I was to throw this to you right now, and I'll throw because we got both of you guys on here, when they're both healthy, and Dak's been healthier. When they're both healthier, Prescott or Wentz?
With weapons? With weapons?
In a bubble, in a vacuum.
Wentz every day of the week, 8,000 times on Sunday.
It's Wentz.
Dak Prescott already had his opportunity to beat a completely injury-riddled Eagles team for the division title last year. His team was relatively healthy, and Dak didn't play well. He just didn't play well. He lost to an Eagles team that was decimated by injury. He lost to Carson Wentz, and I think Carson Wentz has just been better than Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
I also
He's got $30 million a year.
Hey, Ethan, you got Buffalo and Baltimore. Neither of them are going to take a running back.
Yeah, so
Baltimore might. Baltimore might.
Well, Baltimore will. But what it's going to give you, it's going to give you Dillon and it's going to give you Dobbins. And if Dobbins is there and Miami doesn't pick him, something's got to be wrong.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you imagine something has to be wrong, Lewis? If Dobbins is there in 56 and he's still not taken, and he's arguably one of the top 2-3 pick running backs in this draft.
Well, that's what I've been saying all along, is that I feel like there might be something more that we don't know about, because I understand that he kind of put up this whole facade of I think I don't need to be in the combine. I'm here, but I'm not going to do anything because I don't know, fight the power, I guess. I don't know. But even then, that feels like if Dobbins really is that talented, if he is that special, then I can't imagine that so many teams are going to pass on this guy just because he's got a little grouchy at the combine. Surely that's not the only reason.
One thing on Dobbins, guys.
Ohio State players are always going to be dependable. They're well coached. They come in there and you can plug them right in.
Yeah. One thing about Dobbins, guys, real quick before we forget, he wasn't healthy towards the end of the season. And we can clearly see that he was the best Ohio State football player on that field against Clemson. If he was 100%, there's no doubt about it that Ohio State would have won that game. Going even back to the game against Michigan and the game against Wisconsin, he was not 100%. So it just sucks that a guy actually goes to the combine unlike others. I get it. It's a huge investment that you're making in yourself if you're not 100% and you go on and say, I don't want to do this. But I just feel like when a player like this is this honest as he has been, and yet he's getting punished just for being able to, to say, listen, I'm not going to do this because I don't have this. And yet Cam Akers probably was the best offensive player at Florida State this past season besides the wide receiver. I forgot his name now. The guy that puts like a mask on when he scores a touchdown.
Matthews, yeah.
Or one, but it just sucks because right now you got a guy in J.K. Dobbins that if he was 100%, there's no ifs or buts. I'm without. He would have been gone, in the 20s.
Yeah, but Miami's taking projects all the way through the draft.
He's my number one running back, and he's Simon's number 3, and CK is number 3. So we all think very highly of him.
Epinesa to Buffalo.
AJ Epinesa to Buffalo, so no defensive end for the Dolphins.
Well, this will be interesting because the Dolphins loaded up on offensive line, so that could be a long-running battle. You guys got to recalibrate now. It's not New England's division and then the rest of the teams.
No, we were talking
that could be
about
that could be like a long-running battle now. Bills
this is really more about Buffalo, and that's the other reason. Like if Buffalo, if Josh Allen is your nemesis. Now we'll see how that goes going forward, but obviously
then you need speed on defense.
Correct, because because you got to defend deep, but also we've seen that Josh Allen's torn them up on the ground. The past couple times, and I mean you have to be able to control that too. So it has changed the dynamic a little bit. The Wentz Prescott debate's interesting. The other thing that now we have to look at is Tua may not play next year, Jalen Hurts may not play next year, Jordan Love may not play next year.
I hate the Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts picks. I hate them. I hate both of them because I wanted them to go to teams that they would have a shot at playing some in a year or two. These guys, I don't know when they're going to play. They're just going to languish there, or they're going to end up getting traded if they look really good in training camp. They're going to end up getting traded for second-round picks somewhere.
No doubt. Lewis, if the Dolphins are picking now, who do you pick right now?
J.K. Dobbins. Seriously.
I agree.
100% with Dobbins.
Or that. Listen, one of the biggest question marks on J.K. Dobbins last season was, can he catch the ball? Listen, Fields had an unbelievable season, but J.K. was always there to catch passes for him, 5 to 10 yards, and he was always, he always made these, these great routes out of the backfield. Like
never mind, we ain't getting Dobbins. He went to Baltimore.
There you go.
There you go. I told you.
Damn it.
And with that, gentlemen, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock.
And
Thanks, Manny.
And he'll be great there because the Ravens don't miss. They just don't. They don't miss. They
okay, so now what?
So now what?
Right? I mean, that's they. I mean, the Ravens. The Ravens always.
I saw that one coming, but I thought it was going to come when Baltimore had that pick at the end of the first round. I thought they were going to take DeAndre Swift there. But no, they waited and they got Dobbins at 55. It makes sense because Ingram is aging and he started having some injury issues for the first time in his career last year. So
I think
be there for long.
That Dillon will be the running back if they take a running back.
But you said round.
But just being a Boston College guy, I think that he may have that. And also we go back to the if you want to take a safety, you still got Jeremy Chin.
Ashton Davis is still there. So
Ashton Davis is still there.
But Blue,
you want an edge player? You got Josh Yuki, you got Jabari Zuniga. You have your choice. There's a lot.
Would you go with Zach Moss this early or what?
I was just about to ask you that.
No.
Like if you like him enough.
No,
I like him.
Yeah.
Not in the second round.
Yeah.
At this point, the best thing that they can do, in my opinion, is maybe go someone like a Raekwon Davis, and then they don't have to pay Godchaw coming next off season.
Yeah, possibly. I mean,
I don't think Godshaw's going to be too expensive, and they're going to have somewhere around $28 million in salary cap space plus the rollover, so they could be somewhere around 30. They can afford Godshaw's contract.
I'm not suggesting he's expensive. What I'm suggesting is, does Godchaw do anything that you can't find somewhere else?
Right.
I'd rather not go looking to find somebody to do what he does.
Did they complete the trifecta and get Matt Hennessy as your true center here?
Now there's an interesting pick because that guy has really good tape, and
you don't have to move anybody. He's a pure center. He's a true
pure
center.
And his tape is legitimate, and he's also a legitimate. Like it wouldn't be a reach if they take him in the second round because a lot of people have him as the number one center. Even ahead of Cesar Ruiz.
You know who I would pick at this point? Hedge my bets, Josh Jones.
Well, we talked about Josh Jones since yesterday, so he's bound to come off soon.
Hedge my bets, Josh Jones. Find a tackle. Somebody got to work out for real.
Yeah. Well, if they go running back, we'll see. But they need a running back. Now, obviously, it may be later or tomorrow, but they need a running back out of this draft. Maybe even two.
Well, they were in on other running backs. That's the other thing. Like they weren't satisfied just getting one this offseason. They were in, right, Alf? They were in on Gurley.
Yeah. You know who's I'd hate to ascribe winners and losers because there's no losers. They're picking guys that they think are going to be good for them. So we don't know if these guys are good or not. But one guy who has to not feel all too great right now is Eric Studsville. He worked out all of these guys. He met for 2.5 hours with J.K. Dobbins at the Combine. He did a personal 1-hour workout during the quarantine with Jonathan Taylor. He met with Cam Akers. All of those guys are gone. And they didn't take any of them. So I don't know if they value his opinion or not, but he has to be feeling kind of lonely right now. Because they didn't take any of the guys that he worked out.
I want to address something that Adrian Gray said in the comments just now on YouTube. If you want Josh Jones, then don't complain about the loaded tackle class next year and missing out. First, I'm going to say this. Even if we do draft Josh Jones, Who says we're going to miss out on the tackle class next year? We want to see if they're going to work out first. Because if we look
Dolphins
like
have 2 first-round picks next year. They can get whatever they want next year, too.
If the tackles we draft this year end up looking like trash, I don't want trash. I'm going to go get another one. Keep looking until you hit one, like quarterback.
Well, that's the thing. I think that we're sort of underestimating the number of picks that they have and the amount of mulligans that they can get. I mean, I think you just keep taking guys at certain positions, like Lewis said, until you find the guy you want. I mean, I don't think that they've shown they're not wed to anybody, and I hope that they're not wed to their own picks, because we've seen that with a lot of regimes that come in here. They love their own guys, they don't love the next guy. They don't love the guys they inherited, but they love their own guys. I think this regime, if Brian Flores doesn't see a guy performing, we're talking about Michael Dieter. They just drafted him last year.
Yeah,
and it's clear that they drafted him high, and it's pretty clear they've moved on. Or at least they're not counting on him.
At the very least, they've moved on at guard. Because we talked about this earlier on in the show, is that Dieter actually looks better at center than he does at guard. Apparently,
yeah.
There's the possibility of just scooting him over and being like, okay, so we saw your film, you looked better here than there. We still had Kilgore, so let's go ahead and give you a nudge over to the center's position now.
Hey, Lewis, is Fournette out of the question? I mean, do they still got picks to package to get him?
Fournette is a headache. I don't think I want him.
So one of our sponsors asked a question. How about Ezra Cleveland? He's another offensive line. What do you guys think about him?
Yeah, that's another one we've talked about a little bit. Where did you have him, Alf? You had him second round?
He's a second-round guy. CK really liked him. Ezra Cleveland is in that Austin Jackson mold, but a little bit more professional, a little bit more polished. He looks the part. He has that he's a good body tackle. So, very similar to Vishnu's guy, Tyron Smith,
Right.
So, I don't know. 3 tackles? That's kind of overkill, I would say.
Yeah. I would much rather see them get Hennessy if they're getting another offensive lineman.
Yeah, now Hennessy would be an inspired pick. And
there you go.
I don't know who would complain if it was Matt Hennessy.
So Baltimore is Dobbins. We knew that, though. It's
for you safety fans, Ashton Davis would be a home run pick here at 56.
If the Dolphins want one, which is what I've been saying. It's like I really don't think the Dolphins are looking for one at this point.
No.
And personally, I like J.R. Reed so much that I'd try to target him in the next round, and I'd try to get myself a pick to put myself into position to take him in the next round. So I could pass on an Ashton Davis for a J.R. Reed a round later. But, the running back, we need a running back.
We're also at the point, in the draft, where everyone's boards start to really diverge. So now they're just guessing. I really like this guy. I had him graded here, but does anyone else actually like him? Because I might get him in the third round.
We're only in the second round, and they're guessing already.
Well, that's when that's where you start getting the variance.
Well, a lot of the second rounders that have been picked are guys who are wondering, who's this guy? Wasn't this other guy supposed to go a lot earlier? So
now here's something to think about.
They've done their homework on certain guys.
Here's something to think about. If there's somebody in this draft who is perfect for one position and one position only, that's Damian Lewis of LSU at right guard. Right now, if the Dolphins played a game, who do they have at right guard? Nobody, right?
Wait, the pick is in, guys.
It's Raekwon Davis. That's what I was saying. Yep, get yourself a defensive tackle.
Raekwon Davis. So they got
defensive tackle.
He can play a 5-tech. He could play 3-tech. He could kick inside on third down. The knock on him has been is that if you watch him, he's
a big boy. I can tell you that.
He's one of these Planet Theory guys. So, he's 6'7", 325 pounds.
So
he
looks
like Daryl Gardner. He looks like Daryl Gardner.
So he's a nose?
Yeah, Daryl Gardner, yeah. That's a good comparison.
Daryl Gardner body, Ethan. You remember Daryl Gardner, right?
Yes,
I remember Daryl Gardner very, very well. He nearly killed me.
Okay, that's the kind of body that Raekwon Davis has. The knock on him is that when, as late as maybe 2 years ago, everybody was talking about him as a top 5 pick, an eventual top 5 pick, and here we are in the second round, and this is when he gets taken. So, he's a guy that he has that knock as the classic underachiever, which is hard to do at Alabama, but here we are.
But I think what we're clearly seeing is that the Dolphins are building in the trenches, right? They're putting a lot of their picks in right there.
Definitely.
Stone Cold Brian Flores, by the way, is giddy right now. What is this?
Yeah, he is. This is what we did in New England. I love it.
He met with Raekwon Davis, and he did one of the last FaceTimes that they did of their top 30 visits was Raekwon Davis, and Brian Flores conducted that. So maybe this is his pick.
Another
Brian Flores' pick.
Yeah. All right, so let me ask you
Nothing
this.
wrong with that. The guy knows his stuff.
Our guy B. Bigley 8 here is he's asking the question: can he play nose tackle?
No.
No.
And he can't play one either. I wouldn't play him in the one either. He's more 3, 4, 5 tech.
All right, so that answers that. Also,
he could beat up
again for another $5 donation.
Look, one thing you can't see of Raekwon Davis, and it's evident in all his film. You could see him just beat the hell out of guards face up. Mm-hmm. And if you could get him as a 3 tech, trying to shoot that gap between the guard and the tackle, like he bowls over tackles and he sets the edge. He's one of the better run defenders in this draft as a classic 3-4 defensive end.
All right,
he's a monster.
All right, so here we go again. So
he beats the hell out of people. He just doesn't get to the quarterback. That's be warned, people. If you're thinking, if you have 10 sacks dancing in your head, that's not who this is.
No, but he'll stop that run for you.
Yeah, that's what he does.
So he replaces John Jenkins for real.
This team,
a much bigger John Jenkins.
Yeah,
you're starting to see like a really physical team he's trying to build. Look at the linemen he's drafting. These are big guys. We talked about their combined weight earlier. Mm-hmm. Byron Jones is a really physical corner that they picked up in free agent. You can kind of see the blueprint coming together.
Nothing wrong with that.
The Dolphins are building a punch you in the mouth defense, which is something we haven't had in a very long time. And I have them here for it 100%.
You can clearly see that. It's just that's the plan. We're going to smack people around.
Yeah, they're building a fortress on both sides. Big guys on offense, big physical guys on defense.
Well, thinking about it, the Dolphins right now, the only defensive tackles they have on the roster, I'm going to go ahead and read off the list here. Devon Godshaw, Christian Wilkins, and then you have Zach Sealer, who looks pretty good, but, I mean, he's a guy.
But he's Zach Sealer.
And he's still listed as a defensive tackle, but they moved him to guard in training camp, is Derval Quiroz-Neto. So that doesn't even technically count. So now they actually have a decent rotation to be had at defensive tackle. So
they do need a zero. They need to draft a zero, or they need to find a zero as a UDFA, which they probably can. Or who knows? Maybe there's a free agent somewhere that we don't know about.
Like, I think his name is John Jenkins.
Maybe they're just going to bring John Jenkins back.
So guys, but let's transition here a little bit because we mentioned earlier. Do they have enough? I know the scheme is different because it's a New England scheme. You're not relying on one guy to get you 15 sacks. Do they have enough pass rush right now? Do they have anything close to enough pass rush?
They have enough to create a pass rush right now because Kyle Binoy helps in that regard big time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
You picked up 2 basically, right? Free agency. So
I remember.
You still have Vince Beagle. You have ABG, and you have Jerome Baker, who comes off the edge every once in a while in the 9 wide technique. So
Kyle Van Noy too. Yeah.
So they have enough guys to create a pass rush.
Okay.
It's just not going to be the typical pass rush where Cameron Wake just eats right tackles alive.
Yeah, it's not. It's not going to be like that classical 4-3 flex. Wide 9 guy that just gets off of the edge. No, it's not like that. It's something where they're going to try to scheme pressure.
But it's also if you have 2 elite corners, which is what they have at least for now. The pass rush doesn't need to be quite as good, right? I mean, it needs. I mean, you're basically buying time essentially for them to get to the quarterback. So it would seem that's it. When I look at the defense right now, I mean, the only concern I have is at the safety spot. I mean, the primary. I have other concerns, but the primary concern is the safety. I just didn't like McCain there last year. I didn't.
Nobody did except for the Dolphins. It seems like.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe I was overcompensating because you guys on 3 yards had harped on it so much, but I just felt like I was watching him in every game just get manhandled physically.
He's not good vertically. He's not good. Yeah, he's not good vertically. He's good in space. He's a good tackler in space, so he could play safety in that regard, man. But you throw deep on the Dolphins, and he's the last line of defense. Man, I don't like him against guys that are 6'2" and above. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's not going to compete for balls. He's not going to high point balls back there.
He's not Brent Grimes who can leap 10 feet in the air and come down with it with one hand.
No.
Well, let me ask you. You mentioned Patrick Laird earlier. There was some excitement about him I don't know if it's just because he wasn't Kalen Ballage. But, I mean, is there any chance that he can be part of a two-man running back rotation with Jordan Howard?
Well, his nickname is White Lightning, but that's not the kind of lightning we're looking for.
No. Patrick Laird, I said it at the end of the season that I was very, very happy. I would be very happy with this group, this running back group, if Patrick Laird was the third running back in the room. And I think if the Dolphins can manage to find somebody to make Patrick Laird the third running back, then they have a good running back room. They're missing one guy to do that.
Right.
Zach Moss, can Zach Moss be that guy? Joshua Kelly, A.J. Dillon, maybe? Yeah.
I still feel like we're missing I still feel like we're missing a complimentary guy. Go ahead, Ethan. I think with sponsor time.
Yeah, it is sponsor time. I want to tell you about because he checked in here earlier. Some of our sponsors have checked in here on the show, which we appreciate. LouisPeters.com. He's a State Farm agent. It's an agency based in Miami on 117th Avenue, representing the number one auto and home insurer in the entire United States. They got more than 60 years of combined experience in the insurance industry. These are local agents that understand South Florida's unique market. They've got access 24/7 on their website at LouisPeters.com. Spelled just like our Louis sung here, LUIS Peters.com. Also 305-275-5585. That's 305-275-5585. Personal service that is tailored to every customer. No cookie cutter solutions. And he will argue with you about the Dolphins. He was going. I've been tagging him on some of these polls. He's been going back and forth. So check him out on Twitter too, at SF Agent Peters. Again, that's for State Farm, at SF Agent Peters. LouisPeters.com. All right, so where are they next, guys? What's the next one?
Got the Rams.
Third round.
Yeah, but what
there it is, Van Jefferson.
Dolphins pick 70th.
So 12 more.
Are they going to package?
Dobbins is still not Dobbins. It's possible Dillon is still there.
He'll be there.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, I think there's a good possibility he's there.
I think Dillon will make it all the way to the fourth round, honestly. Like at this point, for real, I think so. Because he's not – Dillon is a bruiser, Marshawn Lynch type guy, but he's not the highlight reel guy.
Van Jefferson just went right now to the Rams. Florida.
Yeah.
That's the guy that Noah Igbinoghene took his soul. They threw to him twice in that game, and then they just
got a problem here.
No, it's not to have a problem. I mean,
I can't. Can you hear Manny? I can't hear Manny. Right
I
now.
hear Manny.
I can hear Manny.
Okay.
I hear him.
no, I mean, like, this is basically for Blue because you go ahead and now you surrounded your quarterback in Goff with Kupp and Woods and Everett and Higbee. Like all these guys are great, but the guy that took the top off the defense and Cooks is gone. So now you're going to go after another possession guy like Van Jefferson in a Sean McVay offense, which I thought maybe they wanted to be run heavy.
Defense the rest of the way, my friend. Defense the rest of the way. Don't make me get my Marshall Faulk jersey out here.
Todd Gurley.
I'm trying to play a low key.
I'm about to say. I was going to say Todd Gurley can still run, but no, he got traded, I think, for him, if I recall.
Yeah, well, Cam Akers will be fine. I think especially in that system there.
Who is? Well, we don't have any Canes guys on here except Blue. But
Hey, I'm here.
Fish is there. Fish is right next to
Do
you.
you remember why I'm on the network? Unless you guys are ramping up Cowboys coverage.
The Cowboys jersey shows everything off.
Very niche market in Miami.
I'm looking at that Cowboys jersey.
It's a Michael Irvin jersey. It is actually a Hurricanes jersey.
Is anybody going to get called today?
Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so.
It would be a reach outside of their grade in the third round.
Yeah.
It's definitely not in the second. Maybe at the back end of the third, someone will reach for it, but not likely.
So I'm seeing some of the comments being made on Twitter about Raekwon Davis. And once again, the word being used a lot is upside. Upside. Every single.
That's the whole draft.
Every single prospect aside from Tua.
Well, Raekwon Davis, what's the upside on Raekwon Davis is that he could be Defensive Player of the Year. That's his upside. So I wouldn't call it an upside. He's a guy who's going to kick the crap out of people on the edge, and he's going to be one of the best edge setters in the NFL. I think that's a pretty good draft pick to have in the second round.
So he's a 3-4 DE in your head.
Yeah, he's a 3-4 defensive end, and he's going to be great against the run.
It's funny though. You brought back memories with the Daryl Gardner thing because all I ever heard about there was potential. They just couldn't get out of him.
But he was really, really steady and good.
He was good. He could have been.
He could have been a monster.
He could, especially playing next to Timbo. Like, I mean, you're playing with Timbo, and and again, Jason emerged during that time too, and he just. I don't know. He'd have moments where he dominated. He'd have like 3-4 snaps he dominated, and then he would disappear. And those guys. Well, look. I mean, the Dolphins just had a guy like that. Wasn't this the knock against Jordan Phillips when they drafted him? That he had all this upside, and then it kind of happened in Buffalo last year, right? Like some of it started to happen, just didn't happen in Miami.
Very interestingly, Buffalo, they didn't pay him, did they?
No.
He was up this year, and they didn't pay him.
Ezra Cleveland, by the way, Minnesota. So
Jordan Phillips had that monster year for Buffalo. I think he had 11. He led all defensive tackles in sacks, didn't he? Or he was second behind Arizona.
He was like top 3, I think, last year.
Yep.
Yeah, and you would think Buffalo would pay him. They didn't pay him. So there's something more to Jordan Phillips that we don't know about.
He's a headache.
Yeah,
evidently.
Yeah, he is. All right, we're going to bring in Dono and Jakari here in a second. So we're about 10 picks away. Jets are up now. I feel like where are our Jets correspondents today? No, Mr. Bill, no Jake Ellman. Are the Jets? Let's do a minute here on the Jets before I.
Where's Jake? Is he here? Where's Jake? We need Jake.
Jake. I don't know. We've put out a call. You know what? He's on our other thread right now. So let me see if he's out there somewhere.
I did not murder him for wearing a University of Coral Gables shirt. That's not a true statement.
He should have.
I'm more worried about Manny being the Eagles fan than he is. You and the Cowboys.
This one comes up too. Manny Wright. Remember Manny?
Yeah.
That was
Manny Wright.
Yeah, Manny Wright. That one didn't work out very well either.
Wasn't Manny Wright the one that cried? Wasn't that him or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
One of my favorites was Earthquake Blake.
Yes.
Eddie Earthquake Blake. Remember him?
Oh wow. Yeah.
The earthquake shake. That was Drew Rosenhaus's whole big thing. Drew put in the earthquake. They were selling an endorsement shake for him before he played a snap.
That was a guy who was absolutely giant. He could. You remember all the videos of him dunking basketballs, dunking them, doing 360 dunks, doing back dunks, doing it between his legs, and you're like, wow, that's a 6'3", 330-pound man doing all those things. But you never saw him play football.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but he couldn't play football.
So slight problem.
He could play football.
Asterisk
Before we check out, I want to introduce Jakari here. We got Jakari Givens on here. You can follow him at KingJock24. Your thought, clearly building in the trenches is the direction that they've gone. I think you talked about that a little bit on a couple of your videos before you came in. But the other thing you said that hasn't played out yet was that, you don't necessarily need to make 14, 15 picks, which is something we discussed earlier. At this point, you keep bringing in guys for competition, or you try to flip some of these?
You would like to flip some of them, but I doubt it at this point. I think the Dolphins are trying to build for a future team. So they're more culture guys. So I think they want their own guys to come to their system. So at this point, it's looking like it. I wouldn't be shocked if they trade for a running back. Like I said, Fournette is out there. Le'Veon Bell is out there, but I doubt that they trade those guys. But I think the Dolphins do have the capital to get a running back. So I don't think stressing the running back position is that big of a deal right now. I am happy with the pick with Davis. Davis had first-round tape as a freshman. He looked pretty good. He kind of fell off the his last 2 years, but I think he's a great potential pick. He'll be great within the trenches, and the Dolphins needed to add another D lineman to go with Wilkins, Godchild, because they still had a potential of losing Godchild as well, because he hasn't signed a long-term deal. So I think that's reassurance in the trenches.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. Lewis, you've harped on that a little bit. I mean, where do you go with Godchild? What is the do you pay him like a top, close to a top emerging guy, or because this has always been the battle with the Dolphins? It's like, when do you decide to pay a guy, right? Olivier Vernon No, others they've decided to let walk at a certain point, and the fans get all pissed at that. Is he good enough to try to keep?
Well, I like Godshaw, don't get me wrong. And the thing about Godshaw is that he's solid, but he's not going to be the Ndamukong Suh guy that we thought he showed potential really early on in his career. It's like he had a few flash plays and like, ooh, hold on, he's got something special here. I think we've already seen the best of what Godshaw can do, and it's good. I would pay him if the price was right, but if he's looking for elite defensive tackle money or 3-4 defensive end money, whatever the Dolphins decide to do with him, then no, I'm going to let him walk, in which case Raekwon Davis easily just kind of steps right in without even missing a beat, and he can play with Christian Wilkins, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, and with Davis, you have a guy with a higher ceiling than Gottschalk as well, because Davis, his freshman year, man, he looked like he was going to be a top 5 pick. So he does have the potential to play. I think he kind of took a step back because Alabama defense in a whole took a step back. The last 2 years, they haven't been as dominant as we're used to seeing. But with Gottschalk, I would say this. He's not asked to be a dominant player in his system, in the Dolphin system. He's asked to be a more of a nose stuffer, try to stop the run type thing. So I kind of would pay him, but at the same time, I understand why not paying him as well.
Yeah, I'm really talking myself into liking the strategy, guys. I mean, going after trench players. You know, we've got like half the Raekwons in the NFL now play for the Miami Dolphins, so the defense is getting loaded up. I mean, I love how I was in the waiting room for a couple minutes. I mean, Ethan totally blew past Vishnu as being the other Canes guy. I mean, what do you? And I agree with you, Blue, at Vish. I don't see anybody, certainly not Miami Hurricanes wise, coming out in the second round, maybe late third, probably day 3.
That'll be a stretch for third too.
Well, and let me ask you,
Dallas may be the first guy taken because of his versatility.
I was about to ask you, because I'm kind of between Dallas or Garvin. I think I could probably see it being Dallas, and he's certainly the guy I think that checks off so many boxes with his versatility. He's also, you know, I don't know, maybe some teams would value this more than others, but he really has that personality where I'm sure he blew anybody away in the interview room when he got a chance to talk to some of these coaches and GMs. So that's kind of who I'm leaning to as well, but I can maybe see Garvin.
He'd be like the guy Vish that would go to Atlanta because he versatile guy, could do kick returns, do anything you need for him. Plus he's from the area, so
and both of those guys are kind of good. Fourth round beyond picks, because you can see like a role for them, because at that point you're getting like role players, right? So he can do special teams, he can take some carries off the starting running back.
Sure.
Garvin's a guy you can bring in on third down as like a rusher, but those are they're not every down players.
No,
which is why they slip into the fourth round.
By the way, a note on the 5 guys that have been drafted. 4 out of the 5 guys, the one exception is Austin Jackson, are the number 1 ranked guy on CK's respective position group board.
Look at that!
Wow.
Who was the one guy? So it was Austin Jackson was the one guy who wasn't.
Who wasn't? Austin Jackson, I believe, was his 6th tackle. So the number 1 3-4 defensive end he had was Raekwon Davis.
Patriots just traded up. They traded up. Patriots traded up. Who are they getting? That they
Jake Fromm.
Is this for
Jake
Fromm?
Fromm.
Is it Fromm?
Gotta be.
Is it Fromm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think Jake Fromm would be the guy.
I want to add to you guys. I know y'all mentioned Garvin and Dallas. Dallas is a sleeper for the Dolphins as a late round running back because I think he can be a starter in this league. With his versatility, he was the heart and soul of the Hurricanes team this past season. But I think Trayvon Hill could be the first player taken because I think he's oozing with potential. So that's a guy to watch out for. And he flashed. Like, he had some games where he looked like, at Virginia Tech mostly, where he looked like a 2nd or 3rd round pick. But I think his off the field problems kind of took over. But I think he could be the first guy taken, just because the team can look at him and be like, hey, I think we can turn him into a rush in or something, or a drop down.
Yeah, just like Garvin, he's a guy some team can be like, I can get that guy in a 3rd down role and rush the passer.
Well, considering
Jakar, we can't take credit for him. We got to give Virginia Tech credit.
No, we don't. We absolutely do not. Well, let's see where he's drafted first, and we'll figure out what school.
Yeah. If he's a free agent, he's all Virginia Tech.
As far as this Patriot pick, everybody's speculating that it could be Fromm. You know who it could be? It could be Zach Bond.
Yeah.
And
They
that would be a
lost
pretty smart move if
They
they
lost
moved
Kyle
up to
Van
go
Noy
get.
to the.
Yeah.
They lost Kyle Van Noy, so yeah, that is a
And
great
Zach
pick.
Bond is essentially a Cal Van Noy clone.
So somebody on the chat asked, didn't Jacob Eason's dad play for the Patriots? Is that true? I don't recall that.
Is Tony
Yeah,
Eason his dad?
Tony Eason.
I don't know.
I didn't
never
realize
made
that
that
was. I had no
connection.
idea that was his dad.
That's gotta. I mean,
I didn't know
that's his
that.
dad, then
Yeah.
yes.
So, I do.
Rousseau's not eligible to be drafted yet.
Yeah, but he'll
Thank
be.
God. I mean,
he'll
Miami
be-
needs that kid next year.
Yeah,
he'll
that
be
will,
picking-
next year we won't be getting into day 3 without a Kane pick.
No.
Yeah, he'll be. They have 2 players going. The Dolphins wanted Uche. That was been a great pickup for, the Dolphins.
Oh yeah,
I
Uche.
think-
That's a.
Who's that? Is that the pick?
There
Uche
it
to
is,
New
Josh.
England?
Uche.
Yeah, from Michigan. Yeah,
Went to Columbus. So
he's local.
local guy.
Yeah.
Well, and on that note, Blue, while you're in here, let me ask you, what's been sort of your radar been on South Florida kids? You know, and I'm not talking kids who went to Miami, but kids who grew up in South Florida. It seems like this every year we get a lot of those in the draft. Who have you been tracking these last couple of days?
8 first-round draft picks in 2 years, so that's not terrible. But and then Josh coming in, still have Zach Moss. There's a few still out there, but I agree with Jakari. Josh is the type of kid I've watched him since he was in the 10th grade. A great kid, great teammate. Grew unbelievably. He was a linebacker as a sophomore and a junior. Then they put his hand down a little bit, and at Michigan he did a tremendous job. Great fit for them. But it's surprising that New England would trade up for him. I thought maybe he would have dropped a little bit further, but you never know. But great pick.
I think they see him as a Chandler Jones clone because he has the potential to be one of those guys. So I can see them trading up because he's a potential guy. So when you get out of the first round into the second, third round, you're picking guys with potential, with high potential, or late guys who slip. So I know a lot of the Dolphin fans are worried about why they going so O-line and D-line essential right now. They're actually doing the right thing because each team, you look at the 49ers this past season in the Super Bowl, excellent D-line play, excellent O-line play. You look at
shout out to Craig on the Periscope chat with an encyclopedic knowledge of guys named Eason. So the Tony Eason that played for the Patriots was not the same Tony Eason. Jacob's dad is also Tony Eason, but he played for Notre Dame. The Tony Eason with the Pats was a different guy.
Yeah, I figured. The other Eason was from Illinois.
Yeah,
the quarterback Easton that played with New England, he was from Illinois, so I kind of figured that'd be a little bit different.
Is anyone surprised Blue knows where the Tony Easton that played quarterback for the Patriots in the mid?
He's got a full catalog of Tony Eastons. Like he's got a list like that.
How do you know he's from Illinois? Like, this is crazy. Every time I talk to Blue, I'm like, this is like, what is happening here?
Blue, can I ask you a question?
What happened?
So there's this one guy, this defensive end from Florida, Zuniga. What can you tell me about him, and where do you think he fits? And can the Dolphins might be, maybe, or no?
And then I want to hear from Alfredo as well, because Zuniga is his man.
Yeah, the Dolphins. I thought he played extremely well. No, he played extremely well. I mean, I thought he was when he was out this year hurt, you could tell they kind of went down a little bit. I like him a lot. A tough kid, tough mentally, strong guy. Dolphins probably in the fourth round, maybe third round. But more, what do you think, Alfredo? Like third, fourth round?
Yeah, I think teams are going to start looking at him right now because he does have that one quality, which is he could get in the wide stance and just get after the quarterback. His first step
strong
is as
kid.
good as anybody's, and his bend is also as good as anybody's. I compared him to Robert Quinn. I know a lot of Dolphin fans say, "Oh my God, if you're comparing him to Robert Quinn, that's a problem." It's not really a problem. The guy had 12 sacks last year, and he had a 19-sack season in the NFL. So if you're comparing him to Robert Quinn, we're talking about second and third round picks here. That would be a hell of a pick for anybody. Jabari Zuniga is a guy that I would absolutely target as a pass rush specialist.
For the Dolphins at pick 6 in the third round, I would say at 70. Some guys I think they're going to take a look at is Bryce Hall, the corner from Virginia. Even though he did we already drafted the corner. I think the Dolphins are going back about the safety position a little different. I think they want more of a cornerback guy at safety who can tackle rather than that prototypical safety that you can have. I think they want guys that can move around. We played the most man coverage last year behind the Lions last season. So that's another thing to look at. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go O-line again, though. I know people. You still got Josh Jones out there at offensive tackle.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If Bryce Hall makes it to 70, it's hard for me to see how he is not the BPA at that point. Because Bryce Hall, before he had his injury,
he was the top
I believe that the injury was against the Hurricanes. Before he had that injury, he was the number 1 ranked corner in most draft boards.
He was a top 10 pick, yeah. But, I mean, I think the kid from La Tech, Akeem Robertson, is better than him, though. So that's my opinion. I'm a big fan of him. That's one of my player crushes. I think he's a great, versatile guy. So that's another guy to look at. But like I said, offensive line and D-line and rush linebackers are probably going to be the Dolphins' next thing because they don't value the pass rush as much as people think because their scheme is more of a contained rush type scheme. So that's why a lot of the sack numbers were not there for the guys that we were looking for. If you look at the Patriots, they never have a high sack guy. The most they have a guy with 8 or 9 sacks or something like that.
Earlier tonight, somebody on the chat was asking us about which of the NFL coaches we thought had the best and worst home setups. Well, what about some of the players who have gotten picked? We've seen some nice houses there as well. And a buddy of mine made a good point. He wrote me a text. How is it that Drew Rosenhaus is in everyone's living room? Have you noticed that? I'm assuming these guys, some of them live thousands of miles apart, yet it seems like Drew Rosenhaus is in everybody's damn living room. And
there's a flip side. There's a flip side to that. No, there's a flip side to that.
He was the original cloning experiment.
Maybe all of these players are in Drew Rosenhaus's house.
That's probably what it is. I don't know.
They've all been quarantined.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you guys caught like Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk was really shaming a lot of these agents today for going to players' houses when they didn't be there. And
I can't even go out for my mail without putting on a mask, and they're having a great parties in all these houses. I think Joe Burrows was the best, just him and his mom and dad, and that was it.
Well, do you think Drew Rosenhaus might be patient zero? You think he's a super spreader?
No. Listen, He's
got the antibody.
Yeah, but when you're accomplishing a lifelong dream, you party no matter the circumstance. These guys been waiting on this moment their whole life, so it's kind of worth the risk because when out of the next, you get drafted one time, so that's a moment you remember for the rest of your life. Hey, I got drafted in this round. It sucks that it's unfortunate circumstances, but I will say this. These circumstances have helped the Miami Dolphins tremendously in this draft.
Well, and I've noticed just as far as the whole, the whole social gathering thing, over the last few years, a lot more players were even projected high first round guys were choosing to just stay home anyway and just appear via satellite. So a lot fewer guys were actually choosing to go to the green room. And so I think at this point, the only difference is you can't invite 50 people over now, right? I mean, you got to at least keep it somewhat of a small gathering. But a lot of guys were preferring to stay at home with their families anyway.
Hey, Blue, we got to give you props on this one. I was sadly mistaken
about AJ Dillon. Yeah, I figured.
That hurts.
Yeah, I would say that's the weather he's running in, not Miami. He
and Eddie Lacy are going to combine for the 250-pound club.
Let me say this: the worst drop of this year has to have been Christian Fulton.
Yeah.
So I think that when everybody talks about character concerns, it really actually showed up in this regard. And if people don't know what he did, he was suspended for 2 years because he faked a marijuana test, and then he admitted to trying to spike the sample. But then they came back and they changed the suspension to 1 year, and then he came back and he played great, and he was one of the leaders on that defense at LSU. His tape is as good as anybody's, but evidently he must have interviewed really badly at the combine.
So I'm like this with that. I'm not gonna judge a kid for making a mistake in college. You cannot judge. If it's not, marijuana should not be that big of a character concern.
I agree.
If they haven't done anything that's warranted arrest, as in like serious arrest, like rape charges, something like that. I can't kids make mistakes. They're in college. They don't know any better. So
one of my first mock drafts before they signed Byron Jones had Christian Fulton at 26.
Yeah.
And here he is going at 61.
Well, also, like in the new CBA, they're basically, I mean, not completely, but they're, for the most part, they're decriminalizing marijuana and party drugs, right? That they're, you could still get fined, but you can't get suspended for weed anymore. So I think teams have to take that into account.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask you this question. So if you're a kid, when you're a kid, of course, your first reaction is to lie when you get in trouble. This is a kid who was highly recruited. You come in, you the man on campus. They ask you a question that's jeopardizing your career. Your first reaction is going to be to lie because you don't want to lose that dream. So I'm not going to blame a kid for that. A kid trying to fight for his dream now. Like I said,
and the argument against him is that he committed fraud because he faked the sample. Well, I probably would have done the same thing myself.
So I'm gonna give y'all.
People do it all the time.
I'm gonna give y'all a little story. So when I was at the University of Kansas, we had a drug test in the morning. Had a guy come in there. I'm gonna tell y'all this: guys in college fake pee samples all the time. It's not a secret how they do it. It's there. I watched many guys at my school do it for years. I watch many guys, and I know guys that I played with who do it. Like, so, yeah, okay, you made a big deal.
Oh, I understand. No. Hey, unless, Jakari, you're Percy Harvin and you're too high to remember that you're going to get somebody else to do it and you just pee yourself.
Yeah. So, hey, but speaking of the running backs, I'm going to tell you a guy I do like. I like
Zach Moss.
No, but I like the kid from Appalachian State, Darrington Evans.
Oh, yeah. Darrington Evans from New Smyrna Beach High School, big time back.
Blue, I mean, is there any room left in that brain? Like, how do you fit so much in there?
Well, aren't I supposed to be the guy that knows that stuff? I mean, he's really good. He's a great kick returner too, Jakari.
Yeah, Blue covered me in high school too, so.
I remember you, man.
Darrington Evans.
Don't be telling too many stories, man. There's too many people watching.
Actually, back when I started doing all the mock drafts and how we would fix the Dolphins in 1 year, Darrington Evans was actually a late round pick of mine. He's basically the lightning. He would be the lightning to the thunder that Jordan Howard brings to the table already.
I agree, Lewis. I agree.
So in that regard, we would essentially be replacing Kenyon Drake for that. I don't know if he has the same amount of talent as Kenyon Drake. I've read a lot about him. I haven't been able to see much of him, but.
Darrington Evans got some juice.
Yep.
He can fly.
Kick return, does a lot of stuff.
Well,
I think he was second in the nation in kick returns too.
It just occurred to me that we have a lot of Canes connections here on this little Sixto box here. So I have to ask this question on the podcast when we covered the offense and we did our offensive preview on the 3 Yards Per Carry podcast. We went over all the running backs, and then we started talking about the guys that we really liked on day 3. And it was unanimous. All 3 of us liked DJ Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
Thoughts as a Dolphin back? Listen, not today, but tomorrow.
DJ Dallas is a great running back. He's like he has the intangibles. I think it kind of hurt him playing at Miami. But DJ Dallas is comparable talent to Cam Akers and all those guys. He's not far behind those dudes. He makes plays. He made plays in the passing game. He was the Canes offense, the run game offense. So I'm not like I don't see why DJ Dallas is going to be a starter in the NFL. That's
okay. So is he Thunder or Lightning?
He's a 5-position kid. He could do everything. He catches the ball. He played a little quarterback. He plays in the defensive secondary, and he's a kick returner, a really good kick returner.
So to Blue's point, he actually came into school, was a little smaller, and was kind of like a hybrid player, and he bulked up in like running back size and didn't lose his speed. He's dynamic. That
He is
offensive
dynamic.
line was the worst offensive line I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't block anything, and he was still ripping off 100-yard games. And he's a complete. He's not thunder or lightning. He's a complete. He's got the full tool set.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me ask this then: is he better than Mark Walton?
Yes.
He's more
Okay,
versatile than Mark Walton. Mark Walton is just a one-dimensional guy.
We're good.
Yeah, he's a lot more versatile.
Than Mark Walton, and I'm going to, and obviously, Mark Walton has had a laundry list of issues. You don't get any of that with DJ
But Mark
Dallas.
Walton looked pretty good while he was still playing for Miami last year.
No,
So
no,
if he's better
Great
than Mark
back.
Walton.
Great back.
Better.
If he's better than Mark Walton,
He is. Yeah.
He's Lewis. He's more versatile. To say he's better, he does more things. He brings more to the team than Mark Walton does, and he'll stay off. He'll stay out of the news.
Yeah, he's a dog. He will.
By the way,
He
this
will
is one
cheat like
hell
hell.
of a. This is one hell of a player that just went to Kansas City. Willie Gay.
Really gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
more
That guy
character
can play.
issues. What a shock!
Yeah.
Kansas City just is collecting.
So
Is that
I'm
the
just
number
saying.
one draft criteria? It's like, give us all the misfits.
No. When you got people have to stop with the character issues. Character issues are things that kids can fix. These are children that's making children mistakes in college.
What did Tyreek Hill do?
Well, actually, I actually had the opportunity to play against Tyreek Hill in college. Actually, so yeah, that's bad. That's stuff that happens.
Yeah.
That's stuff that should not happen. But I'm saying a character issue outside of domestic violence and anything else should not be considered character issues. If the guy smoke weed,
AB's still having those character issues, and they're following him all over the place.
Well,
Yeah,
I think his character issues have turned into insanity. I think he's crossed the line.
No, this guy needs to go into Arkham Asylum or something. Somebody help
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
He's
Seriously.
a Batman villain, straight up. But no, and listen, I understand Jakari's point, because it's like, even, and I wasn't on the football team, but even when I'm 20, 21, I thank God every day that Twitter and live streaming video didn't exist, because I would have gotten on camera doing pretty stupid things around the UM campus, man. Yeah. So so some of these little things I can forgive and forget with some of the issues. And I hate the fact that people tend to treat every quote unquote character issue as if it's all the same. Look, this guy got put in a drunk tank for public intoxication, and this other guy battered his girlfriend, and you tend to kind of group them together when it's really not the same damn thing.
Yeah, no, and there's also other cases, like we were talking about Clyde Edwards-Helaire a little earlier, and you guys understand he killed a guy, right?
Yeah,
but he did it out of self-defense. Well, one of the original scouting reports that I read on him was that he might have been in a gang at the time, when there was no evidence whatsoever that he was in a gang, and there was a police report that said that he was actually attacked and mugged, and it wasn't clear that he actually shot in self-defense either. It could have been his teammate that defended himself. So a lot of these scouting reports, and there's a few, I don't want to call anybody out, but there's a few guys that do this for a living, and they just get out there to try to get their quote out into the media on a player, and then that starts to metastasize, because it's happened to a few players. I really don't understand what's happened to Christian Fulton today.
A lot of these people characterize a guy that has extreme confidence as character issues. Like Odell Beckham Jr. does not have character issues. He has passion issues, and he wants to win. So he's out there acting out because he's not getting the football because he can help his team win. So that's not character issues. That's guys who want to win. We cannot praise the Tom Brady's of the world and all these people when they're on the sidelines acting ballistic and doing the things like that. And
I don't. I think he's crazy. I hate Tom Brady.
Yeah. We want to talk about character issues. Tom Brady in the last couple of weeks has trespassed, and he's broke into somebody's house.
That guy will never amount to anything at this rate.
Tom Brady is wholly unlikable, completely. Yeah. I don't know who's trying to defend him.
So the other thing, and these, especially draft day, Jakari mentioned this earlier, they ruin these people's, day in the sun. Look, the Cowboys guy, La'el Collins, did nothing wrong, was a first-round pick, and his ex-girlfriend was tragically killed. He's nothing to do with him, but they're like, well, maybe he was involved. No reason to think that. No one picked him.
No.
And he ended up, of course, he wasn't involved, had nothing to do with him, and just ruined his whole draft. Like, he didn't get drafted. He ended up signing as an undrafted free agent. Like that. Some of this stuff is nefarious too. It's not even bad intentions.
It very famously happened to Dan Marino. Somebody just started a rumor that he was doing coke when he had taken 14 drug tests and passed them all.
I think Don Shula started that rumor so he would fall to 28.
And it probably worked too. Yeah.
But
somebody
just asked.
Jack
Jeremy Chin.
What happened?
There he goes, Jeremy Chin.
Here we go. Oh, okay.
Finally.
All right. So
after 2.5 hours, Jeremy Chin finally went.
So I see Jack Link's 2020 on Periscope. What happened to Josh Jones? How many of you had him at 18 or first round? I personally did not have Josh Jones as a first round pick at all. Period.
But he could have been.
I didn't have him as one. I am shocked that he hasn't been picked yet. Yeah. But I never thought he would get drafted in the first round to begin with.
I had him as the 5th ranked tackle. And I still stand by that. I still think
take him because he's that much value now.
No,
I still think he's the 5th best tackle available today.
Yeah, I think if the Dolphins take him, he's gonna shift into guard. I think the Dolphins starting offensive line probably on day one, if Josh Jones is taken, is gonna be Jackson, Flowers. I think they'll move Dieter to center.
Ted Karras is there first.
Yeah, but Dieter can back him up. I think you'll have, if they select Josh Jones at guard and at right tackle. I'm catching the blank right now.
Hunt.
The dude
Hunt.
Yes, Hunt at depth. I think those would be the guys. But I think the Dolphins are just taking a lot of developmental players at this point because
they're all very high. They are all extremely high ceiling players who are going to develop and wait around for 2021 when the Dolphins are going to supposedly start being the competitive team. And Tua steps in and brings the Dolphins into the next decade of greatness, or somebody squashes him and he's like a bug, and then we don't have it.
Well, and you know what, Lewis, on developmental players, like, I don't know. I honestly, I feel more patient after 2019. Like after 2019, going through a year where
it's desensitized.
Like I don't know. It conditioned me for it. It's like now I feel like I'm like a monk or something. I can celibate from more than 5 wins for another 2 years if that's what it takes. Like I'm not. I think one of the problems that a lot of Dolphin fans had for so long was that you always thought, oh, this is our year. We have a team that's going to, win the division and go deep in the playoffs. So they'd go 8-8 every time and let you down. At this point, I've waited long enough for them trying to put Band-Aids on various little problems that I'm totally cool with them planning it out and really trying to build something special for the future.
I'm going to tell you this, too. Another thing you got to watch out for, too, is the left tackle class for next year is going to be pretty good because you got Walter Little, you got the offensive tackle from Oregon that will be probably coming out. Like, it's going to be a lot of good guys in that draft. So the left tackle position was addressed, but Austin Jackson, to me, can be either right. He can be like, they're going to do something. So the left tackle, if they don't pan out, is also. But next year, the Dolphins are going to be picking in the top 5 or top 10. They'll probably win 6 or 7 games, top 10. So it's a lot of offense. It's going to be a heavy D-line and O-line class next season. And one player that I think the Dolphins probably will look at is Jamar Chase next season as well because I think he fits in.
That all depends, Jakar. That all depends on how these guys pan out because for all we're saying that these guys are developmental, they're raw, they're going to take some time to cook. But if any of these players come in and they actually start looking good early on, then the urgency to go and get one of those suddenly changes. Now, if it looks like that it's still going to take some extra time, then yeah, absolutely hedge your bets. But we still don't know what the team is going to have to do come after the 2020 season because let's say, for instance, the Dolphins, of course, do cut Albert Wilson, and let's say perhaps that Jakeem Grant finally kicks the bucket as far as his career goes in Miami, and he has to move on. Well, all of a sudden, wide receiver becomes a need, and then you have the opportunity to get one of the best wide receivers in the draft, whoever that may be. Also, I should also mention tight end, very much a need for the Dolphins, and if there is a good one coming out next year. Yes, it is a need. It is a need. Mike Gesicki is good, but you need more than one guy, man. You need more than one guy.
I think they're gonna trade for OJ Howard before this draft.
Bucks
is
aren't
over.
giving up OJ Howard. Bucks are not giving up
I
OJ
don't think the
Howard.
Bucks are giving up any offensive weapon.
Tom Brady loves having two tight ends. Right now, he has his good old Gronk / Aaron Hernandez mixture, except without the
But they
murder.
all, yeah, but they,
Without the first degree murder,
yeah,
right?
but they all,
Minus
they all,
the murder.
Yeah.
yeah, but they also have Cameron Brate too, so you have to put him in. So it just
And
depends.
so-
OJ Howard can be traded. It probably be more so closer to camp than now, because I think he'll go to camp and they'll be like, oh well, no, we don't need him, so they'll try to swing him out for a draft pick.
They're not going to trade him. Brady's going to be
This
like,
is-
you traded my quit.
Touched on this earlier, but the Dolphins have so many picks; they can literally do whatever they want.
I know, but
They
that's
can
the
take
thing
a-
about it, though.
And they can afford to screw a couple of these
They can
up.
not just screw
Like,
them up, but
doesn't
they
your
can see an
margin
they can
for
see
error?
there's going to be opportunities coming up in these next couple of rounds for them to say, "Hey, this guy fell to a place. Let's just dump a bunch of picks and move up and grab him."
I would tell you this: I wouldn't use a draft pick on any tight end in this class.
No, they already got what? The Bears picked Clue, and everybody said that was a really dumb move.
But they got Cole. They took Cole Kmet. So
Oh, Kamek, that's his name.
Well,
not
Adam
Clue.
Troutman is still out there. He's really good. I think he's probably the only tight end that's noticeable in this entire class.
I think the kid from FAU.
that's a kid
Hunter
from Dayton,
Bryant,
right? Troutman from
Yeah.
Dayton.
Yeah, from Dayton.
Yeah, he's good looking.
I
mean,
think
you
the
can
kid
always-
from FAU is good too. Harrison Bryant.
You could always
Yes,
take
yes.
a flyer on the on Randy Moss's son, I guess.
Thaddeus Moss.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
but Thaddeus Moss.
just because.
Thaddeus Moss is more in that Gesicki mold, you know. Yeah, if people were asking me, look, the Dolphins really need a slot wide receiver.
That's Albert
Essentially, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Albert Wilson, I've always liked him better on the perimeter. And as far as a slot wide receiver, you know, Tyler Johnson is still out there from Minnesota. He's really good. But I was also telling him too. But one guy that everybody seems to ignore, who is the current slot receiver, is Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki is not a typical tight end. You didn't see him block too much last year.
Thank God.
He played a lot in the slot, and he played a lot of that Y ISO. And it worked. It actually, you know, he actually worked out. So when you talk about Dolphins need a tight end, what they need is, man, they just need that typical inline tight end, man. There's so many of them. You could just find one.
Okay,
Just
so if
pay
they,
one somewhere.
but if they can just
Picks
find
for
one, how
a
come the
veteran.
Dolphins haven't found one?
But they did find one. They found Nick O'Leary, and he played fine for a year.
And they cut him.
Yeah.
He gone.
Yeah, they tried to upgrade that position with Dwayne Allen, and it didn't work out.
So go get him again. Where's Nick O'Leary at? Hang on, let me see. If
He's playing. I think he went to Jacksonville, so he's playing in Jacksonville right now.
The
And
Dolphins
he's playing that role.
3 picks.
Yeah,
The
with the
third round
Raiders.
is already flying. I mean, we have Logan Wilson, linebacker to the Bengals, Antonio Gibson, the wide receiver to Washington.
Running
Lions are on the
back.
clock. Or no, Lions pick is in, Jets are on the clock, and then we just have Seattle at 69, Dolphins at 70. So we're 3 picks away, guys.
Hang
This
on,
is
let me check
moving.
Twitter. I bet you it's faster.
Yeah, probably so.
They're in the
So-
4th round already on Twitter.
I have a question. I have a question for everybody on here. A little bit off topic. Let's talk a little Canes. What are you predicting the Canes record to be next season?
Well, you don't want to ask me because I've got them winning a national title like every other year. But I think I go 9 wins this year. I think you're going to see an improvement on last season. You're going to win the Coastal, hooray! But no, I think they're going to be around 9. What do you guys think?
I think that I opened up BetDSI, who's a sponsor of 3 yards per carry, and De'Aaron King was number 4 in Heisman voting as far as a favorite. As soon as I saw that, I said, okay, if we get the De'Aaron King that we saw that one year in Houston, then the Hurricanes are going to win those 9 games. They are going to win the Coastal, and then they will go get murdered by Trevor Lawrence and Clemson in the ACC championship game.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Miami schedule is favorable to win all the games, and I think they can challenge Clemson easily. Because I honestly, to be honest, like I'm not the biggest Trevor Lawrence fan because I think he struggled a lot last season. It just depends on. Let's be honest. The U record depends on one thing next season: how many Diaz improves from year 1 to year 2 as a coach. Because last year, a lot of the times the UN was unprepared, in a lot of games, and it was just like, what are you doing coaching? So I want to see how he adapts and see if he learned from some of the mistakes he made last season. I think I think he was flustered by the job. I think he's done a great job recruiting. So I think he's more primed to be a better coach now. I do think they hired the right guy. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Manny Diaz fan but I do think he needs to be more involved with the defense next season as well.
I just settled for them beating Wagner. That's all, you know.
Yeah. I will say this. I've never really been embarrassed by having any of my teams lose because it's still competition. You know, everybody plays, and you know the scoreboard is working. And if you score more points than I do, then you beat me. But that FIU game, it was the only time I can remember in my life where I was looking for a rock to hide under.
So that's so right, Alf. Like I feel like I couldn't leave the house for like 3 days because I know so many FIU guys.
That's right on Jakari's point of completely unprepared. Like the record was 6-7, which is bad. That Central Michigan game,
I'm gonna tell you.
Didn't score in the game. Like this was a bad 6-7 loss.
The Louisiana Tech game was the worst loss they had in years because it was the only game in town. Everybody in the nation saw it, and I'll tell you what, that was Jakari. That was tough to watch. I'm just looking for them to beat Wagner. That's all I care about.
So I'm gonna tell you this, Miami. I'm gonna tell you Miami this. The whole situation that you made about the FIU. The reason why the FIU loss was not a bad loss. Because the FIU is recruiting kids around Dade County that are not getting the UM offers. So them kids are talented. Miami has the most. Dade County has probably the most talent. South Florida in general has the most talent.
All right, so hey gentlemen. So I hate to cut everybody off. Dolphins are actually 3 picks away. Jets pick is already in. Seattle is going to be on the clock in a moment, and after that, it's Miami at 70.
All right. Before you go to that pick, Jakari, they lost to Middle Tennessee State 55-10. Come on, man. Come on.
That was an awful loss. Central Michigan was a terrible game. They didn't even get in the red zone in the bowl game. There's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, but there's a lot to be optimistic about. So who are we picking here, guys?
Ashton Davis. Ashton Davis is a home run here.
I think.
Are they interested
right
in a
now,
safety?
Let's see who's on board for me. Like I said, I think they're gonna go O-line again. So either him.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Ethan. How are you?
If you want a defensive lineman and you want another guy who just kicks ass in a phone booth, Khalid Kareem of Notre Dame will be there at 70, and he's better than the guy that just got taken, Julian Okwara, who was his teammate.
But here's the other thing: we had a conversation about Zach Moss like about an hour ago. He's still there.
He's a 3rd-round pick, but is he an early 3rd-round pick?
Right. But, I mean, if you want – but here's my whole thing, Blue, and this is when we talk about the picks. This is something Jakari talked about earlier, too. Like, if you want a guy, go get a guy. You got enough picks. Like, you can make up for it later. Like, if you're concerned about not being able to pick up somebody in a particular position, to me it's about what
Adam Gase is on the screen. Hang on. Boo!
Where is eyes? Where's eyes?
You can never see them. Never. You can never see them, ever.
He's wearing that baseball cap indoors again.
Is he blaming his son for not doing the Rubik's Cube properly? I
think Gase is going bald. And
here's Ashton Davis right there. And Davis, he stole it.
Good pick, Adam.
Again, I say boo.
Yep. So...
This guy has a great story. Ashton Davis, I don't know if you guys know about his story. This guy was a track star, and the football coach there said, have you thought about playing football? And he was like, I've never played football before in my life. So they put him in on special teams, and the guy becomes special teams captain and special teams MVP. Hey, you watch him right here. He was a 110 meters hurdles champion, okay? The guy by his senior year had taken to playing single high so well that a lot of people, including Mel Kiper and myself, had him at a top 5 free safety in this draft. And here he goes early in the 3rd round. So potential fulfilled.
What do we make of Gase last year? I mean, I didn't realize they won 7 games. I was surprised. I was like, I didn't remember them winning 7 games.
He pissed off his star running back. He desperately defended Sam Darnold, who was not good. Let's see.
But then he ripped him on the sideline in that one game.
Oh, yeah. And he actually quarantined him before it was fashionable.
That's
I
true.
just think
I don't know how he still has the rep.
Hey, this is where Zach Moss could go to Seattle because they seem to make picks like this.
Didn't Seattle pick a running back already?
No,
who did they take?
I don't think they did.
No, they didn't.
I think we talked about them taking one.
But they have Penny and Carson.
They got a hurricane
That's why
there.
I thought about it. Yeah, Jordan Brooks and Darrell Taylor.
Well,
So defense all both ways for Seattle.
Wasn't
And
the Jets season last year just like a typical Adam Gase season? Just beat bad teams to a respectable record.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, well, they didn't have many national TV games last year. Those were the games where Gase would get beat by 40, and then he blamed.
Here's Seattle's pick.
Yeah,
and that did happen when they played. Didn't they play Thursday night versus New England and get their ass whooped?
They did.
Oh, they got Damian Lewis. There's your guy.
There he is. In my opinion, he's the best. Like, if there was a one-dimensional player who was great at that one dimension, that's Damian Lewis. I think he's the best right guard in this draft. He's
Well,
just
I'll tell you what,
an absolute masher.
I would think that the Dolphins would take Zach Moss in this position.
Okay, so that's
hometown guy. I don't know. Who knows? I haven't been able to be right on their picks yet.
Josh Jones, Lucas Niang.
Josh Jones still on the
Josh
board.
Jones has been out there longer than anybody.
Yeah.
That's what I said. First round talent at 70.
You know what? You know what?
First round talent.
You know, if you really want to fix that offensive line, we know Robert Hunt can play right guard, and we know he can play right tackle, so he's versatile enough. Lucas Niang, in my opinion, is probably the best offensive lineman left that could fit our scheme because, you know, we used the 18th pick on a left tackle, so I don't think Josh Jones fits anymore. So Lucas Niang right here will be a pretty good pick.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to take a flyer.
I just wonder what the plan is at running back. I'm curious about that. Like, how did
the pick is in, so we know.
Backs.
Let's see.
There we go.
Is it me or the Dolphins always get the pick in the fastest?
They know who they want, I guess.
I mean, it does say they had a consensus here at least.
The Tua pick, they got it inside of 4 minutes, so that was pretty fast.
I mean, others are saying here too that they were in on Dobbins. Is that what I saw?
Zach Bond is still available.
Yeah.
If you want to get another Kyle Van Noy to be pass rush.
Yeah, like Zach Bond.
You have one Van Noy on one side, the other on the other.
And for you tight end fans, the best tight end on the board, the best tight end in the draft is still on the board.
The kid from Dayton.
Yes.
Great.
In my opinion, he's better than Cole Kmet.
The tallest in the room.
So if anybody wants to run with two tight ends, that's a really, really good tight end.
I just saw the name Jordan Elliott. I hope not.
No, it's not going to be.
I hope not. Didn't they learn from Missouri picks?
Tight ends, that's a really, really good tight end.
I just saw the name.
Who had their YouTube on? I can hear the echo.
No.
Oh, there you go. It's off. All right, so let's just wait this out because we're gonna also rotate in some other folks here in the last hour.
Yeah.
So I want to get Alfred. We got to find CK because
Every time the Dolphins pick is a commercial. You notice that? Every single time.
Yeah, it's true. Well, they're picking all the time. They got to get the commercials in somewhere. I mean, literally tomorrow it's like back to back. I mean, they basically have the whole draft. I mean,
they do. Tomorrow's are.
I just can't imagine they're going to make that many picks.
You wouldn't be surprised if they pick again tonight, right?
I'm honestly reaching a point. I'm reaching a point where it almost feels like they're getting ready to trade into the 2021 draft. Like they're getting ready to pack their bags.
But that's the Patriots' philosophy, though.
Yes, it is.
They did that for 10 years. They pick up the extra picks.
And Chris Greer's father was a big-time Patriots executive. So
right? That's what they've always accumulated, and that has obscured the fact that the Patriots have really not drafted all that well in recent years. But they miss on so many guys, but they always have additional picks. They've always been picking a year ahead, so it's not a bad idea. I mean, what was the Jimmy Johnson philosophy on this, Blue? You remember Jimmy's whole philosophy was this was the whole Pat Surtain thing that a year is worth a round.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, you make the trade. To get the pick this year, you'll give up one round essentially. And that was the whole idea. They gave up the future first for Surtain. which worked out because they nailed that pick. I still go back to that, man. Nobody drafted better than Jimmy did those first 2 years, and then it just the bottom
Went
fell
downhill.
No,
Yeah. Well, he passed on Moss.
Chris,
If he doesn't pass on Moss
yeah.
in '99, everything's different. Everything's
Yeah,
different.
Chris.
And it was the weirdest
Chris
thing
has-
because he never passed on that kind of player before. It's like he finally got scared of a guy like that. If he hadn't passed on, taking John Avery and Randy Shannon instead. Not Randy Shannon. I'm sorry, the other Shannon, Larry Shannon.
Oh wow,
Shannon.
Randy Shannon.
No,
Oh, my
Larry
gosh.
Shannon. But yeah, he blew the whole thing up by not cashing in for. If he puts Randy Moss on that team there, that whole thing looks totally different. So,
Larry
yeah,
Shannon, he's coaching some high school now. Or
is he? Oh God!
Isn't he the one from East Carolina? That was the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy on draft night basically called him the White Randy Moss.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had a catch.
I think things go a little bit differently if Yatil Green doesn't blow out his knee in practice.
Yeah.
I know.
I was just gonna bring up that name too, because that's where Larry Shannon came from, that same area.
Yeah.
Because people forget when he made his debut against the Colts in a game where Marino threw the ball all over the lot for like 400 yards. Mm-hmm. And I believe Yatil Green caught like 5 for 80. But you could just see it like, this is a man playing against boys. Because he was like 6'3", 225 pounds.
It happened right in front of me. He crumpled right in front of me. We were on the field at training camp, and he went down right in front of me and was just never the same. And I thought they'd hit on that pick actually, and they hit on. That's the year they took Jason too, and then Madison.
Here's your pick right here.
So here we go.
Whatever it is. Goodell got tired of standing. He's like,
Josh Jones.
Are you serious?
No.
I'm saying. You had me there for a second there. Who is it?
We're waiting on it. I have Goodell muted.
Brandon Jones. One of the Joneses.
Brandon Jones.
Yeah.
From Texas.
Safety from Texas.
Unable to work out at the combine because of a labrum.
So they must have.
Brandon?
Another
I
stash
believe
pick?
he was in the 30 in the 30. I got to check the list.
So,
but I'll tell you what, this is a kid. This kid can tackle big time.
Yes, I know he's a thumper. I don't know how fast.
He had
what his measurables are
at Texas though.
But if we believe all their metrics, they do not take safeties that run slower than 4.55.
I'm kind of mystified with the running back situation here.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, I'm not. Running back is a flyer.
Look, again, if Jordan Howard stays healthy,
but still, you don't have one.
Right.
Jordan Howard's 25.
Yeah, but he's been banged up 2 of the last 3 years, though, Dutch.
Yeah, but I mean, he's 25. I think he's young enough and coming off. What is he? 25 and 2 Pro Bowl seasons that you can afford to not take a running back in the top 2 rounds.
May I say something?
Go ahead, Manny.
Yes.
Being an Eagles fan and seeing Jordan Howard last season, it was amazing the first 4 or 5 weeks. Then you start to realize that the man's injury prone, and my goodness, it's frustrating. He can run the ball between the tackles with the best of them, but the one question has always been injury prone. When he got his opportunity in Chicago, he was their primetime back, making sure running the ball, catching the ball, basically doing everything that Tariq Cohen was not doing. But then went to the Eagles, he was doing wonderfully until he got hurt. So that's my only thing. You need to be able, if you're the Dolphins, get some type of running backs that could complement each other, not get 2 of the same type, if that's what you want to do.
That's where I come down on it too. I mean, they look again. This whole idea of what they need, I'm not expecting them to compete for anything significant this next year, if there is a next year. So it's not about what they need, but ultimately, if they're building a team, they will need a home run hitter at some point in the backfield. And apparently, maybe it would have been Swift, maybe it would have been Dobbins, but obviously they didn't. I mean, if they liked Dobbins enough, they were seriously thinking about it.
But you can find a running back anywhere.
That's my usual philosophy. I agree with that philosophy. Trust me, Hank Goldberg and Hank used to trash me on the air because I wrote columns for the Sun Sentinel, trashing the Ronnie Brown pick, not because I didn't like Ronnie Brown, but because I did not understand why you take a running back in the top 10 unless he is special. Okay, so I mean, my whole column was about how running backs don't matter that much. And he went to town on me, and it turned out that is true. Okay, that is what's played out over the past 20 years. But with that being said, I mean, clearly they liked the running back that they were trying to go up and get. If they were seriously considering taking Dobbins there. My only frustration with Greer, and this is something CK talked about, is it seems like he just wants to win every trade, and so there's been a couple of times where he probably could have moved up into a certain slot to get a guy like that and hasn't. That's all. It seems like he's more prone to move down, pick up the extra pick, than he is to do something bold in that regard. That's my only thing.
So
am I wrong, Lewis? I mean, is that? I mean, if Dobbins went one pick ahead where they wanted him, that would be a question, right?
Yeah, I would ask them that if they were targeting Dobbins, before he was selected.
Sounds like they were.
You know what I'm
There's
wondering?
Josh Jones just went. Finally, Josh Jones went to the Cardinals.
Wow.
Poor Josh Jones. He goes to a team that just paid their left tackle 3 years, $48 million. So he's not going to play. He's just going to sit there behind him.
I wonder why
DJ
they showed a
Humphries.
picture of him crying. I wonder if it's just out of frustration he didn't go a lot earlier.
Yeah. I think this was a BPA situation. I think the Cardinals just looked at him and said, you know what? We did give DJ Humphries $48 million for 3 years, but he might, not be too good. Let's have this guy waiting in the wings just in case.
So,
All right, Ethan, I'm going to give somebody else a shot to get in.
Thanks, Blue. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, have a good night.
All right, Blue.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Bye.
I got one more
We're
comment.
going to get to our last sponsor here in a second. Before we do, let's go around the room again. We got Jakari in the middle. We got Alfredo up at the top left. We got Louis Sung. You've been like the marathon man tonight, you and Alfredo. And then we got Dutch wearing the 5 Reasons shirt. Again, go check out our website. I thought both of you wearing the 5 Reasons shirt. I finally put up a post for all our new Tua stuff. So the 4 shirts are on there. We got Vish wearing his Cowboys stuff coming back here. But I want to introduce you to the final sponsor of the night. We really appreciate him. He's Tony Andre. He's over at Andre Law. They've been sponsoring 3 yards per carry, civil and commercial litigation. It's a firm in Aventura. Again, all of our businesses are here local. They represent individuals and businesses in a variety of litigation matters, but specializes in collection matters. Many, many years of experience. Big Dolphins fan. Big time into our stuff. Been a big supporter of us. You can reach him at 786-708-0813. That's 786-708-0813. Or the easiest way actually is andrelaw.com, ANDRE law.com. Thanks to all of our other sponsors tonight too, LouisPeters.com. Also, as I mentioned earlier, Keystone Chiropractic. Seltzer Mayberg Law Firm is a big sponsor of ours, and Lloyd Heilbrunn. So definitely check out all of our sponsors. This comes in. Agree about wanting to be on the best end of the deal. So we'll see. All right, so let's look at it in totality now. They've gotten 2 DBs, correct?
Yeah.
2 offensive linemen. Quarterback, nothing at linebacker, nothing at receiver. We really weren't anticipating that.
It's either
Nothing
been
at running
secondary
back.
or the trenches, period.
And a
That's
defensive end. And a defensive end / defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle. Okay. Who relative to value, Alfredo, and then I'll go to Jakari, who relative to value, and let's take 2 out of the equation because we've talked to enough, is your favorite pick so far?
Raekwon Davis. Besides, 2, of course, But Raekwon Davis I think he's like if you're drafting guys in the second round that are going to play a lot of snaps and play them adequately, then Raekwon Davis has to be the best value pick so far because I can tell you right now, I can guarantee that he's going to be good against the run this year coming up because he's always been a man against boys, and I don't see him getting manhandled in the NFL when he's 6'7", 335 pounds.
What about you, Jakari?
Actually, I like Davis, but I also like the Jones kid that they just selected. I think he can kind of fill the Rashad Jones role and the Mika Fitzpatrick role that they were trying to incorporate in the system.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
He has good range at free safety as well. He had a plethora of picks his freshman season. I think he underachieved a little bit on the Texas defense that underachieved all season. But he was a flash guy. Like I said, same with Davis and Jones. Their freshman year, they looked like first round picks. So
yeah, and he didn't participate. One thing about him, he didn't participate at the combine, but he blew away all the teams that he interviewed with at the combine because he showed up with binders on everybody's defensive scheme and knew how to dissect everybody's defensive scheme that he interviewed with. So he's a smart guy.
So, and one last comment. You guys are talking about the running back position. So the running back position is fine. The Dolphins are going to be able to select the running back. Do you guys value Zach Moss that much higher than the next available guys in the draft? Is Zach Moss that much better than DJ Dallas if Dallas was a guy that it came down to? So, and my answer is no. I think they're both comparable. DJ Dallas to me may be better than Zach Moss overall. So running backs, I agree with you, Ethan. You kind of, if you're taking them in the mid rounds, if they compare, you don't have to like jump in, go get them at the opportunity. You only take running backs who are difference makers in the early rounds.
I agree.
Yeah, I like DJ Dallas a lot, and if you have a running back room that is Jordan Howard, DJ Dallas, and Patrick Laird, it's not a bad running back room. That's a decent running back room.
What about P-Ron from Florida?
Lamarca Piron's a good back. I think he's a
good back. He's a little bit one-dimensional for my taste.
I mean,
DJ Dallas.
I like Dallas, but I like Evans from Appalachian State, though. I think he's a sleeper guy. I think he would fit what the Dolphins need right now as more of a change of pace back guy.
Man, I'm just relieved they didn't take a running back high or trade up for one. Because I feel like trading up for one, like we always make the same old Dolphins jokes, but I feel like taking a running back high or trading up for a running back and giving up these assets that they piled on for this reason to build like a legit team would be same old Dolphins. Like I think that's a move Tannenbaum makes way more than what it seems like Greer and Flores makes.
Yeah, but Dutch, if you look back at it, I mean, even historically, the Dolphins have pretty much parted with running backs.
But
over
exactly,
the years, right? But they didn't re-sign Lamar Miller, right? They traded away Ajayi. I mean, they have been willing to move on from backs. I mean, they ended up with a back last year. It was just horrific. I mean, pretty much it was Caleb Ballage the worst back they used.
The thing is that the Dolphins,
right?
Yeah, the Dolphins have always been able to.
Everybody outplayed him.
But they've always been able to find a back. Lamar
Miller,
they've
always been able to get away with it. I think they finally made their one mistake, and that was Kenyon Drake. I've always been a big Kenyon Drake fan. I don't think it was a smart thing to trade him for
nothing.
What,
a third-round pick, right?
Yeah, he was a third-round pick. They traded him for, what did they get? They got a fourth for him.
Yeah, and then Lamar Miller was what, fifth round?
He was fourth also.
Fourth. Jay Ajayi was around fourth or fifth.
Ajayi was a fifth.
Yeah, fifth. I mean, those have been like their two most successful running backs in the past 8 years?
Yeah.
Like, if there's one thing the Dolphins have had is mid-round running backs. That's always been a success.
But Dutch, the only two times they went, so they went all in for Ricky, right? I mean, that worked. I mean, we could talk about what happened with him. In the current climate, that would have looked a lot different. Ronnie Brown was the second overall pick. I didn't love the pick at the time, even though I liked Ronnie. If you look back at that draft, though, it was one of the worst drafts in recent memory, right, Alfredo? Like, that was a terrible, terrible draft. I mean, there wasn't – I mean, the argument was him or Braylon Edwards, who didn't turn out to be very good anyway. No. Right? So there really wasn't a whole lot there. I mean, you can say they could have taken Aaron Rodgers. So could 23 other teams. I mean, he was sitting there in the back room. So I don't think they've made terrible decisions in the running backs. I just think that what we saw last year, and I'm not a big running back guy, but everybody looked better than Ballage. Like Walton looked better than Ballage, Laird looked better than Ballage, and it just became.
I think what we've learned about Kenyon Drake is he's not a guy that works with a group, because every time he's been a part of a running back group and he had to share carries, he hasn't produced. He goes to the Cardinals. They make him the bell cow, and he puts up huge numbers. He was here in Miami for those 6 games. They made him the bell cow. He put up huge numbers. So he's showing that he can be the man, but he just can't be part of a group.
So I disagree with you on that.
Yeah, well, wasn't it a work ethic thing? I mean, wasn't that a big part of it? I mean, I thought
Kenyon Drake.
It didn't seem like Flores trusted him. It didn't seem like Gase trusted him. Like, the only thing that the two of them seemed to agree on was Kendrick Drake. Kenyon Drake. That was
Yeah.
it. Like everything else philosophically was different. Jazz, I came in and I cut off a little bit. DJ Dallas, what is the earliest that you would make a play for DJ Dallas?
The earliest I would make a play is, I'm with everybody else. I like DJ Dallas a lot. I think he's versatile, right? We saw a lot of him this past year, and we can see what he can do. He can break tackles. He can catch the ball in the backfield. He's a half decent blocker, and he's not bad as a running back, just as a pure running back either. So I'd probably make a move for him. I was talking about this a little while ago with a couple of buddies of mine. Probably if he's there in the sixth round. I think that's where I'd go get him. I mean, we have so many other needs right now, and at this point, if a guy like Zach Moss, for me, doesn't fall to us whenever we pick, when do we pick again right now? 130 something at this
Zach
point.
Moss is gone, by the way. Saints just picked him.
Oh well, there you go. So I mean, at this point, I think I'm going to hold off, and I would like DJ Dallas, but I probably wouldn't take him right now. I'd probably wait for the later round.
All right, so basically, like I said, the running back situation, we're moving into a totally different.
Colts just traded the pick to the Lions. The Lions traded up.
Okay. How many trades have there been? 3? 4?
There hasn't been many, yeah.
There was 3 yesterday.
Probably about like 6 or 7, maybe.
Yeah, 6.
I thought there would have been more
total.
today once they kind of figured things out. I thought that there was going to be more trades today, but that didn't end up happening. Are there any, so we said what was the biggest upside pick? To me, which is the biggest head scratching pick, the second pick that they made? Is that the big what right?
I would say so.
With Jackson?
Yeah.
Austin Jackson, again, if Laramie Tunsil is his ceiling, great. But, that's the thing is that it felt like it was just too early for the guy. There could have been other guys available. But you know what? Actually, you know what? I take it back, and here's why. Because when you see how far Josh Jones tumbled, we keep assuming that Josh Jones would have been gone first. We assume that Lucas Niang maybe would have gone first. We assume that all these other guys would have gone first. It might be possible that another team would have looked at Austin Jackson and thought he was the next best guy out there.
Yeah, but it's easy. It's easy to really reverse engineer this thing and see why it happened. Josh Jones had a great season on a team that didn't play anybody. He had a great season for Houston. Austin Jackson had a great season. He's also younger. He's a good body type. But he had a great season for USC against a good schedule. And scouts evidently looked at both guys, very similar. One is older, playing against inferior competition. One is much younger, playing against better competition. Similar production. They elevated Austin Jackson. They kicked Josh Jones down into the third round.
Alfredo, didn't Austin have something like 40 starts and he's only 20 years old? So I think that's a good thing as well, right?
And CK pushed back a little bit on me yesterday and he brought up the advanced analytics on the podcast today, where Austin Jackson had allowed something like 14 pressures all year, which was a ridiculous number. So his production was top notch last year. And that's in the Pac-12. That's pretty good production.
The kid did not have an off season either.
So wait, we already know the Lions pick, right? Why is ESPN so far behind? I thought the tipping picks wasn't going to happen this year. All right, Jonah Jackson,
a guard out of Ohio State.
Lions. Okay, so
he's good.
So we're at. So this is the longest break between picks that the Dolphins are going to have, correct?
Yeah, and I don't think the Dolphins are going to pick anymore, honestly.
I think it's 70 picks in between, right? Don't they? Right now?
Yeah.
Unless they trade back in.
I think they're going to trade into tonight.
I don't know. I'm starting to feel like they don't want to trade anything for anybody.
They have what, 3 fifths tomorrow?
They got 141, 153, 154, 173. So they're picking. They're pretty active in the 4th and early 5th round.
5th round. Yeah. So you would think they're going to package a couple of those picks together and move back in here tonight, right?
Yeah, I would. That board is stacked with talent. So there's a lot of guys here that they can use.
There's still
but again,
talent.
maybe not at the positions that they need the most, right? That's the issue. We haven't talked much about linebacker. Are they good there now? I mean, if Baker, I thought Baker was uneven last year, but McMillan was better obviously than he was previous.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have Baker, you have McMillan, you have Beagle,
Van Noy,
you have Van
Van
Noy,
Noy.
you added Lawson, who I guess played both. So
Van Ginkel,
right, I mean, right, Van Ginkel didn't really get much playing time.
and
last year.
Kajumaja Hill from Philadelphia. He's going to be the special teams captain, and he played well the year that they won the Super Bowl. He played well as a starter for a few games.
And Sam too, right? So I can't
Eguilbon.
pronounce his last name either. Right.
Yeah, that's
So-
8 guys. That's a lot of guys.
Let's ask Jakari what he thinks.
Jakari, they have enough linebackers, Dolphins?
Yeah, they do. I don't. I don't think they need to add no linebackers. I think Raekwon McMillan finally showed promise last season. Jerome Baker is an all-around stud in this league. I think Van Noy can help progress the younger guys with Beagle and what's my other man's name? Charles Harris may get a little tick there as well, maybe. So
let's stop you there. Let's talk about that. Is there any hope there? If we given up on Charles Harris?
Yes. You can't really. I don't give up on a player because the coach can change that. So you look at guys like guys who didn't have early success. Like Reggie Bush didn't have early success in his career, but he got with Sean Payton, and then he got in.
We comparing Reggie to Charles Harris.
But he didn't have early success.
Stretch.
Okay,
wasn't Charles Harris a reach at whatever the Dolphins took him?
Yes, there's a lot better guys, but at the same time, I mean, coaching can change a career, and Charles Harris did give you better play than he's given you over the past 2 years.
Yeah, there's a spot for Charles Harris right here.
I'm with you. I'm with you on not giving up on guys, but I mean, it's really hard for him not to outplay.
All right, let's
2 years.
Let's frame the question this way. Jakari, do you think Charles Harris will be fixed?
Do I think he will be fixed? I'm gonna be honest. From a former player standpoint and stuff, the NFL is about the player. It's not about the coach. The players have to want to be better. Charles Harris looked lost because he's not watching film. He's not putting in extra time. So if he wants to save his career, this year, he will get in. He will get in the lab, because if not, he will not be in the NFL next year.
Well, Jakari,
Do they still have Taco Charlton too?
They still have Taco for what it's worth.
They still have Taco also. Well, but look, they did salvage somebody. I mean, Devontae Parker was much more productive than Charles Harris was, but we kind of all gave up on him, right? I mean, he had even more
salvage.
Yeah, but his issue was always availability. He's always grabbing his hamstring. He's always pulling up and having a problem with his ankle.
Yeah, but
When Parker played, he was good though, right? Like, before this season.
Yeah, Dutch is right. Whenever Devontae Parker played, you looked at him like, wow, like this guy can play football.
Is Dutch allowed to be right?
Like, you can't be good if you never play.
Is Dutch allowed to be right?
I'm always
No. Dutch is never allowed to be right.
Dutch is the only one who has to be wrong more than me.
I'm gonna let somebody else hop in, but you guys can catch me on Twitter at KingJock24. I'll probably be back before the night is over. But it was good with the guys, man. Great giraffe talk.
All right, Jakari.
All right, Jakari. We're still.
I gotta get a beer. Hold on a second.
This is it. The third round is over.
Yeah. Wait, the third round is over.
I only see Denver. That's it.
How is that possible? There are 32 teams. That's not. Yeah, I was gonna say. They screwed it up, huh? They don't have anybody else up on the board.
Speaking of receivers, though, like if there's one guy that at this point that I do want the Dolphins to take a look at, and I was looking at his numbers just to make sure I was looking at that right, is James Prochet, the kid out of SMU. That kid's an absolute stud. 111 receptions last year. That's a good guy to look at maybe a little bit later down the road if they trade back up, because at this point I think he's going to be gone before they pick again. But that kid's a stud.
And didn't they say? I thought we said Zach Moss was taken. He's still on the board.
No, he's still on the
Or
board.
No, he wasn't taken yet.
Yeah, he's still there.
No.
All right, so that's
Yeah, I
that's
think they took the
possible.
other kid, that running back. That other running back. Oh no, the Bucks took that other running back. Yeah.
Here's all I'll say about the later picks. If the Dolphins keep a lot of these guys, I don't want to hear about they're taking a guy to be a. If you're going to be a developmental team, right? If you're basically saying we're taking high upside guys early, we're going to give them time to develop. It doesn't necessarily have to be this year. Then don't go out and get guys like Wannstedt used to do. Be like, this will be a guy. He'll be great on special teams. Like I don't want to hear that. Like if you're gonna have a philosophy where you're taking the high upside guy, even if you have to wait, then do it throughout. I don't want them using these picks just to fill holes on this team. Like that's not where they're at right now. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
They should be drafting high upside, best player available, no matter what. This draft,
Right.
really. I mean,
Right. I mean,
because you got to think it like. First of all, we don't even know if there's going to be a season, so it's
right.
Second of all, even if there is a season, they're like still probably. I mean, even though it's not that the teams aren't that far, they're still probably the worst team in the division. Like maybe they're better. Than
I don't know about that.
They may be better than the Jets. Like
their secondary is like one of the best in the NFL.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, Buffalo.
It's a passing league. It's gonna be. I would so.
Buffalo's going to be the favorite.
Buffalo's the favorite, but if I got Josh Allen thrown against this Dolphins secondary, I'm taking the Dolphins secondary.
Buffalo.
They're going to be very competitive.
Buffalo's one of these teams that can be anything. They can be 12-4. They could be 5-11 next year.
I feel like it's been Buffalo the past like 5 years.
Yeah, they could be like Chicago. Remember when everybody was saying that Chicago was the next perennial 12-win team? Look what happened to them this past season. Their quarterback took a step back and they went in the toilet. That could easily happen for Buffalo. But they are talented.
I got a question for the room because the Cowboys are coming up in a few picks. Is there a safety or defensive end worth taking? Because those are huge holes in the.
Yeah, Jabari Zuniga is still out there.
Oh God, it's a Gator though.
Oh my God.
He's perfect for you, man.
I know. I saw his name out there, and I was like, you know what? That would work great. And then I was like, oh God.
Listen, you and Cameron Magruder need to get together and join in your Cowboys dumb and get over the whole Gator thing. Okay.
Not for nothing, Vishnu.
No,
but you get.
I have an old Emmitt Smith jersey in my closet. Like I got once they're there. I just try to avoid having that whole thing happen.
But CeeDee Lamb, Trevon Diggs, and Jabari Zuniga, that's a hell of a draft.
Has there been a Kane tonight in this draft yet?
No.
You gotta tune in tomorrow, or actually Sunday, when they do the undrafted free agent, and they'll all clear out.
Yeah.
Is this the latest a Kane hasn't been taken in a long time?
No Hurricane taken.
I don't know how. Was there? Who was taken last? No one was taken early last year either, right? I think it's been. Yeah, this has been pretty routine.
If you can't remember,
how does that happen? I don't understand.
Well, they always seem to have 10 guys drafted at some point.
Yeah, but how do you not have anybody who became high-end talent there? It's amazing to me. I mean, as much as we talk, and I know you've written a lot about this, Vish, but as much as we talk about they're never going to be what they were, there's another extreme to this. How do you not produce anybody?
Well, I think a couple of these guys are
pick?
coming out too early. I think some of them are coming out too early. Maybe a guy like R.J. McIntosh could have stayed a year, later. I hate to say it, but maybe Kendrick Morton could have stayed an extra year as well and improve their draft stock. So I think that has a lot to do with it also. So maybe a kid like Garvin. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of those guys that are leaving too early, in my opinion.
That's a part of it. But Quarterman and Pigney stayed, and it didn't help them. It's just been when you're it's been a while.
Falcons take Matt Hennessy.
Since
there you go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There you go. That's a good pick. What I've never understood about the U is how can UCF have more first-round draft picks at quarterback than UM in the last 20 years? How is that possible?
Well, I mean, the team has not been good. 15 of those years.
But UCF has. But UCF has.
Yes, they've been. I mean, in the last 5 years, UCF has been a better program. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I hate to say that out loud. It feels uncomfortable when those words come out of my mouth.
Oh God, you're gonna get Jeremy Taché on this thing. No,
I mean, it's a true statement. I mean, we lost to FIU last year. I mean, I don't know what this is not the surprising part. This is the end product of that.
Yeah, it's amazing to me. Like I said, there are extremes to this. Where you can say they're not what they were, but then one guy who pops through. I mean, you mentioned Pinckney and Quarterman. When they came, like, didn't we think at the end of this they would be picked in the first 2 rounds?
And Trajan Bandy too. Trajan Bandy.
At that point?
Trajan Bandy as well.
I think Quarterman had a higher draft grade last year than he did this year, right?
Yeah, he did not get help. Yeah. The whole this year was a complete disaster, I think, for everyone involved. KJ Osborne made out.
All right, so here's a question for you guys. After the Jets pick, the Las Vegas, the Oakland Raiders have 2 picks coming up. Is one of these a quarterback? Because Fromm and Eason are still hanging around.
Well, they got Marcus Mariota and they got Derek Carr. I don't know. I mocked Jordan Love to them at 19. They didn't take him. So, yeah, I would say that, Carr's not for long there. Like, they're looking for excuses to get rid of him. So, yeah. And if I had to handicap which one fits Gruden best, it has to be Fromm. He likes the brainy type.
Yeah, he likes the short passing game. That Fromm is that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever works. I'm just kind of reaching a point where it almost feels like the Dolphins are done, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any word on interviews yet, so it almost feels like there's something cooking and we don't know about it.
I mean, they have so many
picks to go, though.
They have so many picks they can trade that there's no way that – I'm sure teams are calling them, too.
Oh, yeah, I take it back. No, they're doing a Brandon Jones interview right now, so maybe they are done.
Okay. No, I mean, their phone's going to be ringing off the hook because everyone knows they have a ton of picks. In the back, they're going to be, even if the Dolphins aren't interested, they're going to be looking for them because it's hard to imagine the Dolphins just using all of these picks.
Yeah, and especially going 70 picks without a pick, like, you would think that they would rather just trade back in at some point in that gap.
Yeah, I think they would want to get a pick into the 90s.
Yeah.
But at that point, who are you chasing? I was all in for just basically only drafting on days 1 and 2 because, frankly, that 7 guys is a full draft as it is. With all the picks the Dolphins had, they could have easily pulled that off. They already had 5 just with the guys they had in the first and second rounds.
Well, there's still a need pick if you want some versatility on the offense. They don't have a slot wide receiver. They just don't. A good one, they don't. So
is Albert Wilson done?
He might be done, and he might be done not because of his talent, but because of those $9 million that they owe him. So they might not want to pay him that to be the third, X receiver. So if they, if you believe that they have a desperate need at slot wide receiver, Tyler Johnson of Minnesota is a hell of a player. Like, that guy can play. Like, he's a clone of Jarvis Landry with maybe a little bit more speed. So,
the clone of Jarvis Landry lasting this long seems bizarre. Was the draft that deep for wide receiver?
Yes, very deep, extremely deep. And when did Jarvis Landry go? He went 54th or 58th.
Second round, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're that far off. We're only 20 picks off of that. So that could happen, in a deeper wide receiver year. People get pushed along. But Tyler Johnson can play.
And the Jets
he's a perfect slot guy.
Yeah. I like Tyler Johnson. So I like that.
There he is. There he is. I hate that the Jets are getting good players. They got Ashton Davis and they got Jabari Zuniga.
Because Adam Gase is sitting in that creepy living room where it looks like he's uncomfortable in his own damn house. That's so weird.
Yeah, you're you're forgetting Adam Gase is the coach. So the fact that they're drafting good players to watch him screw that up is going to be even more entertaining. I don't know.
He's going to take good players and he's going to ruin them because he's not going to play anyone where they're supposed to be playing. He's going to be awkward with them and put guys in his doghouse. Like an easy way to ruin a good draft prospect is to give him to Adam Gase.
I mean, these are the guys you guys are going to pick up on the cheap in a couple of years because you'll see the potential on tape and realize he's just using them wrong.
Yeah, Bill Belichick's going to end up picking up all those guys.
Nah, this is the Dolphins division now. Brady's gone. It's reset.
I like
now
the way
now they're showing Jabari Zuniga's highlight tape against the U.
Yeah, it's been a night to get kicked in the shins. I mean,
that is a hell of a draft for the Jets. Look at that.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but they're having a pretty good draft.
Yes, that's a hell of a draft right there.
Which means Manish Mehta's Twitter timeline is going to be insufferable. Like I follow that dude, and it's going to be, the Jets are rebuilding to take over the division. I can remember when they hired Adam Gase last year. He writes this piece about, this is an inspirational hire to bring Adam Gase as your head coach. Then within a month, completely turned on the guy. Within a month, the Manish Mehta column became, this is a disgrace. This guy's an embarrassment. What is he doing?
Yeah.
Cushenberry is the biggest need. Can't rely on Karras long term, according to Johnny Dogood. I would agree that you can't rely on Karras long term, but again, is Michael Dieter going to be pushed into that role there? Again, right now. There's no space for Dieter as it is at left guard or right guard. So at center, sure, why not? We've been talking about that all night. Is basically bumping Dieter over to center and letting him compete with Ted Karras. And if he does,
goes to show you how highly they think of Dieter after drafting. What was it in the second round last year?
The third round. They didn't have
third
a
round. They drafted him in the third round
Browser.
last year, and now it's like we're basically going to draft everyone who could replace you at any possible position you might be capable of playing. So I think it was Alf that said earlier. I hope, or it might have been Lewis, that I hope he's renting his place, not buying his place, because he could be looking for a new spot at some point. Oh man, I see the comment from Julio. I think the Finns should trade up. Well, listen, it would make our night a lot easier, guys, because this is when you get all the compensatory picks coming in. I mean, this third round, there's got to be like another 25, 30 teams on the board with an eternal third round with the compensatories. So it'd be nice if the Dolphins could use some of because how many picks do we have like total left? Like 11, 12 picks, even after the ones we've
11,
used?
right? 11
not
picks
that
left?
many. No.
I think it is.
No. We drafted 5 guys. We had 15
10.
total.
Okay, so 10 picks left.
10 picks.
10 picks left. I mean, I am totally of the mind.
They have 9
10
picks left. 9 picks left.
9 picks left. Still, you can package a couple of those to move up. Why not,
Lynn
man?
Bowden Jr. out of Kentucky for the Raiders, number 1.
Good pick.
I always wonder if they use the 2 picks in a row, like what the second guy picked is thinking.
It's like,
yeah. Well, and like
he's thinking, I got to call my agent and tell him to get me the money from the guy for me.
Would you ever would you ever want to be a dick
wanted someone else more?
Like if you're the GM, wouldn't you want to be a dick and say that, like, okay, even though we have the other guy slightly higher graded, I'm gonna draft the lower guy first, then the higher guy, because it doesn't really matter. I've got both picks.
Yeah, like let's say if you have the first overall pick and the second overall pick, and you want a quarterback and a tackle, you got to take the tackle number 1 because you'll save like $4 or $5 million.
Right.
By taking the quarterback number 2.
Smart.
Yeah.
oh my goodness, that's gamesmanship on our next level right there.
It really is.
Playing that
And the
forward,
quarterback's going to be like, you just stole my money, didn't you? Yeah, we did.
Let's see if they do that then, because I mean, obviously it's not the same price point as the first round, but they took a receiver, so if they had the quarterback targeted in there, they might do that route now. We were talking about Fromm a minute ago.
You know what? I don't think they're going to be. I don't think Fromm and them are going to go until like round 4 for real.
I gotta say that Mike Mayock is completely outsmarting me because every single one of his picks I hate. So if he's right, I'm a complete idiot because I hate all of his picks.
I really miss him, and obviously
that is not social distancing.
We're doing our own thing with our draft show, but like just thinking about all the years that I would watch Mayock on the NFL Network draft show, like I really thought he was really, really good at that.
Yeah, and that looks weird.
And I kind of miss him. Like selfishly, I feel like he does a more important role serving humanity as a talking head on draft day than as the general manager of an actual football team. Like I feel like there's more benefit to my life with Mike Mayock being visible and audible on TV than being locked away in some war room for the draft.
Well, you know what? If he's making all these not so good picks, then quite frankly, maybe he's not as smart.
Well, Mike Mayock made his bones on his draft coverage. He was uncanny how he could say, you know what? The Dolphins are looking at this guy, that guy, and this other guy, and it could be one of these three guys, and it would always be in one of those three guys. The guy who replaced him, Daniel Jeremiah, we really respect him. All three of us on our podcast, we really like him. We really
Two wide receivers straight for the Raiders. Brian Edwards out of South Carolina.
We really think that he's really good, Daniel Jeremiah. But good Lord, did he have a bad day last night?
They took another receiver?
Yep, they took Brian Edwards out of Carolina.
Well, you got to remember they had nobody in that room last year.
Yeah,
because Antonio Brown took all the money that they had for the wide receivers,
took all the money,
and then
took all
left.
the crazy pills.
Yes, so he left them with no wide receivers.
All right, well, here go the Cowboys. So, who do I want?
Well,
you guys know these prospects a lot better than I do.
Well, so far you've taken big names at every single pick, right? So you got to figure that Jerry Jones is going to take another big name, right?
Like who? Lucas Niang? Recharge the offensive line?
It's going to be Lucas Niang because they might not pay Leo Collins, and he's from TCU.
I'll take
Texas
Leo
Christian.
Collins.
So it's going to be Lucas Niang. You called it.
How about that, Vishnu? You excited for Lucas Niang?
I mean, Frederick retired, so there's they might shuffle the offensive line, so he might come into play. So there's the.
Now Lloyd Cushenberry is a need, and that's a player for you, and he's a good center.
And so Joe Looney is because Frederick sat out a year because he had that Bell's palsy thing. So they actually Joe Looney played center that year, and they made the playoffs with him. So he's got 1 year left. So I think they'll ride with him this year, but they're looking for the future center. So that's a move they can make here.
Well, what's everybody been drinking tonight? By the way, we have any single malt scotches, knocking down any beers? We've all.
No, I'm drinking Stella.
There you go. I went full snob with some red wine a little bit earlier after the dinner, but since then I'm trying to because I'm an old ass man now. So anytime I drink any alcohol, I got to drink. There's no vodka in my beer pong cup here. I just have water in here, so I'm trying to cancel out any of the red wine remnants to hydrate myself to make sure I don't get the hangover. What about you, Jazz?
Water all the way.
Water out of the Flanagan's cup.
Water. Hydration, man. Hydration. That's it.
Yeah, I did water too. I do have some whiskey in the room with me that I've been eyeing for a while, but Jerry hasn't made me reach for it yet. Let's see in a minute.
Somebody put in the comments.
Here we go. The Cowboys. Cowboys, their pick. Remember, it's going to be a sexy name. Watch.
Because it's Jerry. Jerry always goes sexy. Who is it?
Big name.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not a sexy name. It's about. He's not a guy I had in my top 10.
Why am I so far behind
defensive tackle?
Yeah. Who is it?
Neville Gallimore, defensive tackle of Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
I mean, Bish, did they even need defensive tackles?
So I told you earlier today, and I was half sarcastic, half serious. He loves to draft players from Oklahoma and Texas because they're local for him. I mean, no, it's not a need. But it's the third round at this point. You're not. I mean, if that's the best player, I don't know who is.
Didn't you need a center?
Well, yeah, and defensive end. I've mentioned, I think, for 2 days now that they actually do not have an eligible defensive end at one of the spots.
Did Gallimore play DE?
They have Alden Smith, and so now you know it was a bad pick.
Well, what was that little drive-by that Manny Chang popped in the box for a second?
He's having too much fun on my behalf. Between the FIU loss.
That's some Eagles trolling right there.
I mean, I actually don't really know much about him, so I can't really say if he's a good defensive tackle or not. But
I mean, if Manny's laughing at you, I guess that means he's not that great.
Yeah, I guess not.
I mean, if you guys don't know his bio inside out, then he's probably a reach. Because you guys seem to have everyone memorized at this point.
I mean, listen, if I don't know somebody, I just pop on a Draft Network and just say, let me just take a look real quick.
Yeah, Neville Gallimore, he's a pure 3-tech, and I had him somewhere around 10th, so I just ignored him. I didn't see much of him because I knew that the Dolphins weren't going to draft too many 3-techs, so I didn't go that deep into the defensive tackles that could play.
These Dolphins are not going to trade up. They really aren't.
No, they're not. You would have thought all this, because honestly, before this draft started, I thought, okay, you have 15 picks in the draft. Amazing how you're going to use all this ammunition to make various moves. Will you move up to 3? Will you move up higher in the 3rd round? Instead, they have apparently decided we're just going to use 15 picks. We're going to take them where they come from.
And actually gain picks because they've traded down to add a pick.
Yeah, they picked.
That's right. They gained. Oh, that's a great point. They did gain picks. I forgot about that.
They got an extra 4th rounder.
Yeah.
They're almost going to be forced to package like 2 of them together to move up a spot for no reason, just because you don't want that many bodies.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're going to have a 53-man roster at your rookie minicamp, like just from guys that you drafted.
Although one thing we have to think about: how does UDFA's? How's that going to work this year?
Maybe they are.
So maybe you do have to take 15 guys, so you can have your UDFA's.
Cushenberry to the Broncos.
Wow, Broncos are secretly having a pretty decent draft.
Yeah,
that team is secretly good. Their only problem is that they're in the same division with the Chiefs. That's it.
But like, how much of a secret is it? Like, are they going to win like 6 games and then keep the secret going, or is like the secret going to be?
They could be a playoff team. The Broncos could be a playoff team. They have a lot of talent on offense. It's up and down that offense, all the talent. And I really liked how Drew Lock finished the season. And they have good players on defense too, and they've added something in free agency. So that team is sneaky good, like 9-win-ish type good, and that's good enough to make the playoffs, I think, this year. Because remember, they added a playoff spot in each.
Well, there's no more 16 games now. That's 9 and 8.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, there's an extra game and an extra playoff spot.
But are they doing the extra game this year, or are they doing the extra game next year?
I think that's
pretty sure it's this year.
No, I thought it was this year.
This year there might not be any games this year.
Well, yeah, this year they're subtracting like 10 games, but after that they're.
Oh man.
Yeah, but no, the whole thing. There's an extra playoff spot. The Patriots don't have Brady anymore, so that's like one automatic you'd put in the playoffs.
Patriots aren't picking anybody. The Patriots are all picking day 3 guys everywhere.
Yeah, so there's going to be a totally different dynamic in the AFC.
Oh, here we go. We got Ethan back.
How are you?
Hello, Ethan.
Still no trade.
Good to see you.
No.
Dono and I sharing the stage here for a rare time tonight. I was listening to some of what you were talking about. My whole point, Alex, earlier was that I just don't want to hear them saying, "Oh, we needed a special teams linebacker, or we needed a long snapper, or we needed a punter." Like,
we do need a punter though.
Well, they do need a punter, but to me, it's still take best guy available. Let it sort itself out in training camp.
That's Jake Fromm.
You don't need to. Well, that's Jake. Well, okay, maybe not him, but the rest of them. I mean, just let it sort out in training camp. By the way, did you see the great tweet out there tonight? I thought this was
that
the
was
best.
funny.
The best
A-Rod
tweet.
and J-Lo?
A-Rod and J-Lo are now on the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love behind Aaron Rodgers. So. That was pretty good shit. But yeah.
Oh, by the way, point of order. I just looked up the new CBA is 2021. They're going to have the 17-game season.
Yeah, it's not happening this year.
But the extra playoff team is this year.
Oh, okay.
Zach
so what
Moss,
does
Adam
that make it now? Is it 7 per conference, so 14 teams total instead of 12?
14 total. Yeah,
that's going to work out well for both the Eagles and the Cowboys, Manny, because the teams always win 8 or 9 games, and that might just get in now every year.
Yeah.
That extra spot, that's some good stuff.
How did the Patriots? We get back to the Patriots for a second. How did the Patriots not move into position to secure a quarterback yet? I still don't understand it. I mean,
apparently they don't need one, and either they don't need one or they feel like they don't need to trade up because I don't see anybody rushing to go pick one.
Maybe they're tanking for Trevor.
Well, Fromm is still there, isn't he?
We talked about that.
Fromm is still there. Eason is still there.
So maybe they're cooking together. They're cooking the trade that's going to land them the spot to take Fromm or Eason.
I mean, they're picking in 2 picks, so one of them will probably.
Yeah, they could just take them there.
Yeah, I suppose, but it still seems like I don't know. I mean, do we like Jarrett Stidham? I didn't see enough of him to.
No, I don't know. I saw him at Auburn. Like there was nothing there.
Yeah.
I was surprised he came. I think he came out early, right? Because I remember.
Yeah. He's just
what's happening there.
He always struck me like there was a time when he was a freshman where everybody was saying this is the next big thing out of the SEC, and it never happened. He played out his career, and he left, came into the draft, and you just looked at him and you were like, he's just a guy. He's one of many college quarterbacks that come out every single year. Nothing special about him, but they like him. At least they say they like him.
I almost feel like Bill is trying to prove he can do this with anybody. I just feel to me it's more.
He already
about
did. Matt Castle.
I know. Well, I know. And then Matt Castle got overpaid. All right, we're going to talk about our last sponsor. I lied earlier. We have one more sponsor. He's probably still sticking around because huge Dolphin fan. Our buddy Lloyd J. Heilbrunn. If you own a business such as an office, store, bar, or restaurant which has been impacted by the stay-at-home orders or forced business closing based on the current COVID-19 crisis, has your insurance agent told you that you have no coverage for business interruption losses? He or she may, in fact, be incorrect. Insurance companies may be discouraging valid claims. You can have a free remote consultation and policy review. So, again, we got all these free consultations for you. What do you have to lose? These are Miami sports fans who are supporters of us. So go check this out with a very experienced insurance attorney at the law office of Lloyd J. Heilbrunn. Call 561-727-3636. That's 561-727-3636. Or email ljh@heilbrunnlaw.com. Or you can check out the website HEILBRUNN, two N's there, law.com. Again, it's HEILBRUNNLAW.com. The law office of Lloyd J. Heilbrunn handles insurance, personal injury, and wrongful death cases on a no-fee, no-cost, unless there is a recovery basis. So what do you have to lose? All right. What do we have to lose right now is sleep.
Terrell Lewis just got drafted by the Rams.
So how many Alabama players is that now? 5?
Not as many as it's going to be for LSU. We counted LSU on the podcast.
Okay.
Let's see if anybody can come up with the number. Take a guess how many guys have a draftable grade from LSU this year.
11. 11.
Did somebody say 14?
Yes.
There's the winner.
Wow.
14.
14 guys from LSU.
Well, that's what happens when you have the best season in college football history, I guess.
It's not a surprise.
Like, I don't know how many have gone so far, but there's 14 guys with a draft grade on that team.
All right, then in that case, Dolphins need to just draft all LSU guys from here on out.
I mean, it's not the worst idea, actually. It's really not. Just like it's not the worst idea to draft all Alabama guys. I mean,
like so far, like who's been taken from LSU so far? It's Burrow, it's Jefferson, Hilaire.
I counted 10 guys.
Chason, Damian Lewis,
Cushenberry.
Queen, Cushenberry, Fulton, Delpit.
Jefferson.
It's 10 guys so far have been taken.
Yep.
Keith Kelly wants to know how the Dolphins didn't trade up for Cushenberry.
Because the Dolphins apparently don't like to trade and they want to have 15 players.
But it's also they don't need to they're on a 2-year plan, so if they have to put a stopgap in place in some of these positions, they're going to. They're not necessarily trying to win this year.
It could be also that they're happy with Karras and Dieter right now at center.
Yeah, some of these guys they might want to
Dieter
take
is the
another
guy.
look at for another year because they can always upgrade it next year.
We're speculating that Dieter's the guy. We don't know that for sure yet. So I'm hoping it is because that's the best shot he's got at this point.
Well, they don't really have a backup center, so somebody has to do it.
Sutherland.
Julian Blackman, safety from Utah, goes to the Colts. So now we're up to
It's the
86.
Patriots. We're gonna have some AFC East stuff happening.
So we're going all the way up through 106 here. I forgot we got some compensatory picks in this round. So we're
No, we don't. No, we don't.
We don't.
Jawan James did not play enough games to get it. It's a fourth rounder.
No, when I said we, I didn't mean the Dolphins. I mean just generally.
We
Just-
the royal we.
The royal we. As we continue this marathon session here, who do you let's branch this out a little bit. Alf, who is your favorite? I know it's tough to do this. You write it all down, but is there one team you think has had the best draft? Let's take the Dolphins out of the equation.
I hate to say it, the Jets.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jets have had a pretty good draft. And to be honest with you, except his last pick, because I didn't know that much about him, I didn't study him. I didn't watch much film on him, Gallimore. But I like the Cowboys draft. Like, those are two really good players. CeeDee Lamb and Trevon Diggs. Those are two really, really top-notch players. So I like the Cowboys, but the Jets. I think the Jets have the best draft going right now. Denver's good, too.
How much of an influence did Gase have in the draft here?
I don't think much. He's just sitting. He's sitting on his couch.
He's sitting there on his couch with his hat on and doing a whole lot of nothing, which actually might be the best way for him to.
I think it's.
They made a call to his internet provider and had that thing disconnected.
Yeah, every time they keep showing it. Yeah, every time they keep showing it, he's sitting on his couch on his phone. But then they show Douglas, and he's really busy at a table with a bunch of laptops. So obviously he's the one doing the draft.
So
but how much control did he have here?
Too much.
I think here, I don't think he vetoed picks, but I think he caused stinks over picks.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you have your young coach. So if your young coach, causes an issue on a guy in the draft room, you got to start listening to him. But the thing is that I've never had them assign this guy or that guy. We do know the successes he's taking credit for. We know for a fact he liked Kenyon Drake. And he liked to tell everybody that would listen that he liked Kenyon Drake and that he's the one who picked Kenyon Drake.
And then he didn't play Kenyon Drake.
Right.
I mean, let's be real. He's an asshole. Like, this guy is I'm not even a Dolphin fan. Like, no, who likes this guy? He's a jerk. Of course he's going to the things he screwed up. I never heard of that guy. And then anyone that even remotely.
There goes Zach Moss.
Zach Moss.
Buffalo.
Well, so
he also did a very weird thing with Devontae Parker. He would defend Devontae Parker to the death to everybody, to the point where he would say, "No, I would never trade Devontae Parker." But then there was always leaks that Devontae Parker was like a dog in practice, and that he wouldn't take care of his body, and that he wouldn't listen to the nutrition people, and that he was essentially not a professional. So who's making all of those leaks?
Yeah, that's always a bad sign when they're leaking stuff about the players to the media. That's just that no one then no one wants to play there. Like, getting that guy out of town was the beginning of this. What's going to be to a Super Bowl era here? That was step one, was exiting that guy.
I mean, this never happens if he's here, right? Like, he would not have allowed the teardown. I mean, they might have been bad by accident.
I mean, Tannehill would still be here. Right. Let's be real.
That's true. Tannehill would still be here.
Yeah.
And now the Patriots
are up. Is it going to be a quarterback?
Nah.
Literally every time they've come up to pick, we've been like, this time it's the quarterback. It hasn't happened.
They keep trading out, for real. It's like time to trade down for some more 6-rounders.
I love how they have to throw in here Tom Brady, 6 Super Bowls, like no one knows. Like, okay, who is that guy that they lost?
I love how they have to throw in with Zach Moss that he originally committed to Miami. Like, what the hell does that have anything to do with it?
That's true. Well, they're just trying to get Miami out here somewhere, man. Like,
thanks. Yeah.
The highlights. So the players on the other teams, I've seen us on there a few times.
Oh no, they have been on there a few times.
They even reached back when Cosenberry got picked. They reached back to that LSU game home opener from 2 years ago, and we're running film.
When Morgan is picked, they'll throw him on there too. They're just gonna.
Zuniga, they actually showed, and it's rare that you see that, but on Zuniga, they showed 2 sacks that he had against Miami.
I mean, that's probably hurt his draft stock if you watch the rest of the season. Only 2.
That's yeah. So anyway, so let's see. I'm kind of curious about this pick. This is like the last pick that really interests me, to be honest. At least today, unless the Dolphins are getting back in this thing.
They're not going to get back in.
Theoretically, Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft are really wealthy people, right?
Yes.
So why are they drafting under such shitty conditions? While Jerry Jones is on a yacht drafting.
Because Jerry Jones loves to flaunt the $1 billion playpen and his $5 billion yacht and his everything else.
Did you see Cliff Kingsbury's house?
Wow. I saw the house.
Plus, whatever Jerry's doing, he might be in international waters right now. His stuff might not be legal in this country, so he's got to be on a boat somewhere.
Yeah, people are saying the Patriots take Morgan from FIU. That would be interesting. Not
that
here,
would
though.
be interesting. He not here, but yeah.
Is that the pick? No,
there you go.
we don't know yet.
Here we go. Whoever it is, ESPN is assigning.
Look, for the
someone
briefest
full-time.
of moments, he stood up. It's like, oh, the Patriots. I better get up real quick. Here we go.
Yeah,
I
where's
don't know,
Kraft?
but
Belichick
the Browns
was so
went after them.
angry.
And Fernie
Whoa,
Jennings.
I don't think you guys are
Alabama
noticing what's going on. They have behind Goodell. They have on one of the screens. They have like the fan cam. You have you seen it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's there now.
When they keep showing the fan cam, I haven't been paying attention to it all night. But when they put the Patriot fans, they were all booing the pick.
Oh, for real?
And Fernie
Yes.
Jennings. Who the heck?
Yes.
Another Alabama guy.
Another Alabama.
The linebacker edge guy from Alabama, isn't it?
Yeah. He's not as good as Terrell Lewis, but he actually plays while Terrell Lewis is always on the sideline with his feet up because he hurt himself.
So still no quarterback.
So
No.
it's
Alfredo, when they showed
brought in all this offensive line, then we're seeing edge rushers go to the AFC East teams. It's going to be those battle lines are getting
Yeah.
drawn.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
They're
Brian Hoyer and Jared Stidham, folks. That's what I think they're doing now.
Oh, I am 100% on board with that process.
Oh, by the way, that's a decent draft. Like
Not
Anthony
if it's Trevor
Jennings.
Lawrence.
Anthony Jennings, like I could give or take. You know, like he could be good, he could be nothing. But Josh Uche is good and Kyle Duggar is good. So those are two nice picks by the Patriots.
the Browns took Jordan Elliott right after.
Why is he still chewing on a pencil? What's he doing there, Belichick?
He's thinking.
So the Browns took Elliott. So what did we go up to here? 102, I guess?
Hi, Manny.
I
How
think
are
it's-
you?
Hey, Manny.
Robert Kraft has drapes. Who has drapes anymore?
He has a pen in his mouth too while he's selecting the pick. You saw it. By the way, I don't know if you guys caught this earlier.
Jacob, what kind of player is Jacob Eason going to be at the next level? If he projects as a starter?
Well, I'll tell you this: if you want to have fun watching a guy throw a football, that guy can throw it through a brick wall.
So
The
why
problem
is
is-
he dropping?
Well, the problem is he has cement for feet. Okay, and
Ooh, that's not
he's
good.
kind of stationary and he's not very elusive. He doesn't throw with a lot of anticipation. He tries to beat you with his arm, with his physical gifts, and usually those quarterbacks don't pan out in the NFL. So he's a guy that needs a lot of schooling, a lot of coaching. He's not ready to play. A lot of people were saying that he should have stayed in school, come out next year, and possibly develop into a first-round pick. So he's not ready. Like if there's a guy that's gonna sit 2 years, it's him.
Yeah, and there's like some positions, you know, if your measurables aren't there, there's nothing you can really do. Quarterback is the one position where you can really impact your draft stock upward if you have a good season. Because people are looking for reasons. I mean, Burrow is an obvious example, but there's a lot of quarterbacks that you can move up several rounds by having a good year.
Yeah, I talk about that all the time. Joe Burrow coming into the year had a 6th-round grade, day 3 pick, and that was a consensus. It wasn't because everybody got it wrong. It's because that's who he was. But then he went and had the greatest season in the history of college football, and he became the 1st overall pick.
Okay, so did the Bengals make a mistake?
55.
I think they did, but who knows? He could be great.
Nah.
I mean, it'll
But,
always.
Zach Taylor's
always
I think
be
CK said it best on our show.
Okay,
The
he
guy
ditched us tonight.
he has a migraine. He couldn't be on because he has a migraine,
The Dolphins are the migraine.
and it's 4:00 in the morning in London. So I don't know if Simon's gonna make it on.
No,
But,
well, Simon's liking tweets about himself right now. So yeah.
No.
He's known to do that. But CK said it best about Joe Burrow, which is this is a 23-year-old man who didn't go to class last year. He spent 24/7 with Brady, looking at film, digesting football, and then beating up on teenagers. That's what he did. And he did it as good as anybody else has ever done it.
Those are all true
Those are all true statements, and he had a great advantage over everybody else. So he had some talent, because you can't do that without talent. So he had talent, but he had a huge advantage, and he took every inch they gave him. He took, and then more. So he deserves what he's getting. He deserves to be the number 1 overall pick because, who produces that type of season? Nobody.
Tua was going to.
Maybe.
Well, that's why
Even then, I had my doubts that Tua was going to catch up to Burrow in touchdowns and in quarterback rating because
But that's why Burrow's going to be a mistake, because when Tua's winning the Super Bowls in Miami, they're like, why did you take this guy?
Yeah.
Why? Yeah,
Tua will make that pick a mistake.
And the flip side for Tua, he's had 3 different coordinators, okay? 2 different systems. No excuses, high production every single year. Okay? Usually those are excuses for everybody else. For Tua, he didn't care. You give me a different offensive coordinator, you change my system, you give me a different offensive coordinator, I don't care. I'll throw another 40 touchdown passes.
Who outplayed who in that game, in your view? Because Tua was not healthy.
Tua played great, but Joe Burrow outplayed him. Joe Burrow had a better game in that game. Joe Burrow was sensational in that game against Alabama.
Mr. Clyde Edwards-Helaire had a great game.
Yes, he was great too.
Yeah.
By the way,
Burrow was sensational in that game.
Have you seen the Browns War Room? It
my memories of that game mostly, I couldn't even believe Tua was playing.
Yeah.
And then I mean, 3 of the balls he threw. I don't even think Dolphin fans, as excited as they were yesterday, I don't really even think they understand yet. I mean, we have watched. We celebrated Joey Harrington winning a game in Detroit on Thanksgiving. I mean, watching John Beck not be able to take a snap. And I was at the game. It was Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, one of those games where he literally could not take the snap from center. Ray Lucas with 6 turnovers at home against Buffalo, which basically blew up a team that probably could have gone to a Super Bowl if Fiedler had just stayed healthy. I mean, just the level of quarterback play. I mean, other than the Browns, has there been any team that's been worse over the last 20 years?
The Browns, maybe?
That's the only one I think of, right? Pennington had the 1 year, and Farad had, I thought, a pretty good year. Jay was.
And then you had 2 good Tannehill years, I would say.
Yeah, well, the last year was good. I mean, the last year before the injury.
Yeah, the year with Gase was good.
Yeah, 16.
I think the difference here, though, is the Dolphins put together a plan and executed it perfectly. Mm-hmm. And that was we've been talking about Tua forever, and that's who they ended up with.
Yeah.
So, the Browns have been worse, but the Dolphins have just felt hopeless, right? Because even, freezing cold takes, I think we all see it on Twitter, right? So they tweeted out this video of, Browns fans celebrating when they drafted Manziel. Mm-hmm. The Dolphins never even got that moment.
Right.
Right? Forget the fact that Manziel busted, right? They never... Finally, you can feel good about the Dolphins, right? Tua gives you that. And that's why it's so different. And it hasn't been that way since Marino retired. You can really feel good about it. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe he will bust. I don't think he will. I think he's awesome.
Don't you put that evil on me?
No, I don't think he will. I think he's going to be outstanding. You see him make all the throws. He put up, to Alfred's point, different offenses, same production. That is so hard to do.
He just has to stay alive.
Well, they drafted 600 offensive linemen to make that happen. So what's the problem? That's why they're not trading picks.
That's not enough. With the Dolphins, that's not enough.
But
they're going to play 10 at once.
That thinking. You got to undo that thinking. This is new. This is different.
With the Dolphins, it's not enough.
By the way, anybody disappointed that the rating came out for the draft yesterday, and it was only 19.6 million people watched the draft?
No, it was a record though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I was expecting a 30 million, 40 million, 12, 15 share, AFC, NFC championship type of showing.
Yeah, but there's 2 competing things. There's yes, people are starved for content and they're stuck at home. But there's also, we knew the draft show was not going to be the spectacle that it typically is. So I think it doesn't quite counterbalance it, but it gets you there a little bit. It's funny. The Vikings are up now. That's sort of another conversation point. Oh. It's funny to me how Rick Spielman and Jeff Ireland, I thought Rick was unfairly maligned here. Mm-hmm. But Rick and Jeff, basically were considered failed GMs with the Dolphins. And Ireland's had and I'm just not an Ireland fan, trust me, personally or professionally. But he's had some pretty damn good drafts with the Saints, right? And Spielman's a top 5 executive in the NFL, in my opinion, now.
Yeah, and Ireland had that draft from hell from 2 years ago where he built a Super Bowl contender in one offseason with the draft.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. it's been a strange ride, but you kind of explained it when you told me about that one time of the Anquan Bolden thing with Spielman. Like that makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, Rick really wanted to show me that. He did not want to get blamed for that one. I mean that's one of the all-timers. It wasn't just Rick getting overruled. It was Robert Ford, the receivers coach, was told we're taking Anquan Bolden, and at the very last minute, Wannstedt said, no, I need a special teams linebacker. And,
but Wannstedt was Dave Wannstedt was a special kind of destructive with the Dolphins. Okay, like that guy was a menace. Because my worst memory of him was when Trent Green became available. The real Trent Green, the one that was throwing 30 touchdowns and 4,000 yards. When 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns actually meant something. Okay, when he became available, what was his famous quote, Ethan?
We had Jay Fiedler.
Yeah, and what can Trent Green do that Jay Fiedler
can't do?
Yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, well, throw for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. That's one thing. You know?
Cameron Dantzler was the last pick for the Vikings.
Yeah, to the Vikings.
Mike Zimmerman
loves 12 picks left.
And I was wondering if you would have coupled that Trent Green that made a few Pro Bowls at that time, if you would have put him with Ricky and Chris Chambers and that defense, maybe they'd do something.
Well, that was the whole thing. And I'm a big Jay guy personally. Just had a very good relationship with him. And I also knew the veteran guys really respected him. But at the same time, it was crazy because the veteran guys, anytime the Dolphins thought about bringing somebody else in, they went to Wannstedt and said they didn't want anybody but Jay. And that's kind of what happened with the A.J. Feely situation. Now, A.J. couldn't play, and he kept falling and hurting his ass. I don't know what it was. That dude hurt his ass more times than any quarterback in NFL history. He's always hurting his ass. All we ever talked about was his girlfriend, who was – remember that? She was a national soccer team, the U.S. soccer team. That was his big story. And, Rick's whole theory there was he'd gone 4-1 for Andy Reid the year before. Well, now we see everybody goes 4-1 for Andy Reid. So, but he did it, and he made the third-round trade for Lamar Gordon because Ricky was desperate. I've told this story to others, but I don't think the other three guys on here have heard this. So after Ricky left in 2004, I was supposed to do a cover story on Ricky, and obviously he wasn't there. And so I scheduled a meeting with Wannstedt in his office, and I walked into Wannstedt. So, hi, Ethan, how you doing? Okay. And I walked into his office, and right next to the door in the David facility was a picture of him with Ricky, and Dave had turned it upside down that week.
Guys, can I please interrupt you with something real quick that I just witnessed on TV? And I'm pretty sure
what did you
guys did. So Bill O'Brien is clearly upset about something, and he hanged up the phone. I guess he was on speakerphone, and he clearly said the F-bomb, the B-bomb, and something else, and walked out of the desk. So I don't know what
Gator, obviously, but
because as soon as
or he traded Deshaun Watson for a 7th-round pick.
And he's in favor of that. That's his move. They wouldn't let him.
I hope it was Chris Greer calling.
I just saw it right now.
You saw it right now?
Patriots just traded up.
Whatever it was, he hangs up the phone, leaves his desk. He leaves his son there in the wheelchair, and then it goes straight to Roger Goodell smiling.
There's Jonathan Grenard. That's another guy that I thought, I hate to say it, but the two bookends for the Gators are pretty good. So they got a good one there.
Yeah. He came from Louisville, right?
Yeah, he's a transfer from Louisville.
Stud, man.
All right, gentlemen, the Patriots just traded up out of nowhere, so maybe this is it.
All right, which quarterback?
Quarterback
are they not gonna? I think they're just trolling us at this point. They're like, we're gonna mess with all it. They're too cocky. They're too used to it.
Nah, this has to be it for real.
They traded up earlier and didn't take the quarterback. They're screwed with it.
Who's going to be beating the Dolphins the next 20 years? Let's see which one it is.
Oh, no, God. New era. You got kicked.
Hey, they can take the best tight end available on the board. And in my opinion, the best tight end in the entire class in Adam Troutman.
Alfredo, is that really saying much?
No, it's a terrible class. It's a
Bill
terrible
Belichick's
class,
an
but
answer.
Adam Troutman, I think, belongs in a good class in the top 5. How about that?
So he's not just the tallest guy of a bunch of short people.
No, he's noticeable. He can play. He can play football.
Goodell,
Dolphins
meanwhile,
straight up
just
to get him.
Why is Goodell lying down?
He's tired. He wants to go to bed. Normally by now he's done. He's going
If
home.
somebody ever needed a producer, it would be Roger Goodell right now. Look at this. Like, that's not a good look on TV.
What? Are you kidding?
They traded up to take a tight end.
And it's not even the guy.
Okay, I hate to break the bubble. This is CK's guy here, Devin Asiasi. CK says that this guy's the best blocking tight end that he's ever seen.
Well, they're going to run the ball a lot now.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to throw, so I guess that makes sense. There is a plan here.
But for real, Goodell by now, like after the first round, Goodell is done except for giving the card to some super former alumni to hand off to the next for him to announce it. He has to read all the picks all by himself with the 92nd pick in the 2000.
But why is Goodell doing this?
Draft.
Why is Roger Goodell doing the second and the third round when they always used to have like either Troy Vincent do the third round or Washington do the second round?
Because they need the star power, Alfredo. They need the star power. The commissioner of the NFL. That's how serious this is.
Dude, they should have hired celebrities to do these picks.
Oh God, no! Because then you're gonna have a bunch of people saying, "Oh my God, Kevin Hart."
and with the 141th pick, the Miami Dolphins select. Let's go to Pitbull with that pick.
Oh, that I'm on board with. Just Pitbull, though, not the other.
Just Pitbull.
We gotta support our guys.
All the celebrities are either Patriots fans or Cowboys fans anyway.
These Roger memes on Twitter are just simply amazing, guys. When you have a chance.
I will say
tight end.
DJ Khaled making the Dolphins pick. Bring it. People are tweeting. He's bringing Matt Castle back. I tweeted out that Bill Belichick planning on playing without a quarterback. So John Furwies, 23, tweeted at me, Miami's been doing that for 20 years. So
not anymore. I'm going to keep bringing this back up. It is different now.
Somebody says, I bet he takes DiNucci tomorrow from JMU. Somebody else is saying Cam Newton.
I swear to God, if they end up with Cam Newton, it'll be so depressing if he's like healthy and winning the MVP again. We can't have that. He needs to go somewhere else.
I mean, that is possible, isn't it? I mean, it is possible they go after him. I know he doesn't fit the system, but I mean,
I tell you what hurts Cam Newton for New England is I don't know if you guys seen. Have you guys seen that show on Amazon Prime called All In, where they follow a team around? It's very much like Hard Knocks, but a lot better than Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
You guys seen it? Okay. When they did the Carolina season, you watch Cam Newton. I know it's hard to just pick that up from 9 episodes that you watch on Amazon Prime, but he's so charismatic that he sucks all the air out of the room and out of the entire team. So I don't think that's the type of guy that Bill Belichick wants around. You know what I mean?
He's so good at being a people person that he doesn't want people around him.
Yes. The guy owns cigar lounges in Carolina, and he goes to them all the time and shakes hands with all the customers, hangs out with everybody, goes to clubs, shakes hands with all the fans. Like, he's really personable, but he's like larger than life, and he enjoys being larger than life. I don't think that's what New England likes or wants.
Well, apparently New England doesn't like anything because they're not picking anybody.
Oh, but then to counter what you said, they went with Randy Moss. They went with there's a lot of other guys that we could probably say had kind of like that kind of issue. I think it was it Randy Moss, Ocho Cinco.
That failed.
Yeah. So I'm just saying though, in particular, they've had guys with issues here and there. But you're telling me that Cam Newton is the biggest thing that they can say. Let's take a chance on him. We don't have a quarterback.
The quarterback. They always had Brady, so they could take whatever risk. It didn't matter.
Right.
They did this year. They did it this year, and they just with Antonio Brown just got rid of him. Who cares?
Just got rid of him. Yeah.
That was because
made the trade for
Twitter and IG and just blew them up, though, too.
Yeah. He's just. I think Cam Newton's too big of a personality. Like when you get Cam Newton, you're not only getting a really good quarterback, you're getting a celebrity because that's the way he portrays himself. That's the way he carries himself. Like he's the new leader of the team. I don't think Bill Belichick is into that. Right now.
Alfredo, where could he start this year, Cam?
Cam Newton? Well,
I thought the Chargers, but they would call him.
Well, he can start with the Chargers. He's better than Tyrod Taylor easily.
Devin Duvernay for the Ravens.
Let me think. I think Washington is not that good, and I'm not a fan of Haskins. Like I think it'd be pretty inspired to bring in Cam Newton and wait to see if Haskins fails.
Yeah.
Let me see. You know what? Carolina. He could go to Carolina.
He's better than their quarterbacks.
He's better than Teddy Bridgewater, and they kicked them the hell out of there and then paid Teddy Bridgewater. Like I don't get that one. And I like Teddy. I think Teddy Bridgewater would probably be the best backup quarterback in the NFL. I just wouldn't hang my hat on him being my starter.
Right.
So yeah, there's a handful of teams that there's plenty of teams that could use him, but they're all going to weigh that whole dichotomy of him, sucking all the air out of the room. He's a big personality.
Maybe
and in a good way, but a lot of coaches look at it as that's a bad thing.
So, this question comes in on our chat. Pittsburgh. What is Ben's status? I guess
he's still playing. He's still alive.
Old and 1 year left on his contract, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, so but
Pittsburgh might be thinking, okay, if he's bad this year, let's cut ties here. So that's a possibility at the end of the year.
Cam would have worked really well, but if Tennessee didn't re-up Tannehill, that's probably Cam really well. I think that would definitely a better player than Tannehill if he's healthy. That would have been a good landing spot, but not anymore, obviously, since they invested in Tannehill. But because I'm a big Cam Newton fan when he's healthy, but there is a system he has to be in. He's not one of those. Right. You're not going to run a system where he's throwing it 60 times a game for 5 yards and hitting everything on a dime. It's very specific, which makes it hard to find the team that wants to build that offense that way.
So this one comes in. Jameis to New England is the question.
I mean, the Dolphins with their secondary will pick sixes all over the place. That'd be fantastic.
John Harbaugh very happy.
Do it.
John Harbaugh very happy. Yeah, got themselves another wide receiver. He's thrilled for this guy.
Jameis Winston is the season he had last year was an odd one because he threw 30 picks. And you would think, okay, most of them there has to be some bad luck here. Some of them have to be tipped. Some of them have to be mistakes that he just didn't see, the robber get into the short zone. Most of them were complete bonehead, idiotic throws. And Bruce Arians, when you have a guy throw for 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, and then he has 30 picks, sometimes you might say, you know what, let's work on the picks, and we might have something here. Now, Bruce Arians just, get out of here. Tom Brady.
Particulars last year there. He's had turnover problems
it is instructive that Bruce Arians, when he decided, okay, I want to come back to coaching, I'm done playing golf. I want to come back to coaching. I want to come back to one specific place. Tampa, because I have a relationship with Jameis Winston and I have a relationship with the owner, and I live there. And after 1 year, he says, look, enough of this. Get him out of here. And they went and they got Tom Brady for him. So,
man, I'm sure.
So if Bruce Arians thinks you can't be fixed, you can't be fixed.
All right, so now here's Pro Football L Source really wants us to discuss this. Should we trade for Leonard Fournette at this point? What is the minimum? What is the maximum that you would give up to get your hands on Leonard Fournette at $4-something million per year?
I think he's a free agent in a year, and I don't want to pay him. I don't want to give him $50 million, so nothing. I wouldn't. My offer is this, Senator. Nothing. Not even the fee for the gaming license.
Guys, Leonard Fournette hasn't been himself ever since the AFC Championship game against the Patriots. Let's be clear here. Guys, injury prone.
So I would be okay with it if it was next year and it was on the last year. I mean, the Dolphins are not trying to win this year. There's no reason to Alfredo's point, do a 1 year rental on someone that you're going to have to sink big money into. So that's why he's not really tradable for them. I don't think they want him, but who's going to give anything up when
Okay,
you
so
pay him money next year.
so that answers that. Now, here, let me throw.
And if you think about it, to expand on that, let's say he did have 2 years left on his rookie deal. Then you're getting a Leonard Fournette that's going to be angry for 2 years because he's not getting paid. So, yeah, pass. Hard pass.
He's a Toronto Jacksonville player. The franchise is unbelievable.
All right, so let me go ahead and start a new topic up here because we really got to keep this thing going. So,
Can the Dolphins trade up so we have something to talk about?
Nope, they will not trade up. They will not trade up. Never.
There's no way you want to use all these. Do something.
Hey, how do you think I feel? I had one pick last night. I had one pick today with a quarterback. I still don't understand what we're doing.
It feels like you've won the Super Bowl in the last few years.
That's what happens when you win the Super
That's
Bowl
what it
after
feels like.
45 years of existence. You really don't care anymore. It's like, what are we doing?
All right, so there's a tweet out there that basically breaks down all the available free agents if the teams miss out on their target. So let's play Dolphins here for a minute there. So free agents still available. I'm going to read the whole list. Jadeveon Clowney, Logan Ryan, Marcus Golden, Everson Griffin, Tony Jefferson, Cam Newton, Jameis Winston, Devonta Freeman, Marcel Darius, Darqueze Dennard, Taylor Gabriel, Jason Peters, Delaney Walker, Dre Kirkpatrick. Are there any post-draft Dolphins in that list?
No to all of them except Marcus Golden. Marcus Golden, I asked him what he would want to play for. And he fits our system. He would be a perfect situational pass rusher. He can play a lot of snaps, and he could get after the quarterback. Like, that guy can play, and he's put up good numbers before. So Marcus Golden, yes. No to everybody else. And Jadeveon Clowney, it's likely that he told us no already on 2 occasions, so to hell with him. Go play somewhere else.
He wants that money, though, Alf. He wants that money.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ben Scope, Taylor Gabriel will be an upgrade in the slot.
That's interesting, but how much do you have to pay him? Like, is this a guy that's going to hold out to the last second and maybe go and sign for $10 million a year in Kansas City? Who knows?
Yeah, but the Dolphins don't need a Taylor Gabriel. You know, like you have an Albert Wilson and you already have a Grant. Those kind of guys already carry those slots, types. So you don't need a third.
Delaney Walker is interesting as a kind of H-back tight end type.
Yeah.
Can Walker block?
Not really.
Then no, we don't need him.
Negative coach, right?
You can put one of those 15 tackles at tight end for the blocking plays.
Or you could be the Bears with like 25 tight ends and just it's fine.
Goodell's. Oh my God, Goodell. He looks like he's dying for real. It's like, oh my God, I want this to end.
You know what the move was? The move was, and at one time,
no!
What happened? There he is.
Darrington Evans.
He goes to the Titans. That's a nice little move.
Derrick Henry's the Thunder. Darrington Evans is the Lightning.
Guys, so can I tell you another funny point here? So last night, the Titans, I guess where Coach Vrabel is, the right side of the screen, there's like a clear furniture, and you can clearly see that somebody was, taking a dump. So today, if you look in the same spot where that picture was yesterday, they put like a white foam. So now you can't even see the reflection off the mirror. I found the I hope they show it. You can kind of see.
Yes.
Look at the left side.
The solution was not to close the bathroom when you're taking a dump. It was to
a white foam. No reflection. Thank you.
They're never winning a Super Bowl. You can't have that kind of planning.
Goodell has aged 10 years in 2 nights.
This is too much for him. He hasn't worked this hard.
I am not supposed to be doing this. Troy Vincent's supposed to come
That
out.
last picture was insane. The commissioner of the National Football League was lying down on the couch as he was reading a pic.
He's definitely practicing something.
I doubt that somebody told him, what would be a good idea for this next pick? Lie down and read the pick. Nobody said that.
He looks like he's going to start singing "It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood." Just sitting down there like that.
Wow, I just noticed that Troy Pride Jr. is still on the board. That guy can run, although he's almost exclusively a boundary corner, but he can play. Bradley and he can get to the quarterback too. There's a lot of talent there.
So why are we getting it?
I don't know.
that Harrison Bryant is still on the board.
Harrison Bryant can block. Okay,
that's my point.
So
I'm just shocked he's still
that's
there.
another tight end that
Okay, but we
is
thought Derek
noticeable.
Smythe could block too. So I mean,
block and catch? Nah, I don't think so.
So Durham Smith is just now he has his legs up.
Watch my Frabro spot here, please. Look on the left side. Look at the phone. Tell me it's not there when you see the picture or the camera spot.
Josiah DeGuara, tight end out of Cincinnati. Okay. So he's a pass catcher, I guess. Based on
He's really highly productive. Highly productive. The problem with all these tight ends is not their production or what they do on tape necessarily. Is that all their measurables suck. Like nobody there is running 4.6, 4.7 at 250 pounds.
Oh, sorry, there was only one Kellen Winslow and one Jeremy Shockey. Not all of them can do that. So
yeah, there was nobody standing out this year in that whole draft class. Is the problem.
Except Adam Troutman.
Adam Troutman is the only one that actually has measurables, and he's still on the board, and he has real measurables.
Would you trade up to snap him up now, or you think?
Man, you got to start thinking about it. Like, this is insane. Like, he's not only was he number one on my board at tight end, he was number one on Simon's board, number one on Chris Kaufman's board, number one on Mel Kiper's board, number one on Daniel Jeremiah's board.
Guy.
You know, he was the consensus number one tight end. Gil Brandt had him number one on his board, and he's just dropping. As of right now, how many tight ends have gone before him? 3, right? Three. So yeah, unless something happened that we don't know about. But this is not. This isn't us on our podcast trying to be smart. Everybody else has him as the number one tight end. So something's happened.
The Packers have yet to draft defense.
What's the matter, kid? What's the problem? Why you got your hands up? Did you do something you weren't supposed to?
I found it really odd yesterday that Matt LaFleur was so excited to draft Jordan Love. Like, he knows that who his quarterback is, right?
Maybe he's sick and tired of the attitude.
He's just gonna push Rodgers out.
If you're Aaron Rodgers, you're sitting there with Danica Patrick and you're watching the draft and you see your coach jumping up and down all excited because they just drafted a quarterback in the first round. Like, how do you feel?
That's what everybody was talking about on NFL Network and ESPN all day long. That's all they talked about. Is like, I wonder how Aaron Rodgers feels about this. Aaron Rodgers feels the same way Brett Favre did, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're in Aaron Rodgers for so much money that they can't even let him go without taking it. They're gonna have to write. There's no path for Jordan Love to really play.
I don't get that.
Up a first round pick and then some for Aaron Rodgers.
It could be. You know what it could be? It could be somebody on their last hurrah, like Bill Belichick looks at the clock and says, "You know what? I'm leaving this football."
All right, can we stop
in
putting
2 years.
Former MVPs onto the Patriots?
That's what everybody does.
We don't. Come on.
That's what everybody does.
He's just a man. He bleeds like the rest of us.
Behold the God who bleeds.
Ethan seems to be asking, where does DJ Dallas go?
Everybody keeps asking about him.
We did a segment, and it was a consensus.
I know, but that was like an hour and a half ago.
All of us would take him on the Dolphins, like in the 5th round.
Yeah. And they're going to have plenty of opportunities in the 5th round, too.
Yeah.
Because they ain't doing nothing. Oh, God almighty. Just make the pick. We don't need to see Kuiper's face anymore.
No, every time they show Roger Goodell, I feel like his face is getting redder and redder. I feel like he's having high blood pressure at this moment.
You know what? I'm glad he has to sit through this because this is us every year when they slow play these picks. Now he knows what it's like. He could have been asleep an hour ago.
Mel Kiper has a pile of sweat right on top of his frown on his forehead.
What's the last pick? 96 is going to be the last pick, right?
No, compensatory.
No, there's compensatory. This is going to 106.
Oh, we're going to 106.
There's a rule still in place that you can't.
Oh, so the Dolphins have an opportunity here to get in here.
Oh, they're not going to. You know what? They're not going to. They're
getting
in.
I know a few years ago that you couldn't trade compensatory picks. Can you still not trade those, or did they change that rule?
You know who I feel bad for? The cheerleaders. Unless they're playing the same video over and over and over again.
I think that's just the same video. That's a team that was too lazy to not put cameras on fans.
Broncos McTelvin Agim, defensive tackle, Arkansas.
I did not scout him.
I can't believe Jerry didn't pick him. He went to
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I got a question.
Sorry, do any of you guys know, can you trade compensatory picks? I know
Yes.
you used to not be able to. They changed
You
it.
can now. Yes, you can.
Okay, so there's still an opportunity for us to fake like the Dolphins are actually going to trade something.
I have a question. Where do you guys think DJ Dallas? I'm just kidding.
Let me ask you a question. I have a question. At what point, which round? Okay, because we all know about these quarterbacks. We all saw them play a lot. In which round do the Dolphins just get on the clock, look at Jake Fromm, and say, "Give me"?
Round 5. Yeah, why not?
Round 5, right?
I mean, they had
round 5. You just got to say, "Okay, give
0%
it to Jake
chance.
Fromm now."
0% chance.
Really?
Their
He could be a really good backup for Tua for 10 years, 15 years.
You trade Josh Rosen to the Patriots.
That's a plan I can get on board with. If you want to go that route, Rodgers and Newton. I should Josh Rosen on the Patriots.
It has to be a consideration. If you're the GM, if you're Chris Greer, it's your duty to try to get the best player available at any particular moment. In the 5th round, man, if Jake Fromm is there, how the hell do you say no?
How many tight ends do the Chiefs have besides Travis Kelce?
Alfredo, there goes your boy to the Chiefs, Lucas Niang.
The Chiefs have killed it, man.
Lucas Niang to the Chiefs.
And Roger Goodell's lying down again.
He's like, this is a man who does not realize how easy he had. Literally,
if you look at it, Lucas Niang really did not drop too much because he had a 2nd-round grade, so he dropped an entire round, basically.
The last pick of the 3rd round. That's almost 2 rounds.
He dropped an entire round. The injury, I guess people really cared about the injury.
Yeah, that shit happens.
So that injury cost him 2 rounds because he was a 1st-round pick before the injury. And he's legit. When he plays, man, he's one of the best right tackles in football.
I would have preferred to keep. I would have wanted him for real. This is where that was what I would have hedged my bets and said, you know what, let's go for it and see what we get for him. Because I've reached a point where I don't trust the Dolphins to develop offensive linemen for real, man. I have seen nothing in the last decade that tells me they can develop offensive linemen. Nothing.
They've spent 3 years changing offensive line coaches, and even Brian Flores fired his offensive line coach and then put a new one in and then fired that one. So he's going to have his 3rd offensive line coach.
Look, trust Ethan's shirt.
The last
trust the process. This is going to work.
Trust the flow says. By the way,
I trust Flores. I don't trust the offensive line coaches.
By the way, we sold about 12 shirts while I was gone, so people are still buying the shirts. Appreciate that. Go to 5reasonsports.com. Let's spend the next. I have no idea what you guys were talking about because my phone was dead. So let's spend we got 5 or 6 picks left, basically.
Nope. There's compensatory picks coming out the ears.
Oh my God.
Ted's spot here.
Listen, Ethan, go to bed. I got this. I'm a good host. Alfredo's a good host. I'm a good host. We got this. You can go to bed.
I might take you up on that. You know what? I will get to pick 100. Make it to pick 100, and then we'll go from there.
Look, even Goodell. Look at Roger Goodell, Ethan.
He's lined up.
Bro, Roger Goodell has thrown the white flag. He's done.
Alfredo, have you been on the entire time today?
The entire time. And now I'm being too stubborn to leave. So
you got to write it out.
For real.
Look, you're going to outlast Goodell. That is the goal.
We're getting to 10 hours of total coverage of this thing, which is insane.
Ethan, we got to go all the way, right?
Well, we have to go all the way. Yeah, well, you're going all the way.
No. I mean, tomorrow. Got to go all the way, man. All the way.
No.
All the way.
We're doing 5 reasons to drink tomorrow night.
Look how many
we're mixing it up a little bit. Well, no, I mean, we'll be watching, and we'll probably cover it on 5 reasons to drink, starting at 9 o'clock. So
all right,
we'll be on from that.
I'll tell you what. I'll get me a vitamin water, and that'll be my drink. Okay, that's fine.
Well, tomorrow it'll be over by 9 because tomorrow they start drafting at noon. tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
It's at
No,
4.
it's 4, isn't it?
4.
No,
noon. It's noon.
no.
It ends at noon.
4.
No, it starts at noon.
Oh.
Wow.
Hey, Fish, look what's on the screen right now. Now they're showing LSU pick sixes against Miami. Every single highlight has to be against Miami?
That's right.
What is this?
God, I don't even remember that game.
Oh, here we go. These are the LSU players.
5, Joe Burrow, Clevon Chason, Justin Jefferson, Patrick Queen. 5 first-rounders for LSU. Sheesh.
Okay, there's 10.
That's it. Jacob Phillips is the last one. Jacob Phillips just
Okay,
now.
so 10 have been taken.
10 of 15, 10 of 97.
I thought it was 11. 10?
Goodell
It's 10.
was like out of 5,000 after a 3-round fight.
10 LSU guys have been taken. They have 18 draft eligible. They have 14 with draft grades, so 4 more to go.
Is it fair to say that Burrow's team was better last year than his team is this year?
Yeah, well, that's easily yes.
Well, I mean, on a relative basis, yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
Your best wide receiver, your running back. I mean, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty. All right, so let's do this here before I pass out. The Dolphins? Let's assume they're not trading in here. What is the goal tomorrow?
Draft all the players.
I mean, it's just take whatever you can everywhere, basically. I mean,
Yeah,
is that-
BPAs. I would go BPA. The only need. Look, Tyler Biadasz is still available.
Yes, he is.
So he's the only guy that I would say, okay, that's a need. Just go get him.
So you throw him and Dieter together again, see if that works?
Yeah,
Revitalize them?
and see what happens. You know, I like Tyler Johnson. If Tyler Johnson's available, I'm drafting him, period. But other than that, BPA the rest of the way. And I'd like to sprinkle in DJ Dallas in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
He's a capable player, and he might be completely ignored. So I'll use a pick on him. I'll use one of our fifth rounders.
Let me do this because we were talking about this earlier. Ethan has opinions too. Ethan, you have opinions, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me go ahead and throw this one at you. So let's say that after the Dolphins are finished picking, they still have some. There's some very good, interesting free agents available afterwards. So let me just throw this list at you and let's see what you think. Alfredo already made his judgment. So let me go. Here we go. If teams miss out on their target, free agents still available are Jadeveon Clowney, Logan Ryan, Marcus Golden, Everson Griffin, Tony Jefferson, Cam Newton, Jameis Winston, Devonta Freeman, Marcel Darius, Darqueze Dennard, Taylor Gabriel, Jason Peters, Delaney Walker, Dre Kirkpatrick. Are there any Dolphins in that list?
How beat up is Devonta Freeman at this point?
That's a good question.
I mean,
his agent is Luke's wife. Passed.
Oh, for real? Because here's my question: like, if he was healthy, isn't he the ideal complement to the guy they already have? Kind of. I mean, he's been in that kind of a rotation before. I don't know. I mean, he might be worth a flyer. I just can't remember the Dolphins ever taking a flyer on a back who was successful elsewhere who did anything for them, ever.
Frank Gore, who is healthier than Devonta Freeman.
Yeah. But Frank Gore, he's such an exception. Like, I mean, that's one of the most remarkable careers in NFL history. I don't, right? I mean, they used to bring in these guys all the time. Remember, like I said, they brought in Robert Edwards years ago. They brought in, they tried Phillips and Collins. Neither of those worked for obvious reasons. But they used to bring in backs just to kind of rotate through and see if they could give them something, and they never did.
No, Sean Moreno made us happy for one day.
That's right. I forgot about that. He also cried, right? No, but that wasn't here. They had the big tears. Remember that meme?
Yeah,
Sean Moreno meme.
That was with Denver.
Very emotional over the national anthem.
That's right. Yeah, he was here for one game, right? That was
he played a little more, but he got hurt and he never came back. I saw him show up once at the. It was after he gotten hurt, and I didn't know if he was coming back or not. I saw him show up at the Miami Dolphins cheerleader fashion show with the swimsuits and stuff, and I'm like, "That's no Sean Moreno. What's he doing here?"
Well, we know what he was doing there.
Okay.
No Sean Moreno broke his elbow in the first game that he played. Then he came back like 5 weeks later in Buffalo and broke his elbow again. He played the opening game against New England, ran all over New England, beat New England. And then I think he played 3 games.
I didn't know what Joe Judge looked like. Hold on. This is instructive for me. Giants
I can't tell. It looks like Commander Data, but his hair is black and has a hat on.
Right. It's hard to really gauge it. So this is pick 99. I told you I'm going to make it to pick 100. So I'm going to
come on, Ethan, stick it out with us. Come on, you can do it.
No, my daughter's going to be bouncing my bed at 5 a.m. She doesn't understand the way.
Matt Hurt, really good right tackle.
And before that, Malik Harris into the Ravens. So.
Okay. Las Vegas is next.
Again. That's pick number 4 for the Raiders this round.
I mean, I know as soon as I sign off here, the Dolphins will trade in. The rule changed with compensatory picks, right? You can trade
compensatory picks, yes.
Okay, yeah, because that never used to be the case.
Yeah, otherwise I think we'd all be signed off. We still hold out hope. Right. The Dolphins are going to trade one of their 47 picks and move up here. Yeah. We're still holding out some hope. Give us something to talk about.
All right. So
there's no evidence Adam Gase was involved in that draft. We're not.
No, there is evidence that Adam Gase was not involved in the draft, and that's why
the team that employs him has had a good draft.
That's right.
I think we're giving him credit for that. You're crazy.
Adam Gase has not cracked a smile this whole draft, so I don't think he's very happy.
His kids look miserable behind him every time they play.
I think they just have his living room on a loop. He sat there for 5 minutes and then he disconnected him. They're just playing with feed at this point.
I mean, the New York coaches right now are Joe Judge and Adam Gase. Wow, that's the media. My favorite Gase moment though was when he was down here last year and he lost to the Dolphins and Manish Mehta, who all of a sudden flipped on him because I guess Manish's source was the former GM that got fired. So he went from saying he was the greatest offensive mind in NFL history to basically saying he was a total incompetent nincompoop. Like overnight.
That's a flip flop.
It's unbelievable. And then that day he actually asked.
Well, you know what?
He said to Gase right in the front row. I couldn't believe he said this. He says, "Does this loss prove that Steve Ross made the right decision about you?" And that's.
Yeah, because if we also remember,
what a question.
The Dolphins had, last year. So
yeah,
that's also nice way to get your press credential revoked.
Player to come off the board.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Adam Gase's finest moment was when he ripped Mondo a new asshole at a press conference.
Yeah, I remember that.
Is that better than Brian
But
Flores?
even then, he came off smarmy because he was asking Armando to try to dissect the play for him, and he knew he couldn't do it.
The Jets traded the pick to the Patriots. Oh no! What are you doing?
Oh, hold on. I'll stick around. I'll stick around for this.
Is this the quarterback?
The third time.
So
this will be pretty idiotic.
James Morgan.
This would be pretty idiotic if the Jets traded this pick and then they take Fromm, and Fromm has a Hall of Fame career.
Right. That would be very Gase.
But we assume everybody who shows up in New England is going to have a Hall of Fame career. So, I mean, at this point, who cares? They don't even need to draft a quarterback.
That's true.
Jarrett Stidham will have a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, the great thing about the Patriots is that Bill Belichick is 5,000 years old, so that's not for long.
5 years from now, they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL.
I agree.
Do not say things like that because that's how you jinx it. For all you know, Josh McDaniels will step in and be like,
Lewis, we had T-shirts saying Miami Tua 20 for 5,000 years, and we still drafted Tua. There are no jinxes.
Everything has turned around.
With the Patriots, everything is a jinx. I don't trust the Patriots. Yes, buy the shirts.
Buy the shirts. Buy the shirts. Tuesdays are for the boys. I'm wondering when we're gonna get sued by Barstool for that one. I gotta talk to Smoot. All right, so I'm sticking around for this. I want to see what the Patriots do here.
Well, we get sued by Barstool. That might be a good thing.
Probably, right? We get some attention.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, on overall, though, I want to thank you guys. You're like the marathon guys here. So I think we had a total of 21 people over 2 nights, which is pretty remarkable. Because Jazz was not with us yesterday, right? And,
I think Jazz was the only newcomer for this.
No, David Eversole as well.
Oh, well, yeah.
So we had
little while.
two newcomers. So we had 21 total. No balls cast interruption tonight. No
women either.
No CK or Simon. Yeah, I don't want to bother Jenna. Make do 5 reasons to drink tomorrow night, but
We haven't seen Kylie yet.
Kylie tomorrow. She's I don't know. She's well, she was fighting her classes at UM basically. So yeah, she'll be on tomorrow. But Kathleen got some national attention though. Her and Ryan Lasner were in that photo that CBS put on its Instagram page.
The Dolphins like Kathleen.
Yeah, I know.
They like her. Maybe she should be our representative from now on.
Well, yeah, I'll think about it. All right, Easton or Fromm, guys. If they got to take one, who should they take? Easton or Fromm?
Morgan.
Take Morgan.
Yeah, take the FIU guy.
Fromm is brainy, so Fromm.
Fromm's definitely more of well.
Okay, that's who they should take. Who do we want them to take? Cole McDonald.
Well, I fear Jacob Eason. I fear Jacob Eason.
Khalil Tate.
Why? Because because they coach him.
Yeah, Khalil Tate. Who knows? Somebody coaches him up, he could be a problem. No, and he can run, so they'll figure something out. If I want him, Cole McDonald. Give him Cole McDonald.
All right, let's see.
Poor guy.
All right, we're waiting it out. We're in the
Patrick
Patriots.
Mahomes, Saquon Barkley, Nick Bosa.
This is the third time the Patriots have traded up and teased us that they were doing it for quarterbacks.
Right.
Guys, so I got confirmation from Twitter. Bill O'Brien said on national television, staring at a screen, "I don't know what the F I'm doing."
Oh, so he's mad at his computer?
Speaking of somebody, and apparently I don't know what I'm doing.
Neither does anyone else, so that's good. At least he's on the same page.
Oh, hi.
Hey. Oh, shit.
Another tight end, Dalton Keene.
They took another tight end?
Is it
Another
our
tight end.
guy? Is it Adam Trout?
Nah, it's Virginia Tech kid, Dalton Keene.
So they traded up into the third round 3 times,
It
and
took
not
2 tight ends.
one of them was a quarterback.
Just going with all tight end formation.
And meanwhile, the Dolphins are hoarding draft picks right now. Just hoarding draft picks.
I mean, tomorrow they got to start moving up and burning those off. You don't want to use all those.
Whoa, guys, do you remember? There's a bunch of stories that we're not covering. Do you remember the 58 camera crews the 58 camera kits that they sent out? Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right there's on the screen. There are, 11 left. 11 players still left of the 58.
Okay.
So they completely screwed up, like, whatever their board was. Like, you got to think that those guys had to go in the top 3. So they picked 58, and there's been 101 players taken.
Yeah, they messed it up.
They screwed up.
But I saw that Kuiper missed 20 straight picks tonight.
Yeah.
So he had a good year then.
Yeah.
Solid.
I was ready. I was ready to go. I was ready to take the Twitter and start bragging about how good I did in my mock draft yesterday. But then I found out that Greg Cody did just as good. And I decided it wasn't that much of an accomplishment. And I decided not to say anything.
Cody hasn't been to a state in years. Dalton Keene is there. Why he looks like a Patriot.
Alex Highsmith, the Steelers.
As soon as he cuts that hair. All right, guys.
And here we go. Another hurricane highlight. Or low light.
Yeah, oh my God. Look at that defense. My God, Vishnu. Look at that.
I looked at it. I went to too many games. I don't live
Look
my
at
age
this.
anymore.
This guy's entire highlight reel is against the Canes.
Yeah, that shouldn't count.
Oh, no. Here's one.
That tight end drag play like 3 times and no one comes.
Yeah, that was the first half of that game. His whole highlight reel is the first half of that game.
Well,
Look at him block and fall over people.
They did it on the last possession after we tied the game and, of course, missed the extra point. They ran the same play again. It was still
Right. That's right.
The chat really wants Leonard Fournette as a Dolphin.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Really want Leonard Fournette.
Why they would do that.
It's a name they know. That's all. I mean, it's
As bad as they want people to gather.
Which I get. Look, I loved Fournette in college. I mean, I loved him. I mean, I thought he was going to be like the next guy. But that position, man, it's just, I don't know. I
always thought that Dalvin Cook was going to be better than Fournette.
He is better. Look at that. Bill's like, oh shit, I forgot to take a quarterback. Look at that.
He wants to go to sleep.
Good God, is that table ugly?
Safety.
Oh my goodness.
Louis, you can bring us home.
Eagles pick next, and I don't even want to think about it.
Okay, that'll give us something here.
You want to
It's
stay and
all-
watch Ethan? You want to stay and watch Manny's reaction?
No, I don't.
I'm
Hey,
just
Fromm and
serious.
Ethan are on the board, man.
I'm signing off. Trust the Flow says 5 reasons to drink. If anybody's still with us, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. We're
Not
bringing on
tomorrow
our-
night. No.
Tomorrow night. 9
No,
o'clock.
the draft is not tomorrow night. Oh, you're not
No.
doing the draft.
We're not doing the draft. We're not doing the draft.
Oh, I thought 5 reasons to drink was during the draft.
There
oh,
you go.
Alex Highsmith.
Alex Highsmith.
Alex Highsmith. Look at that.
Yeah,
My guy
he
Jason
could
Sarni's
be
not happy now.
sneaky. He could be sneaky good, and he was one of the boxes, one of the 11 camera kits.
All right.
A lot of people expected him to go in the second round. He really dropped.
Manny, the Eagles took Davion Taylor, Colorado linebacker.
I'm leaving before I get the reaction. Thanks, guys.
Too late.
I mean, I would have gone quarterback if I was them, but
Yeah, how about the Cowboys keep drafting wide receivers and then we go after quarterbacks? There we go. I don't know what we're doing. I wish I were. Oh man.
What would you have done here, Manny?
I mean, I would listen. We need help in the secondary. You can't tell me that Jalen Mills going from cornerback to safety is going to create a lot of havoc back there. No more leader in Malcolm Jenkins. I mean, shit. We haven't had a set corners since Bobby Taylor and Troy Vincent. Are you kidding me? What's going on?
You don't
here,
like like Byron Maxwell anymore?
Who? Namdi Asamoah? No, I'm good, bro.
No, that's not what I said.
He won the Super Bowl like 3 years ago.
You
haven't had a good corner since like you won the
behind you. We're 4 behind you. I want to be able to go to heaven knowing that we caught up. Okay?
I mean, talk to your franchise because we're certainly doing our part.
Oh, my freaking franchise is ran by a gator. How do you think I feel? How we
The greatest stat that I've seen like in the last 10 years was like 3 years ago on First Take. It wasn't 3 years ago. It was 2 years ago on First Take, where they said that the Cowboys in their last 420 something games were 211 and 211.
They make 8 jokes about the Dolphins, but
yeah, but the Cowboys are king of
Davion Taylor. Outside linebacker.
Alf, please help me here, man. I don't know what to say about this kid. I really don't.
Davion Taylor, I didn't scout him.
Okay, hold on, hang on. I got this. Let me just go over here real quick.
Give it to me, son. Give it to me. I'm listening.
I just need to go ahead and pull this up here real quick. Would you say he's an edge or an actual linebacker?
Linebacker.
I'm reading hybrid linebacker safety.
Okay, he's not on the edge list. Here, let's try just plain old linebacker. Here we go. Davion Taylor. Okay,
6 feet, 228. Okay.
Okay, so apparently he's very green when it comes to his football IQ. He doesn't understand the game.
Awesome.
That's exactly what we need. Thanks, I appreciate that.
As time speed suggests. So
He's got a lot of upside. How about that? He's got a lot of upside.
Yeah, for what? The pick? not the team. Oh man.
He just killed that guy on that little leak out right there.
It's Colorado, man. Relax.
Got this list I'm looking at.
You know who came from Colorado? Preston Williams.
This ranks
Wow.
165th best prospect, so you're beating my 50 picks, but that's good.
Oh man. I don't know anymore.
Ben Scope, Rosen for Fournette. Make the call. No, we don't want Leonard Fournette.
I mean, actually, that one you just let him walk at the end of the year anyway. Like that one, you would actually, but they're not doing that. No one's doing that. You're gonna have to give up an actual asset.
Out though. But the more I think about the Hurts pick, it hurts me to see this because it's like I said, I've watched Hurts since Bama, man, and the way he overcame all that stuff that happened there and came back and won a championship for Bama, then left to Oklahoma. You'd want this kid to succeed with a starting position. And let's be honest, Carson Wentz just signed a $100 million contract last year at 27 years old. Unless something drastically happens to him, injury-prone-wise or whatnot, Hurts is not going to get an opportunity.
No.
I'm just enjoying watching Roger Goodell die a slow death here on his chair. Terrell Burgess out of Utah. That's the Rams pick.
Why is the Rams guy wearing a mask in the house?
It's one guy out of 4.
What's happening over there? That's how it works.
Here, Alf, Terrell Burgess, did you scout him?
He's a thumper. He's more of a box safety type.
So Rashad Jones.
Yeah, but he plays everywhere. There's a lot of good defensive backs. Like it's a popular position. You know, it's the best athletes in college football are defensive backs. So it's always going to be a deep class every single year.
Vikings traded to the Saints. Saints traded up. Okay, what's this about?
Vikings pick the Saints. Did the Saints get a quarterback already or no?
What are they going with quarterback there?
No. I don't think so.
They need a quarterback.
Yeah, they could go quarterback.
Okay, so I saw this the other day. I actually thought it was pretty funny that they compared Jake Fromm to a 38-year-old Drew Brees with his arm, considering his arm strength. So are they going to trade an old Drew Brees for a young old Drew Brees?
That would make a lot of sense. if that's their comparison, like, you know what? When I first heard it, I thought it was stupid. Now I don't think it's stupid. I think that's pretty good analysis. That's who Jake Fromm is. Essentially,
38-year-old Drew Brees.
I think you're overrating him, but I feel like Drew Brees will put up whatever he puts up this year. That'll be better than anything Fromm ever does.
You're probably right. Yeah, Fromm is like, you know, that guy with the mask is bothering me.
This guy
doesn't make sense. Frustrating.
Who's the guy with the mask?
Maybe he doesn't live there.
The IT guy.
Les needs personal assistant.
He's the pizza guy?
This guy, Mickey Loomis, like this poor kid, I think he looks like he's sleep drunk. Actually, I think we're sleep drunk, so there's that too. So
Guys, so how many picks are left?
Still, I don't see an end.
Mickey Loomis is doing that two phone thing that a lot of GMs like to do. What do they do with the two phones?
Maybe one is for trades, one is for calling in the pick.
That's possible, yeah.
This is what that's the next question we ask Chris Greer. So we see that some GMs use two phones. What's the second phone for?
Yeah, like because I always like to look at what they're doing. Almost all of them have two phones in front of them. Goodell's about to die.
Slow death, I'm telling you. Oh, look, there's a puppet on the screen.
That puppet. The puppet's cool. I like the puppet.
Who is it?
All right, guys. So if you're
Adam Troutman. Oh no!
We're done.
Drew Brees gets a good target to throw to.
Who's this? Who?
Adam Troutman. That was Alf's number one tight end in this draft.
Oh, there you go.
So he won't be Jimmy Graham, but
his problem was that he played at Dayton. And yes, he used to be a quarterback. He used to be a quarterback, by the way.
Okay, so oh my goodness. You know what this means? Is Taysom Hill still with the Saints or no?
Oh, God. We're going to have to listen to that.
But he's on a 1-year deal.
So we have Taysom Hill, Drew Brees, and now Adam Troutman. You could have all three guys there in the backfield, and you wouldn't know who's going to throw the football.
This is what the Eagles are planning, too.
Oh, we're going to have some shenanigans this year.
All right, there's only one pick left, right?
Yeah, but he's noticeable. If you look at him, you know who he reminds me of? A little bit more physical. You remember Jordan Cameron?
I remember Jordan Cameron. I remember he sucked.
He was great.
Like everybody else.
He was good. He was good in Cleveland.
Yeah, he was good in Cleveland, but then he got to Miami, and that's what happens with veteran tight ends in Miami.
Yeah, he was always injured here, too. But yeah, Adam Troutman, you know what? You know, if you had told me that the first tight end was going to be taken in the third round, I would have believed you. I would have said, yeah, that's about right, because it's not a great class. But that they took, what was it, 4 tight ends ahead of them? Yeah, that's nonsense.
The Patriots took 2 of them.
Yeah, that's nonsense. Like, that makes no sense.
Tight ends. I don't know what they're even doing over there.
Getting tight ends? They always use tight ends.
I mean, also, yeah, I guess
they're looking for the next Gronk because they have to replace him.
Yeah, on the podcast, we asked the question like out loud to each other, like, okay, do we want a tight end in this draft? All 3 of us said no. Let's move on and let's talk about wide receivers. So we
Speaking
spent
of
like,
wide receivers, Tyler Johnson's still on the board and has not
yes,
been
he
touched.
is. He could drop a little bit more, you know.
Gettleman was wearing a mask and he was the only one in the living room. Was he afraid of himself?
That's funny. That's funny.
Thank you, Johnny Do Good. That was awesome.
No, I think he had cancer or something like that. One of them was wearing a mask because they had cancer, or he just beat cancer.
He was
Oh,
afraid
okay.
of getting a computer virus.
Forget about it. What?
Oh God!
That is excellent.
Guys, this is not ending, is it?
It doesn't feel like it. No.
I feel like this was supposed to end an hour ago. We're still here.
Baltimore's back.
Here we go. John Harbaugh's about to jump on the roof.
Goodell's like, one more round. Let's do it. Whoa.
I can do it. I can make it. Let's go, guys.
I don't hear no bell.
You know what the crazy thing is? We still have 56 people watching on YouTube. I figured everybody would have gone home by now.
I love
Nice.
56, one of you.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
We love you. Thank you so much.
Buy T-shirts.
Buy T-shirts. Tua shirts. Oh, look. Okay, what's this, Goodell? Is this your
What is
sugar
he
rush
doing?
keeping you alive? Shaking some M&Ms or something. I don't know, or Skittles. He's been talking with Marshawn Lynch.
Tyree
Phillips.
Eh.
Tyree Phillips.
Eh.
Well, that ended with a whimper. It's like,
That's
yeah,
assuming it ended.
That's it? We're done? No more?
that was the last one.
No, there's two more. Cincinnati and Washington.
Jeez.
Why did I
Really?
show my little? Okay, never mind then. Two more. I got like the draft board over here. I guess the page didn't load. My thing's
It
showing.
says that was the final. It says that was the final pick in the third round.
Was it?
Yeah, Cincinnati and Washington tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Because I thought last night when it was the last pick, they removed the other teams.
Okay,
they
I
probably
think we've
will.
learned. I think we've learned something about this virtual draft. It's extremely slow, and the other draft that had like 5 million people out in the street and all of those shenanigans moved along a lot quicker.
So I guess we're willing to tolerate it at this point.
Yeah. So what's
No.
the difference? Are they extending the
Yeah.
clock and we're not noticing it?
No, no. You know what? They said that if they ran out of time, they would say on the clock. But no, I think they're just getting in their commercials. Oh my God, they made him
Okay.
stand up. The poor man. Thank you all for joining us. I'm going to bed. I don't want to do this ever again.
I will
And
not
F
be on
square.
tomorrow.
Yeah. Right now he's saying, "Man, this was such a bad idea for me to do all these picks." There's no way he's gonna do tomorrow, right?
You know what? Let's see.
I gotta see that.
Sure,
I gotta see that.
Eric
Thank
bought a
you.
shirt. Woo! Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
All right, so
Just don't buy the University of Coral Gables one.
all right, so this is the last pick of the draft. Let's do some final thoughts before we call this a night. So who are we looking at tomorrow?
Okay, I would say DJ Dallas is on the watch. He was one of the 30. They did FaceTime with DJ Dallas, so there's a connection. Although they moved in with J.K. Dobbins and they ignored him. So I would say DJ Dallas is somebody to watch. And other than that, BPAs across the board.
So that's why I'm saying, like, who would you target if you were the Dolphins besides DJ Dallas?
Man, there's just so much. There's just so many guys. Like,
And there are a lot of picks, so
Yeah,
Tyler
Tyler
Johnson,
Johnson.
James
Tyler
Cook.
Johnson, absolutely. Okay, like Tyler Johnson's definitely a guy I would watch. Like, I don't know what I have as far as defensive tackles. They've pretty much all gone.
Tyler Biadasz or Biadasz, whatever his name is.
He's another guy to watch.
That kid,
Tyler Biadasz is a guy to watch. Absolutely. I'll give you another one. John Simpson, guard from Clemson.
Clemson.
That's a guy you want to watch.
Yeah. And he
What
got
about some of the
banned
guys-
at LSU, but of course it was LSU, so.
What about some of the offensive linemen, like the Oregon guys, like Throckmorton, Shane Lemieux, those guys?
Oh, Shane Lemieux. How can I forget him? Yeah, Shane Lemieux would be a must draft with our next pick. Like if it gets to our pick and Shane
Sidney
Lemieux
Charles
is there,
hasn't been
like you
picked
just
yet.
got to take him.
So Dolphins
Sidney
like
Charles
that,
yet.
more running back then, huh?
Yeah, Shane Lemieux would be. Yeah, he would be my BPA probably at the What do we have next? 141 is what we have next.
And then at that point, we cut Michael Dieter, right?
At that point, if they take Shane Lemieux, then I'm sorry. Like if you're Michael Dieter, start selling your house. You know what I mean?
The Dolphins have 136 and 141, so they have.
Okay. Oh yeah, because they got the 136 from Green Bay, right?
Hey, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Shane Lemieux at 136, that's a no-brainer.
So what the Dolphins should do? Look at to Ferrer's point, best player available, but take your top 3,
Right. Bill Belichick's
and then
dog.
use your 9 picks that you have, and just use them to trade up. Make sure you get the top guys off your list.
Shane Lemieux is so good that I had forgotten that he was available because I had just assumed somebody had taken him already.
Yeah, I don't know why these Oregon guys dropped. Why did they drop so much, Alfredo? The Oregon.
Well, his teammate at left tackle is going to be probably a top 2 pick next year. So I don't know. I don't know why that is.
That's what Jakari said. Too.
Justin Herbert boring, and nobody pays attention to Oregon.
Well, it's the SEC bias. People like big guys as far as offensive linemen, defensive linemen. They're going to take the SEC guys before they take any of the Pac-12 guys. So that's working against Oregon guys.
All right, then. So unless anybody has anything else they'd like to say, I think we can go ahead and call this a night.
Mm-hmm.
Vishnu saying goodnight. Jazz saying goodnight. Everybody saying goodnight. All right. Thank you all so much for joining us. So we'll have 5 reasons to drink tomorrow. I'll grab a vitamin water and see if that qualifies me to join in tomorrow. And we'll see you all tomorrow night. Thank you all so much for joining us.
DJ Dallas.